racing, and we're clean and away. Great stuff. More of that, please.
Pit lane open. Mind your speed.
Wow.
Bold move there.
Oh no! I think he's played a blinder here. Side by side. Until he's off the track. What a catwalk to the end.
Fantastic race. Great team effort. Good job, everybody.
Hi there, welcome to the 2022 Asian Le Mans Series. I am Nadia Nash, your host, and we are so happy to be welcoming you back to another amazing season. Now, we are here in the UAE for the second time in a row, and of course, we are retaining the same format, four-hour races in over 2 weekends. First in Dubai at the Dubai Autodrome, and then we'll make our way to Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina circuit. And one thing we're very excited about is that we are welcoming back spectators right here at the circuit, and I'm sure it's a different feel altogether getting to enjoy the races right here at the venue. And we hope those at home can also share the excitement as well. We know you're watching from all over the world, whether it's from your mobile phones, your laptops, your television, because just last year in 2021, the Asian Le Mans Series has managed to garner 5.9 million live audience, all thanks to you. The series is growing stronger than ever, attracting world-class endurance racing teams, and they are also, of course, offering Asian teams to take part at the prestigious 24-hour of Le Mans, the crown jewel of the ACO. The qualifying sessions took place just this morning. The grid is going to open in just a few minutes. As you can see, we are at pit lane right now, and the cars are getting ready. At the back of me is Nielsen Racing car number 4. It will be leading the pack. In the car right now, if I'm not mistaken, is Rodriguez Sales. So leading the pack, leading the whole race. I can't wait to see how it will all unravel in this race 1 of 4 hours of Dubai. Now, of course, the show will not be complete without some insight, without our series commentators, and we're so lucky to have them once again, Graham Goodwin and Oliver Gavin.
Thanks so much, Nadia. It is indeed great to be back. It's great to be back with you, Ollie. And
Great to be here, Graham.
It's great to see Nadia back after the travel restrictions meant she couldn't be with us last year. Welcome to the 2022 Asian Le Mans Series, a cracking grid of cars in LMP2, LMP3, and in particular, a record-breaking grid of GT3 cars ready to go in just a few minutes' time. The grid is, or rather the pit lane is about to open to allow the grid formation in about 30 seconds' time. But we've already had dramas this weekend with astonishing qualifying session a little earlier, particularly in GT3. It's good to see teams back and stepping up, like this Nielsen Racing team. That is Rodrigo Sales aboard his Oreca 07, the team that's earned their first opportunity in LMP2 by becoming champions in the Asian Le Mans Series a couple of seasons ago, and now step up for their first ever full season in the top class in the Asian Le Mans Series, and for that matter, the European Le Mans Series, which they'll join later this year, Ollie.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, all the weather is set fair for this great event coming up, this first 4 hours here at the Dubai Autodrome. So we're just going to take you around the 16 turns, the 5.39 kilometre track here at the Dubai Autodrome, coming down into turn 1, one of the key overtaking points here on this racetrack. Then it's a number of fast sweeping corners, 2 and then into 3. This is where we can see a real pinch point in this multi-class racing here, through 5 and into 6, working your way back. 7 is a very tight corner. It's the lowest point of the racetrack, and then in 8 and into 9, the hairpin that then brings you out onto the long back straight, heading up into turn 10. Another key overtaking point. Brake zone quite bumpy. dusty all the way up there, so you've got to be careful not to lose out there. Traction off of 10 is tricky, then into 11, then into another key overtaking point at turn 12. Traction difficult off of 12, a number of cars really struggling with that. Into 13 and then down to 14, really heavily banked corner. Out of that, you've got to be tight over to the left to then take the fast right-hander. Highest point of the racetrack here, and through into turn 16, sweeping through there and out to complete a lap here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Yeah, cars coming out of pit lane now to form up the grid, as we can see. It is tight and tricky and technical and all those other words that lots of people don't understand. We saw you trackside during the qualifying show, Ollie. Looks slippy out there as well.
Yes, it is. And, you know, it's one of the features here at the Dubai Autodrome. You know, we are somewhat here in the desert, that you are going to get quite a lot of sand on the track. And we are going to be battling also with this dropping away of the track temperature. You can see that already the shadows are getting quite lengthy and you know, the sun is starting to get that little bit lower. And that's going to be a really key thing that the drivers and the teams are going to be battling here with, is that dropping off in track temperature and also being able to see. It gets very, very dark here.
And it might well be an issue for us too. So we're going to be with you throughout these for the next 4.5 hours. And it's 5.39 kilometres long. And we had a little time earlier to look at a fast lap from Nicky Katzberg aboard the 34 Walgenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3.
Hi, this is Nicky Katzberg and I'm going to take you on board for a lap of the Dubai Autodrome in my BMW M4 GT3. Long straight here, coming onto turn 1, which is a big downhill brake zone, heavy braking, really tough for the brakes, for the left front tire, so downhill here, turn in, try to clip the curb on the inside to get some extra rotation. Get ready for a fast left-hander here, over the curb, and then into this really high-speed section, turn 3, double apex, really cool part of the track. Still high speed to the left here, over the curb, big curbs on the right. Double right-hander, really tough to slow it down for the slow part here. Not using too much of the curb, try to use all of it on the exit, maybe a bit too much here. Double left, very interesting corner, banked, which makes it interesting. Long corner, very tough on the right-hand side tires, fully over the exit curb here and preparing for the longest straight of the track, trying to have a good exit speed to be faster than everyone else. Again, big braking zone, I would say around about 120 meters, very heavy on the brakes into the ABS, making sure to clip the inside here for that extra bit of rotation, staying to the right, preparing for the next left-hander. Over the curb again, might get a little unsettled, exit curb, very technical section here. Uphill for this right-hander, and then the exit is off-camber and downhill, which makes it very tricky for traction, but our BMW M4 is fantastic, new car, and it's doing really well. Last sector of the track, fast left-hander into a very high banked left-hander here, very technical part again of the track. Love this part, making sure that you stick to the left here to prepare this right-hander. Take all of the inside curb, as much exit speed as you can. I might have gotten a penalty for going too wide. Last corner, making sure you clip the apex and prepare for the straight. All of the exit curb. That was a lap of the Dubai Autodrome circuit.
That was Nicky the Cat, Katzberg. We're determined that's going to stick. And Nicky, this year, of course, back with Walgenhorst Motorsport, this time in the brand new M4 GT3, has already raced here in another customer team's hands in the 24-hour race here just a few weeks ago. But the first time we've seen BMW's new customer car, Ollie, in the ACO rules racing.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly has got all the layout and everything to be a really fantastic GT car, and the BMW boys have worked on that really hard. It hasn't quite delivered or performed yet, and we might see that this weekend here in Dubai, or possibly at Yas Marina next weekend. But I know they're working hard, and Nicky's pleased with its progress. They're still working just to unlock a little bit more performance from it, and they're a little way down the grid today.
Oh, that's a great sight. We've got fans in the stands, and I love to see it. It is wonderful to see you all back, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly the families that are coming here.
Nice to see Bib.
Bib's very pleased to see them as well.
He is.
Okay. And great that Michelin back as series partners this year, together with Total Energies. And
Also seeing people on the grid,
yes.
which we didn't have last year, which is great. I saw Ben Hanley, or no, sorry, we got Gonzalo Rodriguez there.
Yeah.
Oh, Sales there. Not Rodriguez.
We are gradually getting back there, and it is. I know we've said this before. It is about people just being sensible, looking after each other, but we are taking baby steps back towards a degree of normality. And one of those baby steps is this is a big grid for the Asian Le Mans Series. Those gaps are going to be filling with GT3 cars. 23 cars entered in that class for this season. There could have been more.
Really in rude
But we
health.
will have 22 starting today. We'll just mention briefly that we've lost the Kessel Racing car, the 74 car. We'll explain that in a moment. But before that, we're going to have a look back at the qualifying session earlier today here at the Dubai Autodrome. GT3 qualifying for race 1, and initially into the pound seats was the number 17 car. This is the APM Monaco car from AF Corsa, but Ben Barnicoat it was that took the Inception Racing McLaren to the top of the times. That time though was matched by the Ferrari at the end of the session. LMP3 and the first qualifying session delayed just slightly with a problem for the Nielsen Racing car. They wouldn't take part in the session. G-Drive Racing making their debut in LMP3 racing, but no one could do anything about the pace of Ranseur, reigning European Le Mans Series LMP3 champion. He put his mark with a vengeance on the session in the Nemo liveried Decar Engineering Duquesne to take pole position. LMP2, first out was Dennis Anderson in the high-class racing car. This 4-car field, 3 Oricas and 1 Ligier, but it was the not the Graf Racing car for the first session, but this car, the number 4 Nielsen Racing car, new addition to their fleet that would take pole position with Ben for race 1. It was indeed some qualifying session, and those times matched in GT3 to the thousandth of a second. And we had a pretty close call for tomorrow's race as well, which we'll talk about at the right time. But I mean, I can remember a handful of cases for any position seeing a time match, but for pole position, I'm not sure if it's a first. It certainly doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't, and it was great to see. You know, the GT class is going to be fiercely fought, and it's you know, it's got so many manufacturers in it, 7 different manufacturers. You know, I think we've got 2 Audis, 2 BMWs, 2 Mercedes, 3 Astons, 4 McLarens, 5 Porsches, and 5 Ferraris. Wow. So it's pretty extraordinary lineup, and the talent, driver talent, is amazing. So you know, that's fantastic to see. It's great that we've got so many champions, world champion. We've got even a world champion here.
Alessandro Pierguidi
is here, and we've got many factory drivers, which is great to see.
So the grid is getting it together to form up for the start of this race. We're going to go down there at the moment. Nadia Nash is here with our pole setter, Ben Hanley, aboard the Nielsen Racing number 4 Orica.
Yes, I am with Ben Hanley, the man who drove the fastest lap just now. So, of course, we are here at pole position. Ben, tell us what's going on in the whole team's mind right now. You guys are in pole position. Tell us, I think, Rodriguez is going to be in the car. So, strategy for race 1, 4 hours today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't tell you the whole strategy. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, Rodrigo's starting. You know, it's a great experience for him to be starting the race.
Right.
And yeah, it's a new experience for everyone of the team, the Nielsen team. They've done a great job so far, you know, preparing the car, getting here on time, and
yep.
It's run pretty flawlessly throughout the session, so we're really happy with that. And yeah, just looking for a solid run in the race. It's going to be pretty tricky because there's a lot of GT traffic.
Right.
So yeah, doing the start this way with Rodrigo, it's going to give him a few laps, you know, to get into a rhythm. Yeah. Before he meets all that traffic. And hopefully it'll just set him up for that, and away we go.
Right, fantastic. We're just minutes away. The weather looks great. How do you think that works in your favor or not?
I mean, so far with the sessions that we've had, it's always changed the balance a little bit in the evening.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've done a couple of sessions in the night, so we're pretty happy with what the cars.
What about that? Yeah, driving in the dark, it gets quite dark here, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it also, more than anything, it's been changing the car balance a little bit in the evening. So yeah, we've adjusted for that. We didn't quite adjust for that enough for the quali session, so we should be good for the race, and we're all excited to get going.
Fantastic, very optimistic, very excited. So all the best to car number 4 from Nielsen Racing. So back to Graham and Oliver.
Yeah, Ben Hanley, an established star in LMP2, race winner with Dragon Speed in the past. He's had some time in LMP1 cars as well, has Ben. And it's good to see him here as part of the Nielsen Racing team. I'm guessing someone you know by reputation pretty well.
Yeah, Ben has really established himself as now sort of being right up there and leading the field in certainly in P2, and like you say, he's had P1 experience. But he's done a fine job this weekend so far, and I see that the Nielsen team are really the ones with a target on the back, let's say, because they are going to be there leading the charge. They've done the right thing, getting Rodrigo in the car for the start, giving him some nice clear track. Hopefully he'll navigate his way through the first couple of corners and be able to stretch his legs a little in this first stint. Get his driving done in the daylight, and then leave it to Ben and Matt to deal with the trickier periods of driving at night and dealing with all of this GT traffic, because this is going to really be the story of the race, how everybody exists on the circuit together and being able to navigate trouble-free all the way through to the end of this 4 hours. It's going to be tough to do, particularly on this challenging circuit with not much external light. Or it's really you are relying on your own car lights.
We'll catch up with Nadia, I'm sure, very soon. We've got a gap on the grid, and I think that's the 99 Herberth Motorsport car, which is still shown as being on pit lane. I said a little earlier, we've lost the Castle Racing car for this weekend with a driver falling unwell, I'm afraid. But I hope they're going to be back for Abu Dhabi. But it looks to me as if the 99 car will start from the pit lane. We hope there is no problem with that car. But had a good look down that grid, and it's good to see it stretching so far down the pit straight and back onto the final corner. LMP3 was a story through qualifying of absolute dominance from the D-Car engineering team in the hands of Lawrence Herr, and we've got Nadia down with LMP3 leader right now.
Here with me. So of course you guys are in pole for P3. Tell me who's in the car right now and what's the strategy for the next 4 hours?
So currently in the car it's Matthews, and yeah, he's going to start the race, and then we'll see as the race goes on the strategy and how it plans out. So I think, yeah, we just have to wait and see what happens.
Right. Everything good with the car preparation, and what do you think of the weather today?
Yeah, I think weather is really nice. I think D-Car have done an amazing job with the car. It's really quick, we're in a great position, so fingers crossed.
Right, all right. Now we're just minutes away from the flag off. All the best to D-Car Racing.
Thank you very much.
So that was the D-Car Engineering Duquesne on pole position for this LMP3 race. 9 cars in LMP3 field and a mix of Duquesne, Ligier and that Ginetta chassis. Second time we've had the Ginetta G61 in the Asia Le Mans Series. ARC Bratislava ran their car last time. You can see the ARC Bratislava Ligier P2 car this time, but it's Conrad Racing that will start the number 21 Ginetta. It's great to see the variety. There you can see it, the black and teal car, just in the centre of shot right now as the camera pans along around the dark red CD Sport Ligier at the foreground, and in the background a couple, another of the CD Sport cars, by the way, diagonally across the grid from it, and then 2 Duquesnes as well. It is great to see such variety. New teams, returning teams, established stars, but in particular, and we saw this last year, Ollie, teams trying something different, introducing new drivers to their team and to their cars, with the opportunity of a really intensive race and testing program here in the UAE.
Yes, it is. It really suits. It seems to really suit a lot of European teams to come here and really blood drivers into new cars and new classes. And, there's a number of teams that are also running different cars here this weekend, which they haven't done previously. And, so it's a great way for a team to really explore and to get a lot of racing under their belts and really get a lot of decent track time, good control conditions, really good weather, and on some fantastic circuits, Dubai Autodrome and Yas Marina. And look at the grid. I mean, it's fantastic to see, and it's great to see the the fans back in the stands. And lovely weather here, 24 degrees at the moment, and a nice light wind. You know, it's really fantastic, perfect racing conditions to start this 4 hours of Dubai. So, yeah, we're set fair for the race.
We are indeed. Always a buzz when everything comes together. Under 10 minutes to the start of the race. And what we're going to do now is go down to the GT3 pole setter, and Nadia Nash is going to speak to Ollie Milroy, part of the Inception racing team.
Yep, we are here at the car number 7 with Ollie Milroy because they're starting in pole position for GT. Ollie, who's in the car right now, and what is the spirit of the team for the next 4 hours?
So my teammate Brendan's starting the race. He'll probably do, if all goes according to plan, do the first sort of hour and 5 minutes. He's obviously nervous, you know, starting from pole position, there's a bit of pressure on, but I told him it's the easiest place in the world to start is from the front, you know, because he can just get his head down. He's one of the fastest AMS bronze drivers on the grid as well. So if he can just get in a good, consistent rhythm, I have no doubt that he'll do, you know, have a mega stint and then hand the car over to myself in an hour's time.
Right. What a great teammate you are, giving advice to your other teammates. Now we, of course, got 4 hours of the race. And it's a 23 field for GT. It's huge. It's going to be heavy traffic. How are you guys going to maneuver through that? And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, like I say, the easiest place to be is at the front of that field.
Right, that's
so as long as we stay there, you know, we should hopefully have a fairly trouble-free race. But you know, it's a 4 hour race. It's easy to sort of underestimate how tough that is. It's a proper endurance race, so anything can happen. Just got to stay out of trouble and make sure that we're in the fight with the last, you know, with sort of an hour to go at the end of the race, really.
One last question. We are driving into the sunset. It's going to be sunset in about 2 hours or so. How are you guys preparing for that?
We've obviously had some testing yesterday and Thursday, so did some night practice. It's really tricky around here in the dark as well. It's actually very dark, so it definitely takes a couple of laps getting used to, but it's the same for everyone. So, yeah, we'll just, as I say, we'll just send it.
Right. All the best and be safe out there later on. So there you go, Ollie Milroy, car number 7, starting in pole for GT.
Been a very busy year so far already for Inception Racing.
I love that. Ollie just saying, I'm just going to send it. Send it in the dark.
Send it. Great. Well, already have been significant runners in the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona just a couple of weeks ago. Led that race in the GTD for the same kind of cars, GT3 here.
Yeah, they were going really well.
They were
super strong, and I think they're going to be very, very strong here this weekend. Obviously, the Inception car is on pole, but you know, they are going to be, I think, throughout this weekend, and also to Yas Marina, I think that they are going to be extremely strong. So, yep, McLaren have got 4 cars here in the race, and I know that they're confident. The Garage 59 as well is running 2 cars to switch from the Astons. So I think that they're learning, maybe not quite on the pace as Inception are, but they're going to be right there, I'm sure, by the time we get to Yas Marina.
Excellent. He's got a quick shot there of the first ever finish flagged LMP team, the Karainen Kempi motorsport car. The
Tommy Violainen in the car there.
Tommy Violainen.
Started the race.
You know Tommy, don't you?
I do know Tommy, and actually Tommy and I raced against one another many, many moons ago. I think it was 1991 Formula Ford Festival.
I was too young. I was too young for that.
Yes, of course. And
so where did the bronze-ranked Tommy Violainen finish that race?
Yeah, Tommy finished 3rd. He did very well, got on the podium. Brilliant result for him.
And where did Formula 1 hopeful Oliver Gavin finish?
6th. Yeah.
So he can be quite handy.
Yes, absolutely. And Tommy and the boys there down at Karainen Kempi have been having a little bit of a troubled weekend, but they are learning. They're loving their motorsport. Great to have them on the grid. Can't wait for them to see how they grow through the Asian Le Mans Series. And first all-finished team, so really fantastic.
Absolutely great stuff. So we are about to get underway for the formation lap in just a couple of minutes' time. Race start, as you can see on screen, 5.5 minutes away. Great to see such a packed grid and such a colourful grid. Some fantastic liveries this year. That's a Duquesne, the number 22 Rinaldi car, the WTM Spiegel Team Manschau car on the left-hand side this year with Rinaldi, not with Phoenix as it was last year here, and that was indeed the Conrad Racing Ginetta on the right-hand side. Sadly, we're not going to see Franz Conrad driving this weekend. No, another person you've driven with.
Absolutely, and it looked like Franz was set fair to race, and when we saw him earlier on in the week, he said he was going to be driving, but then something's happened. I think, you know, a driver's turned up and Franz has decided to put him in the car, because Franz is not a young man anymore, is he?
He's 70 years old, so we'll mumble, someone offered him money, which is exactly the way that professional motorsport works. Great as well, by the way, as we take a look on board with the Inter-Europol competition car, the 13, Ligier. Great to see their team manager, and for me, one of the biggest names in endurance motorsport in my time, Ralph Juttner, coming out of retirement to come out to play with that little Ginetta. So it'll be good to see how that gets along. And strong team, strong little car. We didn't see that car in the hands of ARC Bratislava. Had too many problems last year, and that was out of the box. Conrad have had some testing with that car and will bring it to Europe for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Not the LMS, as Franz initially told me, but the Michelin Le Mans Cup for this season. Familiar colours here, unfamiliar car for those colours. This is the 26 car. It's entered by G-Drive Racing, run here by Graf Racing, and this is the first of 2 LMP3 cars we will see this season in 2022. This one here in Asia. There will be a car run by Euro International in those colours for the 2022 European Le Mans Series. Engines are fired up, and we are about to go on the formation lap ahead of what all of us hope is going to be an exciting and safe 4 hours of Dubai here. Round 1 of 4 over the next 9 days, count them, 9 days in the United Arab Emirates. 2 here at Dubai, 1 this evening, 1 tomorrow. That race will start, by the way, an hour later than this race tomorrow. And then we all climb aboard what is going to be a very crowded minibus and head off to...
We're all on it, are we?
All on the same one,
All on the same,
yes.
OK.
And off to Abu Dhabi for Yas Marina, the reworked out Yas Marina circuit for another 2 4-hour races just next weekend. Wow.
Busy. Very busy.
Leading car pulls away, and we're about to get the field underway for the start of this formation lap, and we'll talk you through just exactly who and what you're about to see for the next 4 hours here in the United Arab Emirates, with the Dubai skyline behind as the cars pull away from the grid.
Yeah, it's really going to be quite something, and it seems that nearly every team has decided to start their less experienced bronze drivers.
They have the number 4 car on pole position. Rodrigo Salas takes away the Nielsen Racing car. It'll be Sebastian Paget, I think, is aboard the number 39 Graf Racing car. 49 High Class Racing is going to be Dennis Anderson. And then in the number 44 car, that is the car from ARC Bratislava. That car is going to be started by Mira Konopka. The LMP3 pole sitter is the D-Car Engineering car. That car started by Matteo De Bobo. And then the CD Sport number 3 car, sorry, the 26 G-Drive car from Fabrice Rossello into Europol with Alexander Bukantsov, late addition to this grid, and then Nick Adcock, experienced prototype driver in the number 3 CD Sport car. 9th on the grid, and that's the Rinaldi 22 car. That is going to be started by Torsten Kratz, a familiar name to people following motorsporting in Europe. Conrad Motorsport with another late addition, Gabriele Rindoni, is aboard the 21 Ginetta. That is your top 10. Moving through to the GT cars, we've already seen Brendan Ariba's aboard the Inception Racing car. It is Francesco Zollo aboard the 57 Kessel. Then Ian Lockey in the 20 SPS Performance car, the 55 Rinaldi Ferrari with Rino Mastronardi. Then Ahmed Al-Hati in the bright purple 69 Oman Racing car. The 77 D-Station Racing car completes the top 20, and we go on and on and on. The Haupt Racing Mercedes, the Garage 59 McLaren, a team debuting their McLarens here this weekend. One of 3 Herbert Motorsports Porsches, but that car we know is on pit lane. Then the first of the 2 Vulcan horse cars, and that car is going to be started in the hands of Jonathan Miller. Dynamic Motorsports Porsche, and away we go. 22 car, I'm hearing, has been pushed back to pit lane. That is the Rinaldi Racing.
Yeah.
Duquesne stalled on the grid.
Yes, it did.
So 2 cars, by the look of it, we hope starting from pit lane. 99 certainly would seem to be, as the cars get in formation. And Eduardo Freitas will be talking to the teams, telling them exactly what he expects from this grid in formation.
Yeah, certainly this is a point where Eduardo would have spoken to all of the drivers and saying, OK, we've got to get up in that 2x2 formation, make sure nicely packed up. They would have got the brakes nice and warm, the tyres nice and warm. Everybody is there preparing themselves mentally for this, really building to the green. You know, we need to they want in that pack just to just to bunch up that little bit more. There will be a slight split between the prototypes and the GT cars, and that's just to make sure that they're nice and clean into turn one. But the BMW M4 will just pull off into the pit lane now.
And away he goes, and we start to get this field neat and tidy and ready. There doesn't look to be a split here, you know. I don't think they're going to split this grid for this start, and Rodrigo Sales controls the field until the lights go out, and then we will be racing down towards the lights. And he gets the power on, he gets a good start away. Rodrigo Sales in the number 4 car, heading down towards turn 1. We hold our breath and hope that everybody gets through here untroubled. Graf Racing car through into second, High Class Racing third, DKR well away in the lead of the race. It looked to me like the Inter-Europol car was making a move for second place there in LMP3 and has made it through.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's just giving each other plenty of room, just getting all those tyres up to temperature, just making sure there's no little incidents. 4 hours of racing. I'm sure they've had quite the briefing from the engineers and the team managers saying that.
That's a long way off.
It's a long way off. It looks like, is that one of the BMWs?
It did look like that.
Yes.
So was that John Miller? If so, he took a very quick line through it and will be required, I'm sure, to give up any places gained. That was the Attento Audi rather outbraking himself as well. There's a yellow flag at turn 1. So something has happened at turn 1, and there appear to be a couple of LMP3 cars in trouble.
Green flag now.
Green flag now. So it looks to me like the Finnish car and the CD Sport number 27 might well have been involved in that and have not yet, just now coming through sector 1. But Graf Racing car, the Hans-Erik Trier, is giving Rodrigo Sales something to think about at this point in the race, and Graf will want to get by here. This is their opportunity to put the pressure on for the Nielsen Racing team with the least experienced driver of the trio aboard the car right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is the time to pounce, and if they can, they will. And you know, this early stages and just still trying to bed yourself in. The grid is full of bronze drivers right now, and you know, it's maybe this is the first time they've ever started a race, and a race as big as this. You know, it does, the pressure can sometimes tell, and you know, so it can be a big event for these guys. So you know, any race start is big. It's pressurized, and we just want everything to settle down and get going.
Issue, by the way, at turn 1 was a spin, but a recovery from the CD Sport number 27 car. They've dropped to 34th position. The 99 Herbeth car has not started this race, so there's dramas in the pit lane for the 99 car. The 22, though, have been pushed to pit lane, has now started.
Right.
So away they go with this. So it looks to me as if they may well have got that car away. Did they get it away early enough, though? They would normally have a car starting from pit lane, starting a lap down.
Once the pack has gone past the end of the pit lane, and the car can start. But you're seeing a lot of cars moving around. They're just still trying to get things going. You know, there's a G-Drive car just running wide there at turn 5, turn 6. Just can't get it quite tucked into the apex. Running wide, sand on the tyres. You know, and we're still lengthening of those shadows. The sun is going down. It's going to be tough to build that tyre temperature. So, you know, the guys might be struggling and battling a little bit with that, but there'll be team managers, engineers on the radio talking to the drivers saying, take your time, don't overdrive, don't rush it, long way to go. We just need to work our way through this first hour, just bed ourselves in, get established into the race.
Long stream of cars down that main back straight here. It's a long straight here, and you already see the sun is going down rapidly. It goes down very rapidly indeed here in Dubai.
Yeah, we're seeing a split also here between the GT cars and the LMP3 cars. They're all getting into sort of like one another's way a little. And so in the lead, 17 AF Corsa car has scampered away from the other GT competitors.
We're going to be keeping an eye, by the way, on what we're here from Race Control. The 99 Herbeth car has joined the race, and it has joined, as I said, where it probably should have done, a lap down. The 22 car, if it did indeed get pushed to pit lane, does not appear to have obeyed that rule. So the pit exit would have been closed. So we'll keep an eye and see whether or not the report we got, the 22 car effectively started from pit lane, was correct. It certainly started way down the field. Whether or not they got a push from the grid, or whether or not they were pushed to pit lane, will be firmly established soon. But Eric Juliet is not giving this up. He's 0.6 of a second back right now. He's put in the fastest lap this early part of the race. It's a 1:53.130. But this is solid stuff from, let's not forget, LMP2 debutant Rodrigo Sales. holding off Eric Troulier, who does have experience in P2 and P3 on his CV. This pair are pulling away rapidly from the other two LMP2 cars. Behind them, DKR from Colin Noble. Colin, one of the only pro-rank drivers starting this race. And clearly, Nielsen Racing were looking for a clean start to the race. They've got that.
Yeah, they had some problems in qualifying, didn't they? They were
did.
starting at the back. So I think they're just trying to use Colin to get themselves up there, split the strategy a little over all the other LMP3 runners. So, yeah, they're just rolling the dice a little bit here.
Yeah, it was a dodgy throttle sensor that stopped the car briefly, and before he could restart the car, the red flag had been flown for the car being in a position of some risk to Colin.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, because he'd brought out the red flag, that meant he couldn't qualify, they couldn't take part in the restarted session. So they've opted to start their pro driver rather than Tony Wells, the bronze, to try to make good their escape. And so far, that plan has worked.
Yes.
No doubt about it. So,
I think we're going to see him at the front very shortly.
Yeah, and...
but the P3 runners...
Oh, well, it's a spin for Rodrigo Salas. I was just about to say, great lap underway from Rodrigo Salas with purple sectors in 1 and 2, but just lost the car coming through and into the final turn.
Yeah, he just got in a bit deep. Maybe he was just trailing the brake in a bit too hard, got a bit too much weight on that front axle. The rear just went around. Maybe those tyres are still not quite in the operating window, and he just needed to just be that little bit more cautious. We've got some debris on the way down into turn 1.
Yeah, someone's been through one of those course markers, haven't they? That happens a fair amount here, let's be said. Eric Troulier then for Graf Racing leads this race and leads it by 3.3 seconds from Dennis Anderson, with Rodrigo Salas recovering just in time to retain 3rd position in this 4-car LMP2 grid, and then not very far ahead, by the way, of Mathieu de Barbeau, just a couple of seconds, in fact, ahead of Mathieu de Barbeau, who's got Colin Noble in his mirrors.
Yeah, I think this is. I think we're going to see this incident. We're going to be coming back to this, and I think we're just going to review this last corner incident. He's just coming in. He's a little bit tight, and he maybe just locked the rears just ever so slightly. Did go round very, very quickly. A lot of weight on that front axle, and he just looked like he just lost the rear of the car, and got back going and underway again. But
actually caught it pretty well for the speed he was coming in there. For an inexperienced LMP driver, that's at very high speed. Yeah, we saw the cars almost at that point on the circuit when we were out there with you for qualifying, and they're coming past at quite a lick.
Yes, they are. You know, it's a quick corner, quick entries downhill, and you know, on cooler tyres that can really catch you out. But you know, it's happened only what 8 minutes into the race, so you know, plenty of time to recover and get things back under control. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see, won't be too long before we see that Nielsen car back at the front.
Now that is a change of position. That's the 34 car going through. We've not yet seen a penalty or an instruction to give back places unless that's been sorted in the pack. Let's talk about the GT3s at the moment. It's a 17 AF course of this. Is the APM Monaco backed car, the Hansa Conrad Grunewald, the American Ferrari Challenge champion, I think I'm right in saying. Rinaldi Racing's Rino Mastronardi, an acknowledged star as a bronze, and Rino still qualifies as a bronze for this championship only this year, because it still applies for the previous year's driver gradings. Brendan Arieb from pole has just dropped back to 3rd ahead of Frank Bird.
That's great to see, though. Look at this, you know.
Absolutely great stuff.
All tightly packed together, squabbling over those positions. And this great GT racing.
Well, that's Torsten Kratz in the 22 car. The one prototype in amongst there must feel like he's being mugged.
Yeah.
And the difficulty for Torsten is he's going to be quicker through the turns, but not much, if at all, quicker on the straights than these GT3 cars.
Yeah, that's a thing. And it's also difficult to build the energy into those tyres in the LMP3 car. We've got the Aston coming down the inside of the Mercedes, going into turn 1. And,
that was close.
Yeah, that's the quality street car there. On racing. Yes.
That one's going to stick, isn't it?
It is, I'm afraid.
It's a beautiful looking,
you know, quite the livery on that car.
Absolutely chrome purple and yellow, absolutely gorgeous. And the HRT car, by the way, nibbling the heels of the Aston Martin. So at the moment, the Aston, with a Mercedes-AMG engine, by the way, has gone through. He was briefly the quality street in the sandwich of AMG GT3s, and the HRT car goes around the SPS.
He was just waiting to pounce,
too.
wasn't he? So he was just got himself lined up and used that opportunity to get by.
So a hectic 10 minutes, but happily a 10 minutes without much, if any, damage.
Yeah.
little bit of damage to some pride here and there. It's still the Rinaldi Duquesne looking to make its way through this group. He's just gone past the SPS car and up into 18th position overall now.
Mercedes continues to tumble down the order. And the McLaren, the Inception, no, the Optimum car was looking to get its way by, get its nose up inside. He's had it chopped off, and it looks like it's going to make the move stick now.
So Torsten Kratz looking to deal with the 2 GT cars ahead as the Oman Racing car.
No, it's the Temto car.
Yeah.
Wheel to wheel now with that Mercedes.
Got more straight line speed there, though, hasn't he? And the McLaren has taken advantage of just that little bit of balking there. And again, it just doesn't seem to have the confidence of the braking in that AMG.
No, he's...
2 McLaren side by side here with a BMW up the inside, and both of them briefly, the Porsche up the inside briefly. And it's the Optimum car. Is that Frank Bird?
It could well be, yes.
No, sorry, it's Nick Moss. I do apologise. Yet another man who's raced against you in his past career.
All those years ago in karting, I believe, we were racing
these
against one
people
another.
are still able to drive.
Well, it looks like it's going to make the move stick down into turn 1.
And again, it's a braking zone.
Deep.
And up the inside as well, the 59.
Garage 59 car is still just, oh no, on the sand. He's going to make it stick for turn 4.
No, not quite there.
Close. Great racing.
This is good stuff. This is what you want to see from a GT3 field. Depth, quality, variety.
Yeah, the Garage 59 car's just got up the inside now of the Mercedes. Made it stick. And the Porsche as well, taking plenty of curb.
We have notes on our screens that car 22 reported to the stewards a violation of Article 11.2.7.
You were correct.
I think I was probably right that they've done a naughty. I suspect they have left a closed pit lane exit. By the way, I was going to say, as we're watching this fantastic battle in GT3 for the lead of the race, it is Eric Trullier, 5 seconds to the good now, but recovering, Rodrigo Sales is putting in very good lap times. Fastest lap of the race at 151.1, and good to see that a driver in his first LMP2 race in this series has not got himself rattled by a mistake. Since he recovered the car to 3rd place. Regular purple sectors from him.
Yeah, I think it's John Logie, isn't it, in the Mercedes, and he's had a bit of a troubled start.
Yeah, but it's, John, on his licence, Ian is known around the world in GT racing, and for that matter, has raced in LMP3 with us as the Herbeth car outbrakes again. He doesn't seem confident on the brakes.
No, he's not. He's not confident at all as he comes onto the brake zones.
He knows the AMG well. He's raced around Europe. He's a consistent race contender and even winner in the British GT Championship, an identical car to this. So is something just a little bit awry with the balance of that car?
It could well be just a little bit off, you know, tyre pressures, or just things aren't just coming up to temp, or the car is not handling in quite the same way. We are seeing, you know, maybe slightly different conditions today than what we've had in the practice sessions, but yeah, it can be what happens. You know, at a start, a driver just is all the time looking in the mirrors. He's worried about what's coming up, who's catching him, chasing him, and he just ends up driving in the mirrors. And it just takes a good chat from the team manager or the engineer just to sort of get your head down, eyes forward. Don't worry about what's behind you. You need to focus on going forward.
Just watching in the pack here, the bright green car there, that is the Salazar by Cox Racing car in the hands of Peter Cox, another man you've raced against in the past. Is this the Ollie Gavin Masters Series? But it is making very good progress up the field. Did not qualify well, the 48 car, but has been
Peter
is
one of the most experienced men on the grid, and he's a great guy to race. Fantastic chap, and great to see him driving here with his daughter.
So look again, this is the Optimum car up the inside. Bit of big dive bomb there by Nick Moss on Ian Logie, and just gave an opportunity for the 59 car to
got it done
as well.
Yep.
Got it done.
Yeah.
Clean and tidy.
Good to see. Well done, Nick.
There was Nicola Kiergaard, by the way, that almost made it by in the 59 car. That's one to watch, by the way. The Inception and the Optimum McLarens, the 720S GT3s, in the hands of a team that has run those cars for a couple of seasons now, against the Garage 59 team that switched, and this is their first race with their new machinery, and it's going to take some time to get dialed in to the best setup possible for that car.
Absolutely. 35 car, walk on a horse BMW.
This is the AM all-AMP car.
Yeah.
So Henry Wolkenhorst, I think, started. He did. Team owner started that car, 32nd position. Just have a quick look at where we got Peter Cox, but it was made up 10 places since the start of this race.
Yeah, team management car 72 immediately to race control. Not sure what they've done there, or what's happened there, but that's the all-finished team, isn't it?
It is. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. There was someone heading for pit lane there, and there was a little bit of, whether or not it was dust or smoke, from the left rear of the car. It is the D-Station Racing car that's headed to pit lane in the hands of Satoshi Hoshino. That's bad news for the Japanese team. Also enter, of course, a GTE version of this car in the FI World Endurance Championship. It's Peter Cox as well on pit lane. So I think it was Peter we saw heading towards pit lane. So something to ride there too. We've also got
to pit.
Further report to stewards, by the way, of 3 cars, 17, 42 and 49. Now that is the high-class racing car. The 17 is the GT leading car, the AF Corsa car, the APM Monaco, the blue car. And did I say 42 as well?
Yep.
That's the Optima Motorsport car of Nick Moss for alignment on the grid. So there will likely be an investigation underway there too. There might be penalties to come here.
Eric Trullier in the lead here, just working his way. He's doing a fine job, actually. Really good job.
But Dennis Anderson's getting his eye in now and is closing on the leader and being closed down by Rodrigo Sales. Now, the rate of closing at the moment, 154 last time around from Trullier, 152 from Anderson, 151 from Sales. You know what? We're going to have a 3-car battle here.
We are. And then at the moment, it's all clean. There's no traffic. But you introduce a bit of GT traffic into that, and that will really spice things up. And we could see all 3 of them coming together, squabbling over the same bit of tarmac. So yeah, this race is certainly going to be spicy in the next 45 minutes, you know, while these boys run through these first stints.
I'm impressed, very impressed by Rodrigo Sales and his outlook, his attitude and his execution of this since making that mistake into the final turn just a few minutes ago that cost him the lead of the race. He has been very pacey indeed for a first-timer in this car.
And whatever happened at the last corner at turn 16, you know, it was just a blip, and he's put that to the back of his mind. He's just cracked on, and the car must be giving him confidence because he's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
So team manager car 72, you're quite right, that is our Finnish friends up in 31st place at the moment. D-Station Racing, by the way, back out onto the track. The car is still in the hands of Satoshi Yoshino, and now we're into traffic. That's, by the way, that's the late starting number 99 car. Try and see whether or not Nardi can find out what's going on there.
The Cox car going in the box.
Oh, that's not great.
No, it's a shame.
So that car had made great progress, as we said, made up 10 positions.
Didn't look like they had any contact or... No, there's nothing obvious on the exterior, but it's...
Neither does there seem to be.
There's not much activity, which is always a bad sign.
No, there's no frenetic activity there whatsoever.
No.
So another fastest lap, by the way, from Rodrigo Sales as the LMP teams get in amongst the traffic, including the LMP3 leader. This is Mathieu de Barbeau, who has fended off the challenge of Colin Wells.
And that's the FC, is it
Colin
FC?
Wells, Colin Noble.
YC Panda.
It was YC Panda.
YC, not Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, absolutely not Kung Fu Panda. That is Douglas Koo, by the way. Now, regular viewers of and followers of the Asian Le Mans series will know Douglas as part of our Malaysian team that regularly has taken place part before in both GT and LMP3 machinery. Douglas, we're delighted to have him back on the Viper Nisa Racing outfit, and the crew looking after this car. A bit of an amalgam of Douglas's people from Malaysia and the DC Racing team, David Cheng Racing, that came from the Jackie Chan DC Racing efforts, here handling that Audi up the inside, or is it, for the 22 car?
Close.
No further action on the start, apart from it's the 4, the 17, the 22 and the 42 that are under investigation. That includes Nielsen Racing, that was the pole position car, which is, by the way, up into second place now. So Rodrigo Sales has gone through into second place.
Conrad Gronenwald is doing a fine job at leading GT AF Corsa Ferrari.
But that car under investigation.
Yeah, it is. But while it's under investigation, you've got to press on, you know, carry on trying to drive home that advantage.
So the three
appears... Is that BMW running slightly at the back there?
I couldn't see that shot, I'm afraid. I'm terribly sorry. But 20 minutes in, and well, the chess pieces are beginning to move into some sort of rhythm at least.
And 2 Ferraris running at the front there in GT.
That is our race leader, Conrad Grunewald, from Rino Mastronardi. And it is AF Corsa, the blue car, remember, and then Rinaldi Racing in their regular red with black colours. They ran well here last season. They earned a automatic invitation to Le Mans 24 Hours as well. They're first. Let's encourage them to come back. We'll wait to see next week what's going to come for them in the European Le Mans Series. But already looks to me as if there's going to be LMP3 in their future in Europe as well as here in Asia. It looks to me too that he's beginning to be closed down by Rino Mastronardi. That gap is coming down.
Yes, it is. Slowly but surely it is. They just be wanting to just reel off the laps, just being consistent, not risking the car, bringing it back to the pit lane exactly how they left the grid. That's the chat that the team manager would have had with them.
And that's the thing with endurance motorsports. It is a team game. That means
made a mistake there.
Yeah, he did.
Got in too deep. You can see the way the car was squirming on the ABS. Just a bit too wide a line. Couldn't use the apex curve to help that extra rotation. And he's now going to start to get more and more pressure from that Rinaldi car behind him, Rino Mastronardi.
There's battles up and down this GT3 field, not just the Ferraris
all race
at the front.
long. All race long.
Absolutely.
This is going to be. It's going to be fantastic.
So I wonder, I'm guessing here, and it's a guess. Oh, there's a bit of a slide there from John Miller, gathered that one up, that he went off in avoidance of that spinning LMP3 and appears to have, unless we hear something more from race control, kind of catching up with their inbox right now, he appears to have actually picked back up where he would have otherwise been, rather than taking advantage from that rather rapid off-track moment we saw. I hear a car in some distress there. I think I possibly did.
Yeah, might have been a car spinning. It's tricky here on the brakes into turn 10. It's bumpy, and there's a little rise just there as they go past the apex. And that can upset the car as you try to get back on the power. Even with traction control, it can you can lose the car. You see all the cars walking as they go over the curbs there at the exit. Turn 11, sorry, into 12. Seeing the Herberth box here.
Yep. And they'll be keen to see what could be.
Yeah, they're not having such a fantastic race. They were very, very strong here last year.
Yeah, and the first of their 3 cars at the moment, 11th in this class.
But it's a long way.
22nd overall. That's the 91 car, and that's the car that will be taken over later by both, but not at the same time, with the Renault twins. Incredibly strong last year.
BMW up there, 34 cars. John Miller in that. He's certainly putting a lot of energy into those rear tyres. The rear of the car is moving a lot. We saw it slide as it came down through turn sort of 5 and 6, and then I could see he was doing the same coming off of 14. So tyre temperatures and pressures will be a little high on those rears.
While you're watching this action, I'll just let you know that Rodrigo Salas has got the bit between his teeth. He's got the lead gap under 2.5 seconds now.
Getting information that the team management car 48 needs to go immediately to race control.
That's the Cox Racing car.
Yeah.
So whatever has happened,
maybe that was some fluid.
Maybe.
Yeah. A lot of the GT cars are coming through that apex at turn 6, and it's sliding. The car's moving a lot, and it looks like people are scrabbling already for grip. So. There's only 25 minutes into this stint. They're going to be going for at least another 35 minutes on these tyres.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I think it's a handful of non-bronze drivers who started this race. Colin Noble, one of them, Peter Cox, another.
Yeah, I think there's only 6 non-bronze drivers to start this. So, yeah, it was a very inexperienced group of drivers coming down into turn 1. And I think they've done remarkably well to keep it clean and have very few incidents, really.
They really have been really very sensible indeed. A lot of that, by the way, will be to do with the amount of this race. I'm sure we'll see it again tomorrow, that will be held in full darkness, where you'll want the more experienced drivers aboard these cars.
It's going to be tough.
It's if you've been used to seeing night races and other formulae, get used to the fact that it's going to be very, very dark here.
It's going to be really dark for us, I think.
It most certainly is. Not in this room, obviously, but out there on the track, it's going to be quite difficult to pick the cars out. But Eric Trillier now, I think Rodrigo Salas may have actually made a bit of an error there in the first sector. He's dropped back again to 4.5 seconds, lost 2 seconds. So I think he's had a bit of a moment behind this car.
Yeah, I think what it says is that it's quite hard to keep everything just right at the peak performance. And the car might be quite peaky to drive. So it's all about just really keeping to your rhythm, hitting your marks, executing, not overreaching, over-driving.
So 25 minutes gone in this 4-hour race. It is Graf Racing's 39 car. This is the car leading the race, the Hansa Henrik Gruyère, ahead of Rodrigo Sales, who led from pole, had a half spin, cost him a couple of places, has fought back to second, and just dropping back a little more at the moment. It's back into the hands of Dennis Anderson. So 39 from 4, then it's the 49 high-class racing car. There's the Nielsen car in second. And then the ARC Bratislava number 44 Ligier in the hands of Mira Konopka. That car some little way back, about 25 seconds back from the second place battle. As the high-class racing car deals with traffic. LMP3, 5th overall for DK Engineering. A good news for the Luxembourg-based team. Mathieu Barbeau has fought off the challenge from Colin Noble in the Nielsen Racing number 8 Ligier. So it's Duquesne from Ligier from the Inter-Europol competition number 13 Ligier. G-Drive Racing, the Graf Racing enter car, 26 car in the hands of Fabrice Rossello and Nick Adcock in the first of the 2 CD Sport cars. They are placed 5th down through 9th before we get to the last car in the top 10 overall. That is the GT3 leading car, and that is Konrad Grunewald aboard the number 17 AF Corsa car, with Torsten Kratz having now split the GT lead battle in the number 22 car that we think might be in a little bit of trouble for a start procedure infraction, but we'll call that when we see it.
Yeah, still under investigation, isn't it? So we'll see how that goes.
Top 5, by the way, as we look at the number 51 car that will be later feature the talents of Alessandro Pierguidi, and behind is the 33, the second purple car on the grid. That is the Herbeth Motorsport car that will feature Ifeye, our overall champion from last year, later in the race. So it's AF Corsa first in GT3, then it's the 55 Rinaldi Racing, the red and black car. Another of the course markers has taken a biff by the look of things. Garage 59 in the hands of Frankie Bird, running 3rd. That is, I think this is Frankie Bird's first GT race. That is some going from him. He's got ahead of Brendan Arib.
He has.
But it's now...
It's the first time Garage 59 have also run the McLaren.
It is indeed. So 2 McLaren third and 4th. But John Miller, who is one of the silver drivers starting this race, who's running 5th in that 34 BMW M4 GT3 to round out the top 10, as we should, in this packed GT3 grid. It is the Oman Racing Aston Martin, the 69 car in the hands of Ahmed El Hati. Hubert Haupt and the Haupt Racing Team number 6 AMG is 7th. The 96 Attempto Racing Audi in the hands of Finlay Hutchison, having a good run up the field there. Is Finlay is next up, and then it's the 42 Optimum McLaren. 3 of the 4 McLarens in the top 10 in the class, and then rounding out the top 10 in class is the other McLaren. Sorry, it's 4 of the McLarens. All of them in the top 10. So they're going well and liking it here. They were not that strong here in Dubai last year. They were quicker and more competitive, I thought, at Yas Marina, and that will be coming with just another year's experience in that car.
Yeah, exactly. I think they've really got the car in the window now. They've worked away on that, and they've really done a nice job with it. And, you know, the 4 cars that McLaren have entered into here, I think they're working quite well together, and I think Garage 59 coming on board can only strengthen that case for McLaren. So it's, it's good to see. Nice to see also this battle here between the AF Corsa 51 Ferrari. That's being driven by Francesco Piavanetti.
Puerto Rico,
yes.
Francesco, with Victor Gomez, I'm sure his friend from Puerto Rico. I can't remember ever having 2 Puerto Rican drivers in the same car. They're sharing that car with world champion Alessandro Pierguidi.
Fantastic, great to see him here, and it's just, again, it just reinforces that the strength of the Asia Le Mans series and this field in GT is just phenomenal. But this is actually the battle at the front here.
It is. Now the LMP3 traffic's out the way. All of a sudden, Rino Mastronardi's got his dander up. These guys are being closed by both the Conrad Ginetta and also Frankie Bird in the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren. He's having a phenomenal start to this race.
He is. So there's the DKR. Duquesne in LMP3 going across the line, taking another lap in the lead. It's just working its way through the GT traffic, using the lights, flashing nicely.
That's the DKR car, the second of the two. That is the Finish 72 car that's about to be lapped by the leader. So that's the difference that experience with these cars can make. It's a lap for the DKR car on the number 72, the debuting team from Finland, inside, well, just inside half an hour. Oh, big slide there as well. Not got it done yet, by the way. So hold him off for another 15 seconds. You'll make the first half hour without dropping a lap here.
Yeah, Tommy Violainen is battling away with that with the LMP3 car and just getting everything where he'd like it and how he wants it to handle and feel.
So based on 1991 form, the DKR car would have lapped you a little while ago, wouldn't it?
I'd already be a lap down.
This is where the deal is going to get done, up the inside of the number 72 car. So, by the way, the car that spun at the beginning, that's the 27 CD Sport car, is next up. Those cars, 28th and 29th overall in this race. It's Christoph Cresp aboard that car. And there's plenty of traffic to be negotiated here by the LMP3 leader. And I wonder whether or not this might be where we see Colin Noble close up a little bit.
His experience should tell. Navigating his way through that traffic will really be a key thing, and it's going to really be the story of this race and how you deal with the traffic, particularly when it gets dark, because it is tough around here in the dark. There is very, very little external light.
Team manager of the D-Station Racing team is being called to race control. Now, I wonder whether or not we've got pit lane penalties coming, or was there an incident between the two cars, 77 and 48? They were on pit lane reasonably close to each other in time.
It's possible.
So, no sign, by the way, of the Cox Racing car emerging.
I think just by the body language from the team, it did look done.
Which is really bad news this early.
Yeah.
They didn't get the opportunity to see Nico Prong, or indeed, daughter of Peter Cox, Stephanie Cox, who's previously raced here in the Asian Le Mans Series in the first of the all-female crews that begat the Richard Mille Racing team in the WEC. Raced in Shanghai.
We're seeing chunks of the polystyrene stuck in the radiator of the 99 car there. Wouldn't surprise me. That's the polystyrene blocks, you know, the turning blocks and the signage that's out on the track that a number of people have hit.
Yeah.
And that could be maybe causing some cooling issues. I don't know, maybe that's something to do with what happened with the Cox car.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe. Certainly we've had issues caused by them. The 24-hour race earlier this year saw the brand new BMW M4 GT3 swallow one whole. And that did cause some cooling issues.
God, if I was to try and eat one of those whole, I'm sure it'd give me some problems.
Crispy, but otherwise flavourless. Through the first half hour, we've got this lead battle now, and this is all about Captain Conrad Grunewald. Fend off Rino Mastronardi.
And if you're a team manager now, or an engineer, you'll be really trying to advise your driver, don't get into anything too crazy here. We are still within the first hour of the race.
Yep.
There's so much racing to happen here. Just exist on the track together. If there's any questionable move, just let the competition go and follow the car. And he's going to flip-flop backwards and forwards, pit stops.
So we've got a battle for the lead in GT3. We've got a lead for the battle for the overall lead now, because Rodrigo Salas has pulled back that 4 seconds in just a couple of laps and is now on the heels of the 39 car. But led this race from the grid and led it pretty well under pressure from the more experienced, in LMP terms, Eric Trullier. Quick mistake from Rodrigo Salas, and since then he's been pretty much spotless.
So we've got a leader of LMP2 and we've got the leader of GT right there in the same shot.
There you go. They are the two lead battles. Fantastic stuff. Well done, the cameraman, for this one. And where is Eric Trullier going to get by these cars? Because they're ensconced in their own battle. But he's got his mirrors full of the Nielsen Racing team.
Communication from the team is key here. Just letting those GT car drivers know that the P cars are coming.
That was a good move through. Under braking from Rodrigo Salas, it's pushed the Rinaldi car wide, I'm afraid, but he's going to get the better exit here. This could be the moment for Rodrigo Salas. Comes to the scene of his incident earlier in the race. He thinks discretion the better part of valor there, and will get the power down now from the 4.2 litre Gibson V8 engine. Bring the music. Past the Ferrari goes, and on they go. Battle rejoined, half a second across the line between the two cars, leading the race overall. 39 from number 4. And it's just under a second for the two cars in GT3. Frank Bird, by the way, is just about 4 seconds back from that lead battle, and that will not have helped them on that gap. Oh, that's a bit of a lock-up there from Trullier, and again gives Salas an opportunity to put him under pressure.
Yeah, I think it's really only a matter of time, I think, before he manages to wrestle the lead away from Eric Trullier.
He does seem to have the quicker car, the quicker man here at this point in the race. Onto the back straight they come. And get behind here for the toe.
Maybe he's going to get a bit of a toe here. Start weaving their way up.
Gives them the flash of the lights. I believe they've enjoyed that. And I think he's going to get on. Not quite. No. Trullier uses his experience, takes his line. If you're going to go for it there, Sunshine, you're going to have to make a dive for it and risk all. That's not the way to do it. Car 17, 42 and 49, meanwhile, will all have 10 seconds added to their pit stop for disrespecting grid alignment. That is, the number 17 is the GT leader. The 42 is the Optimum Motorsports McLaren of Nick Moss, and 49 is the high-class racing Orica, running third at the moment. We wait to find out what penalty is coming their way. I think it surely will for the 22 car. Pushed to pit lane after stalling on the grid, and did not respect the fact they should have waited for the pit lane to open after a full racing lap was complete. The 99 car did do that, and is trying to recover that ground right now.
57 Kessel car is there, running out of turn 10, 11 into 12. We've got the Colin Noble car just up in front of it, and he's battling away there with. Is that the battle for the lead in LMP3?
It most certainly is.
Yes,
we said we thought it might happen with traffic, and it's proved to be. Colin, the more experienced LMP driver.
But it's taken him some time to get there. I thought that gap was really going to come down a lot faster.
Well, I just wonder, I mean, I didn't get him, we had a quick chat with Colin. I didn't get the impression there was anything seriously wrong with that car, but neither was he particularly interested in in-depth conversation about it.
No.
So whether or not they're just carrying a little bit of an issue, or whether or not he is doing the job of an LMP driver as they get deep into this first hour of the race, and he's been looking after the tyres and letting the less experienced driver burn the rubber.
Yep. Just looking after everything, just letting the race come to him.
His car's still got another 15, 16, 17 minutes of green flag running before we can expect to see them on pit lane. It's not long before we expected to see the P2 cars, though.
That's not what you want. That YC Panda car was almost stopped at the apex there, and Colin was trying to pick a way through that was nice and clean, and he's dropped back a little bit from the DKR car, but that bottomed out as it came through turn 6. Just puff of smoke from the underside of it.
Some great lead battles in under 40 minutes in all 3 of the classes. GTM, by the way, we should talk about just briefly. Ian Lockie, I mean, dropped down the field at the start with. I'd be interested to talk to him and find out what was going on there. Didn't seem very happy with the car, but he does lead GTM.
Yep.
We have 5 cars in that subclass, if you like, within the GT3 field. The SPS Automotive AMG leads it from the Kessel racing car, 57. That car running a couple of places in the pack behind Ian Lockie, and then you've got to go a wee way further back with the Volkenhorst number 35 BMW, the YC Panda Audi, and that delayed start 99 Herberth Motorsport Porsche. They are the 5 GT and running cars.
This is a good battle that you guys have got, but I get a feeling they need a bit of traffic to really spice it up, and I'm not sure Colin quite has the pace at the moment to put the move on him. So he's biding his time, just waiting for the next bit of traffic to come along.
It's a drive-through penalty for car 22, which, by the way, has rejoined the line astern pack in LMP3 after running back up through the field. Drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem as big a penalty as I was expecting for not giving up a lap. Well, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity to chat to Eduardo Freitas about the decision that has been made there post-race. But for now, there is the 22 car, just ducking out the way and allowing, I believe, the overall leaders through here. Is he?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Yeah. There goes the leader. Where is the Nielsen Racing car? Comes in under braking, and that's not where you want to catch the LMP3 car. So needed to be probably a little bit more decisive there.
The 22 car's a little in the way there.
So is the 22 heading the pit lane here? Not this time.
No.
So that, I think, is the inbox dealt with from the start of the race.
It's taken about 40 minutes to deal with all of that and get all of that sorted.
So we know that there have been discussions about whatever's been discussed about the 77 car and the 48 car. So that's the D-Station Aston Martin team manager and the Cox Racing Porsche. Still, I'm afraid, shows no signs of rejoining this race. That car still in the garage. Well, it's been fun so far.
It has.
40 minutes.
Eric is just winding his way through turns 7 and 8, and he's still got the Rodrigo Sales Nielsen Racing car almost glued to his gearbox. The two of them are doing a fine job, not really taking any risks, you know, just getting through this first hour and delivering it back to the team, hopefully to the pit box nice and cleanly.
Yeah. I think I've missed some kind of incident, by the way, for Miro Konopka, who's dropped back through a number of the LMP3 cars, so I think he's had a bit of a moment, and in fact he's still dropping back. And Miro's done a very slow first sector.
Yeah.
And by that I mean 36 seconds for the lead group here, 51 seconds for Miro, so I think the 44 car is in trouble. Stopped between T9 and T10, and
we might go full course yellow here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly where the car is on/off track.
This might get a few teams scrambling.
So keep an eye out for a bright yellow Ligier. Car 45's rejoined.
Dennis Anderson's done a nice job.
Stuck with this, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not far back, and you know, yeah, okay, he's what, 5 seconds or so off, 5.5.
Just caught the rear end of the Ligier making pit lane. So Miro Konopka will bring the Ligier back on the pit lane. There it is, to the pit right of the picture, into the welcoming
maybe an electrical
arms.
issue, or maybe a gearbox issue. Maybe lost drive, managed to get it again.
Absolutely.
Cycled the power, got everything reset.
Car on pit lane now, into the hands of team manager Michaela. Our person of the year, either last year or the year before, I failed to remember, but Michaela, the team manager at ARC Bratislava, and no mean racer herself in a variety of machinery, including Mazda MX-5s.
Okay.
And Euro NASCARs, by the way, Michaela.
Oh, yeah.
Don't mess with Michaela, I think is the answer. She's fighty, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
In a good way.
For it.
In a good way. So you see Bratislava on pit road now. And hopefully we'll hear some more about what's going on there. Conrad Grunewald still, by the way, holding off Rino Mastronardi, who now has got his own troubles because Frank Bird is right with the Rinaldi car.
We're just seeing a bit of action here with the Oman Racing car. Oh, just putting it up the inside there of the Inception car. And Brendan Arib is got a few guys stacked up behind him.
Right, Hubert Haupt is well involved in this.
Yeah.
These are 3 experienced drivers in GT cars. Brendan Arib just been racing absolutely everywhere he possibly can.
He gave him just enough room there. It's good racing.
There's the train. It's the McLaren Aston Martin AMG train. It's the kind of train we like to see. Bit of a flash of the lights from the Omani driver. Bit of a squirrel under braking as he made it through.
Not quite.
But as that, given it has Hubert Haupt the opportunity to go up the inside there.
Oh, boys.
Oh, great stuff.
Oh, yes.
Car 72, by the way, is going to be getting a drive-through penalty for contact with car 35 at turn 14. That was, I think, very early in the race.
Right.
Here are the first pit stops in the LMP2 field, together with that would be the 22 car serving its pit stop penalty, drive-through. It's a driver change for Nielsen Racing.
Rodrigo Sales is out.
That is his. That, by the way, for a 3-driver crew, is his minimum drive time done.
Yeah, rather slow getting out of the car, almost to the point of like he wasn't maybe told he was getting out.
But in that spell, by the way, set the purple sectors for all 3 sectors, not on the same lap, but purple sectors for all 3 sectors. I'm sure he and Nielsen Racing will be well pleased with that. Rodrigo, because racers do, will be focused on one moment, and that was the half spin after that. But the reality of the situation there, that was his LMP2 debut in this series, and that was no mean feat against Eric Trullier, who has way more prototype experience than he does.
Absolutely. We've got new tyres going on here on the Nielsen 4 car.
High Class Racing, by the way, also on pit lane. So Rinaldi 22.
Just got, I think that was the earthing cable. He just pulled off the side of the number 4 Nielsen car just as it was leaving the box. It was almost like that was nearly missed.
Yeah, that would have been a penalty. So Nielsen Racing came in from second position, the hands of Rodrigo Sales. It's Matt Bell that will be looking to take his opportunity in this effort.
Yeah, so new tyres for Matt, and he'll be getting on the way, and that car is going to be quick. So nice time to be driving.
Deco Engineering, by the way, up in the second position overall in the LMP3 car. Rinaldi Racing back out on track. It's, of course, no change for the driver there. It was a drive-through penalty. High Class Racing, it's Kevin Weeder aboard the car. Talk a little bit about Kevin in a moment or two. And the leader is on pit road. It's Eric Trullier. Is on pit road now. And don't think we're going to see a driver change.
I think he's staying on board. He's staying on board. I can still see him in the car. So unless they did that very quickly before we even got to the shot.
I think I'm right that Kevin Weeder, last time we saw him in a prototype car was WEC when the Collis team ran Lotus LMP2s. And that's quite some time ago, so it'd be interesting to see what his form is like. Long-time historic racer, Kevin. Graph Racing car back underway now. These are timed pit stops, if I recall correctly. Matt Bell immediately, by the way, a purple sector.
I believe it's timed if you're an AM entry.
Yep. Which?
I believe. Graph it is.
Nielsen isn't.
Nielsen is not.
The other 3 cars are. So out comes the number 39 car. And Duquesne, leading LMP3, is possibly ahead of him here.
Yeah, I think it is. Didn't see them change tyres. Did you see that?
I thought they might have done.
Maybe just did the lefts.
So the other thing to remember here is there is a limited supply of tyres for these teams. And so what are they allowed in the 4-hour race here, Ollie?
So they're allowed, for P2 you're allowed 14 tyres or 3.5 sets. For P3 you're allowed 10 tyres or 2.5 sets. And for GT you're allowed 18 tyres, that's 4.5 sets. So it really does have to come into the strategy there. And it goes, the guys who have got the big brains will be sitting at the laptops working through all of that, trying to figure out which driver's going to do what.
There's times I hate being right. It's not often, as my wife would tell you.
I don't think it is it?
No,
have you been right this week?
About to be, because there's a drive-through penalty coming for car 77, the D-Station Racing car, and that was indeed for contact with car 48, the Cox Racing car. So I wonder if that was a clash of wheels that's done something to the drive shaft or the gearbox. It can happen.
Yes. And it's the way that the 48 car came in and it just got pushed back into the garage. There was just no activity at all.
Yeah.
Body language was very downbeat. Yeah, that was done.
So Eric Trullier is back out into the lead of LMP2.
Brendan Areeb's doing a fine job keeping the Aston and the Mercedes behind.
This is a great little battle. This, by the way, is the battle for 5th position in GT3. Inception Racing from Oman Racing from Hout Racing Team. 3 makes, 3 very different cars. Although oddly, all turbocharged V8s.
Yeah. 1 in the front, or 2 in the front.
1 in the back.
One in the back.
Or
in
the middle.
The middle, yeah.
New fastest lap of the race, by the way, unsurprisingly to Matt Bell. It's a 1:48.714. Matt is pushing and pushing hard.
Yeah, he's
and
going
doing
to be
that
taking
early.
massive chunks out of the lead.
And it's a new leader in LMP3. Colin Noble has made his way by. Spotted him as close, but
just got into that traffic and maybe used a little bit of traffic to get by.
Yeah.
And that experience as well.
They were, by the way, behind the Graf Racing car, so the LMP3 lead did not take the lead of the race in that exchange of pit stops. But it is still very busy out there. There's barely been a moment where we've not had battles within a class or traffic. Through comes the race leader on that three-car battle. Again, Hubert Haupt looks at the inside. Is he going to make it this time? Doesn't quite do it. Ahmed Al-Hati. He's no pushover in a GT3 car. The Omani has been proudly flying the flag for his nation in GT racing around the world for some time, and he would dearly love to win this series.
It's like the Mercedes just got that little bit of extra traction off the corner, but then the Aston just has got a little bit more grunt. It gets up to those higher gears. That acceleration just gaps it away a little bit. It's great racing.
So Nielsen Racing, by the way, lost 28 seconds in that pit stop to Graf Racing. That was how much longer they were on pit road. And that gap, by the way, has been, well, as Hubert Haupt gets a warning for track limits. It's down to 10 seconds now, so that's a mark of the pace of Matt Bell since he climbed aboard the car.
Nielsen did have that slower pit stop. It seemed like that they weren't sure on the driver change, and it took a long time to get Rodrigo Sales out of the car.
Would be interested to find out, you're absolutely right, what was going on there, unless there was a change of heart, whether or not I'd already understood he would do one stint.
Yes, you would think that that's the logical thing to do, but it's maybe that he had a problem getting belts undone or something disconnected, or all those sort of things that you find, you know, first race of the season, new team, new car, new scenarios. You just got to run through all of those things and practice, practice, practice.
Well, on the last lap, Matt Bell has dealt with the traffic ahead, which was the lead pair of LMP3s, which now means second and third overall are the two Nielsen Racing cars, the P2 and the P3 car. 39 from 4, that gap is down to 8 seconds. Matt Bell is scything into the advantage of Red Trillier. I think he's going to be with him within 2 laps.
Yes, I think so as well.
Traffic willing. Colin Noble, meanwhile, has passed Mathieu de Barbeau and is pulling away as they get towards the end of their stint.
Maybe you were right, Graham. Again, amazing. You were actually right.
Twice in
I know.
one go, dear me.
That Colin was just maybe looking after those tyres, and he was just playing the long game, just getting himself in. And
the other part of experience, the team game part of it, is bring the car back, with consistency. So you've got pace across the stint rather than at a set point.
Yeah.
The long game appears to have paid off for the Scots. So Trillier from Matt Bell in the overall lead, and
there's
Colin Noble. There we go.
Brendan Arib has still got the Oman racing car and the HRT car behind.
So despite the fact that it's been feisty at times, they've not changed positions.
No. And they're being smart. No contact that I've seen. He's got close.
John Miller, by the way, going on the 34 car, 4th in GT in the M4 GT3. I keep having to stop myself saying M4 GT4.
Yeah.
There's a new one of those coming as well, by the way, with the new style M4. It's been a very successful GT4 car around the world, and BMW not short of customers for their new GT3 weapon. Car 4 now under investigation. That is the Nielsen Racing car for speeding in pit lane. That tends to be a pretty foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Whenever it pops up, that means that it's usually a penalty coming. And
so Matt will be in a hurry now to get by, because he's going to need a gap, isn't he?
Yeah, Nielsen just needs to take a breath here. They just need to take a breath. Just nice. Just.
Let's go down to pit lane. Nadia Nash has got Rodrigo Sales with her in the Nielsen Racing crew.
In the garage of Nielsen Racing, we've got Rodrigo Sales here with her. He just got out of the car. Matt Bell went in. He left the car in second position for LMP2. So we want to ask him, of course, the question, how was your stint just now for the first hour, Rodrigo?
Well, I mean, I'd say it didn't go exactly as I'd hoped. I made a small mistake, a little bit too hard of initial brake hit and locked the rears and lost the rear in the final corner. But apart from that, I was able to make up the time. I lost a couple of spots. Was able to retake second place and just really use traffic to my advantage to try to catch up to right on the rear of the leader. But you know, just ran out of time really to retake that lead. He wasn't making any mistakes, which meant that I really I needed a little small mistake on his part or a little bit of traffic to get the position back. But overall, you know, I've only had 2 days in this car, so quite happy. The car felt good. Team's doing a great job, and just excited to be here and really enjoying it.
All the best. So that was it from Rodrigo Sales right here at Nielsen Racing. Back to Graham and Ollie.
Well, thanks, Nadia. Yeah, I think that Rodrigo's was obviously having...
Was that you being right this time?
locking the rears coming into turn 16. It's just new car issues, you know. He's just a little unfamiliar with things. He's only just had two days in the car. And I think most probably that's what happened at the pit stop. That he arrived in the pit box and went, oh, how do I get out of the car? I've not really done this before in a racing situation, highly pressurized. So yeah, so that was likely what was going on there. But now we're seeing this is the Nielsen Ligier LMP3 car with Colin Noble in the box, and they're going actually into the pit box.
Oh dear, no, that's not great.
No,
I was about to say that's about right for the timing. We've got a GT car also on pit lane. Car 49 has spun at turn 12 and rejoined. That is the high-class racing car of Kevin Weider. It's all happening at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
certainly for Nielsen Racing, and they've got to be serving that. It looks like they've been caught for speeding in the pit lane with the P2 car with Matt Bell, and Matt's got into the lead. He's got past the Graf Racing car, but I think he's going to have to come back into the pits and serve a penalty. It's likely to happen.
We'll wait and see what happens with that one. So Nielsen Racing, good news, they're ahead. Bad news, we think it's got a penalty coming. Further bad news, that the number 8 car, the LMP3 entry, having taken the lead of the race, is now on pit lane and in the garage. Not great news at all. We've got number 12 car, the dynamic car. I'm surprised we're seeing GT pit stoppers before LMP3 here.
It's unusual, isn't it? But is that a minimum drive time thing? Do you think that that's the minimum drive time?
We're not at an hour yet, are we?
GT.
I'll have a quick look.
Yep. Okay. Well, tyre change for the number 12 dynamic car. There's only a minimum amount of air guns that you're allowed, and people over the line. The air hose out, and they're waiting. They're holding.
So Brendan Reeb is in. John Miller is in the 34 car. So the 34 BMW is in pit lane. The 7 Inception Racing cars in pit lane, and a number of the lower placed GT3s. The 57 Kessel, the 33 Herbeth car. That's the car with CFA aboard, and Tarasau aboard that car. The dynamic car we've just seen, and the TF Sport 95 with John Hartshaw.
Yeah, the 12 cars just left the box, joining right out of pit lane very shortly.
Spot on. Its bronze driver's minimum is 55 minutes.
Oh, there we go.
That's why.
Yeah. Good
I should have listened to you in the first place.
I'm right again. Amazing.
That's 2 each. We've not even done an hour. It's going to be a lot better than last year.
Inception Racing on pit lane, the number 7 car, Brendan Reeb. I'm sure he's going to be jumping out of the car. I think that's what Ollie Milroy said. Ollie's jumped in the car. Looks like he just did left sides there. And the minimum pit stop time. Just getting ready. Engine fired up, ready to go. Lights on. And he will be waved out. There might be even a clock on the dash counting down, counting his seconds down. He cannot leave the pit lane. I think it's 100 seconds.
That's the gap now. It's almost the length of the pit straight. Matt Bell from Eric Trouillet. So Matt has got the hammer down. Yeah. I think he'll be being told that there might be something coming his way. Or would you? Would you tell him at this point?
I would say nothing. Not right now. Just wanted to get his head down, deliver, just be consistent and
strong. Tell him he needs to push.
Yeah, push. And you know, Matt is an absolute pro, and he is hooked up with this Orica right now, and it's looking like he's right in the zone, so that's great to see.
Yeah, the more pursuits of the 2 Bell brothers, Matt and the younger,
He's younger, I believe, isn't he?
Less hairy.
Yeah.
Oh, more hairy, sorry. 22, the Rinaldi racing car, the WTM Duquesne. Some would say more attractive. But that car...
Would Rob say that?
No, and we'll remind me when I see him next. But the...
Hi, Rob, if you're watching.
Hi, Rob. WTM, the Wochenspiegel Team Manshout effort, this with Rinaldi this season. As we said previously, raced with us here last year under Phoenix Racing's banner, but there's been big changes in the year that's passed through for Phoenix Racing.
So at this point, it must be that the drivers are sitting there watching the clock, or they're being counted down on a radio so that they can leave the box at a designated point. That's why you're seeing a car sat there with no work going on.
Indeed. And that car rolling, and off they go. Also on pit lane, the 20 SPS Automotive AMG for Ian Lockey, so that will be his minimum drive time done. Minimum drive time, by the way, varies for a variety of reasons. 2 drivers and 3 driver crews is different. The difference in the driver ranking as well, and the class within which you sit. So it's not as simple as it's 55 minutes for a bronze.
No.
Depends on whether or not you've got 2 or 3 drivers aboard that car.
Yeah, so we ought to explain, actually, there's a minimum amount of time that a car has to be on the pit road, and that's what they're being held for, to make sure that the actual pit stop itself is done safely, particularly in terms of driver changes, making sure you're getting a driver out of the car nice and safely, and getting everything unbuckled and all the safety systems unhooked, and then everything with the new driver going in, all connected correctly and hooked up. And you see the 51 here, the AF Corsa car, and you see the driver helper in the door there, and just getting the new driver installed, and they're doing right sides, and they're going to come out and do the left sides now, and you're only allowed 1 gun over the wall, or over the line, let's say, at a time. And he's racing to get back, and they're now waiting and holding. 2
separate numbers on the side of that car. It's the regulatory 51 on the orange-backed number panels, as we've got a battle underway between 2 McLarens, and also the heritage numbers in the white circle with the black numbers.
Who is on board? Is it Nick Moss still on board the Optimum car?
It's Nick Moss and Nikolai Giergaard, isn't it, in the Garage 59 car? That car is going really well.
Yeah, Nikolai, I think, was just pinged for track limits. I saw something flash up on the timing screen, I believe.
And also Finlay Hutchinson is in this battle. All 3 cars battling for position here. So it is the Optimum Motorsport car ahead. That's the orange car, the lead of that 3, with the blue light showing in the middle of the windscreen, middle top of the windscreen. In his wheel tracks is the blue and white car, the number 59 car from Garage 59, and then the 96 Audi from Attento Motorsport.
Have we seen the Optimum car pit?
We have not.
No.
None of those cars. So at the moment, so he's stretching this, isn't he? They're clearly confident of his pace. So they will stretch to the full fuel load here. So within now into the second hour of this 4-hour race. Right. Nick Moss from the UK leads the Dane. 14th and 15th overall for this pair. And that is 6th and 7th, and 8th, including the Audi, line astern.
Tempto car in the background there, just and the Optimum cars comes to the pit lane, and so does the
all
Garage
3. It was. I don't think that was planned, was it? It was pit out, pit out.
Yeah, it was really last minute.
And it's a black and white flag, by the way, just the right time for him to pull in before he's told he's got to do so for a penalty. So he's stretched the patience just enough.
Yes.
This is the 17 car. This is the AF Corsa car, the APM Monaco branding on the
And they had
car.
that hold, didn't they?
They did.
Of the 10 seconds.
They did.
Before they're allowed to start, and that's why you can see the fueler just hovering over the nozzle there just before he could plug in and get fueling with the car. He had that penalty there, had to.
So, also seen the lead cars in LMP3 on pit lane as well. D-Car Engineering have made their stop, and on the way out now with Sebastian Alvarez now at the wheel of the number 2 car, and what is that, 25 seconds ahead now of the second place car in LMP3. That's the 13 into Europol Ligier, as the team go to work with tyres for the number 17. That's into Europol car in the hands of Alexander Bugenshoff. And
It's tremendously physical, isn't it, doing the pit stop? These boys have trained for it, drilled for it. They really are strong lads.
There's a viral video did the rounds with the FIWC a few years ago when we had the Porsche factory team, and they had one of their monster mechanics was able to kind of
carry 2 wheels.
Well, basically take one wheel off in one arm and locate the other wheel with the other arm.
Extraordinary strength. The 17 car is going to be released shortly. He's obviously being counted down as well by that someone on the radio or a clock that's on the dash. To Europole car, the 13 car.
Second place car at the moment. So another team that has won here titles in Asia. A very new look to the driver squad for Europole, and they're going to be busy this coming year, not just in LMP3 with a return to the European Le Mans Series with a 2-car Ligier effort, but also an expansion of their LMP2 efforts. Return after an impressive full WC season last year with the Orica, with a 2nd car in the ELMS as well. So 2 LMP2s, well, if you include this car, 3 LMP3 efforts across 3 different series from a team that really doesn't feel like it's been with us for that long, the Racing Bakers. Named that way, by the way, by their fans, because Europole is an industrial bakery. That's what they are, as well as a very mightily handy race team. So 20 car, the SPS Automotive Performance car. That was the car that was started by Ian Logge, and now in the hands of Valentin Pierberg, a regular with this team. The black livery, the crowd stripe, Richard Mille branding. It is a handsome looking car, that.
It is. A stealth machine.
Matt Bell, by the way, as all cars are instructed to turn on the lights, you can see the light is beginning to fade around this circuit.
Matt Bell has absolutely got the hammer down. He's 25 seconds clear of Eric Trullier in the Graf Racing car. So, yeah, he's really driving home that advantage.
Kevin Weider looks to be having a little bit of a struggle as well. He's way back, over 1.5 minutes back from Trullier. So this is going to be about whether and if and when Nielsen Racing get a penalty.
So the Optimum boys have done their pit stop, and Andrew Watson's in the car now, taking over from Nick Moss after Nick did a fine stint.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah, just trouble-free, error-free, just went about it exactly as you want your bronze driver to do.
And those cars have exchanged positions in the pits, because the 59 was behind the Optimum car, so there's been a change of position.
The 59 might have just come out of the pits because Andrew Watson is eating him up, and he's going to get up the inside here, down into turn 1. Doesn't look like the 59 car has got their tyres up to temp.
That's James Foles aboard that car, and
yeah, James.
We'll talk about James in a little while. Let's look back at the first hour here for the 4 hours of Dubai. It was a fairly neat and tidy start, but a few penalties were to follow. Rodrigo Sales got away with the number 4 Nielsen Racing car, their debut, full season debut in LMP2 with this brand new Orica. So neat and tidy there. There was a few hiccups behind with a spinning LMP3 car and some GT3 cars off in avoidance in the early parts of this race. So Sales it was holding off Eric Trullier, was keen to try to get onto terms with the LMP2 debutants. Plenty to watch and savour in GT3. Dive up the inside there for the number 42 Optimum car, the 59 McLaren, debut for the team with the McLaren 720. Tried to do what they could, but getting past Ian Logge's SPS Performance AMG didn't quite make it. But it's been tusslesome in GT3, including these 3, Brendan Arieb, Ahmed Al-Hati and Hubert Haupt. And this was, well, pass, no pass, repeat throughout the first 40 minutes or so of the race. In LMP3, Mathieu de Barbeau fending off initially the challenge of starting driver for Nielsen Racing, Colin Noble in the number 8 Nielsen Racing team. That would change later after a bit of a half spin cost the lead for Rodrigo Sales. He would get back onto terms for a fine end to the finish. Graf Racing to lead the race to the pit stops. Back to live action. It's the APM Monaco car. That car, after that pit stop, dropped back. Louis Pret now down in 7th position. Rinaldi Racing's David Perel leading GT3 from Ollie Reilroy. You're quite right, you said a little earlier, Ollie has climbed aboard the Inception racing car. Gap between the two of them, though, fairly substantial, 15 seconds. So David Perel inherited a good car there from Rino Mastronardi. He battled away for the lead with this car, but this car's dropped back.
Yeah, it must have had a troubled pit stop or outlap or
20 seconds longer on the pit stop for the number 17 car.
Yes, it's there's a mix-up, small mistake.
We're about to tell you about the driver aboard the number 59 car before we into highlights, and we'll wait till we get a shot of the 59 before we talk about James Vowles. So, but through comes Louis Pret. Louis, pretty quick, actually. Yep. So hopefully he can recover some of that time lost on pit lane. We saw that pit stop and didn't look to be a particular problem.
Exactly, and they were counting them down, and it was maybe they got the wrong maximum time for the pit stop.
Bit odd.
Yeah. Two-car, the Decane of DKR.
That car with a big lead here now.
The Nemo car.
And that because of the problems for the Nielsen racing car, which, by the way, is still in the garage, and that does look pretty terminal. Certainly, it's going to count them out of meaningful points finish here.
Well, actually, I think the Nielsen car...
that was the 8 car Colin Noble pushing the garage.
I think it's an exhaust issue.
Exhaust issue.
Or exhaust issue.
Let's go down and hear a little bit about what's going on with DCAR Engineering with Mathieu de Barbo and Nadia on pit lane.
Leading the pack for LMP3 is car number 2 for DKR Racing, and I've got the driver that just got out of the car and passed it on to Sebastian Alvarez. We have Mathieu de Barbo here with us. Matthew, tell us about your stint.
Yeah, I was quite happy about my stints. I did a really great job, and the setup of the car was quite amazing. I give the car to my teammate with maybe 50 seconds in advance, so I'm quite happy about that.
Fantastic. Great job out there. All the best to your team. And that was it from car number 2 here, DKR Racing.
Yeah, it's been a good race from the DCAR Engineering squad, and pretty clearly that exhaust problem for Nielsen Racing has spoiled their day. Do we have any information about whether or not the car's going to be back with us?
Yeah, I think it will be. I think they're working on it, and I believe that Colin is still... Is Colin still in the car, or
yeah?
Tony's sat waiting in the car while they're fixing it.
So Tony will rejoin the race when that car is ready to come back, and I think at this point they've probably got a better hope for troubles for others. But DCAR Engineering looking set fair at this point. Their closest rivals eliminated from the lead battle, and their lead is extending 52 seconds now to the good over into Europol. The 44 car, by the way, the AOC Bratislava car, we saw that car in trouble a little early after something of an incident for Miro Konopka. It's a further issue. It's going to be a 10-second time penalty added to their next pit stop for overtaking car 34. That's the pro-crewed Vulcan Horse BMW beyond the track. So that would have been a bit of a miscue, methinks, in traffic, but being punished for it. So Nielsen Racing, Matt Bell is herring away here, 46 seconds to the good now. So to be blunt, if the punishment for that is a drive-through, he's burned that, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Graf Racing ahead of Kevin Weider in the high-class racing number 49. They're still 1, 2, 3 in the order. Sebastian Alvarez at the moment leading LMP3 from the Inter-Europol competition cars. We say that gap heading up towards a minute. Then the G-Drive Racing 26 car third. CD Sports lead car of their 2 in the hands of Michael Jensen. Not Mikkel Jensen, but Michael Jensen. That car running 4th in P3. Then the Rinaldi Racing 22 car that has shrugged off the difficulties and the travails thrown at it. We watched the number 95, the red Aston Martin, coming by. That looks very Johnny Adam-like to me.
It did look rather like it was Johnny behind the wheel, but I'm not sure it is. I think it's Henrik Chavez.
Oh, right, excellent. Henrik Chavez has been involved with GT3 racing for several seasons, in particular in the International GT Open, some outings as well in the GT World Challenge Europe, but known probably to the ACO Rules racing community for his efforts at LMP2 Dallara a few seasons ago in the ELMS. The Adrian Vallis.
The 33 Herberth car. Who's aboard that at the moment? Is that Yifei?
Yifei is with us.
Yes.
This is our overall champ from last season. What a stellar year he had with overall championship wins here in Asia and also in the European Le Mans Series. A unique record, I believe. And so close to a Le Mans win in LMP2. The car failing on the final lap.
Very tough.
But he's got a smile back on his face.
Yep.
He's got full season here with this Herberth Porsche, and also announced this week that he'll be coming to the European Le Mans Series for a second time, at this time with Cool Racing.
Yep.
And he'll be joining in that car Nicolas Coyton and the evergreen and still very rapid Nico Lapierre.
But Yifei is here. He's got some backing with Porsche. He's a Porsche.
It's the Porsche Asia Pacific Performance or Nominated Driver, and that is a nice title to have. It means that there's a lot of spotlight on him.
And it also shows that when Sasha Masson is here, who is someone I used to race against someone way back. If Sasha Masson looks after the sort of young driver program and development program for Porsche, and he's here advising and guiding Yifei through his first races with Porsche. So they've got some real effort behind him and focus on him.
Absolutely, and Sasha, we gather, is going to be with Yifei for the European Le Mans Series efforts as well, coaching him through in LMP2. So you can join the dots and see what might be the final destination for his career in that program. So replaced, by the way, Alessio Picariello in that slot with Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific, and it's not doing him any harm in terms of his career moving forward. And the Asia Pacific arm of Porsche Motorsport, very active indeed in promoting motorsport opportunities for professional teams and customer teams in their marketplace. They're getting pretty revved up with it.
Kevin Weider here in the
curb there
in the high-class racing car, getting
to grips with it. Its times are consistently, slowly getting quicker in this car.
It's tough out there at the moment. It's just trying to get everything going. You know, it's that track temp would have dropped off, and it'd be a real battle to get everything back up to 10.
Watching the sun coming down, you can see the tower blocks in the background. Just got the sun at the top of the floors now. That's the veil of night is beginning to fall over the Dubai Autodrome, and it's going to be a completely different challenge for the teams, the drivers, and Ollie, for us.
So let's see how this goes. Yeah, it's certainly Kevin Weider is making his way through the traffic, and he's doing a fine job. But he just needs to keep working away and chipping away at those lap times. But there is a pretty decent split between the lap times that Matt Bell can do and the lap times that Eric Trullier and Kevin Weider can do. And I think that just maybe highlights somewhat how well Matt has just got in the car, got the tyre switched on, and he's just up the road.
64 seconds to the good now. Remember, this is a 1 minute 40 or 1 minute 50 lap at the moment from Matt, so he's not a million miles away from being able to think about putting a lap on the field here.
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen.
I still do think, though, unless there's been an error in pit lane, he's got a penalty coming.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. So Ollie Milroy in the Inception racing car. He'll be going well in that. He knows that very, very well, that car. He's trying to chase down the Rinaldi car with David Perel at the wheel. Good little battle going on. There's not much between them.
Yep, absolutely. Brendan Arebe and Ollie Milroy got more laps and more mileage in a McLaren than Lando Norris has. Quite extraordinary programs. This is the number 55 car, our lead car overall in GT3. This 22 car field here today. 23 cars we'll hope to have back in time for Abu Dhabi. But David Perel, South African, known in particular outside of his real-life motorsport for his other business, another career in sim racing, where he's known as Coach Dave, and provides sim racing setups for cars around the world, and is very well known in that community. Has been with us for the last couple of seasons in the European Le Mans Series as well, and helped towards the number 55 Sprinter race car, getting second overall in La Messe and going to Le Mans this year. Let's go down and have a word with Rinaldi Racing, leading this race. Nadia Nash is in the team garage right now.
Yep, car number 55 is leading the pack for the GT field, and there was a change of driver just now. We managed to grab Reno right here with us. So Reno, can you tell us about your stint just now, maybe some of the challenges that you faced, and who's in the car right now?
The stint was very good for me. I made a very good start. The car was great, I would say, I have to say. The only trouble I had was an LMP3 that was just in front of me. That slowed me down a lot at the beginning. But then I was able to overtake him and then catch the leading car. I stayed behind because by radio they told me that I had a 10-second penalty at the pit stop, so I didn't want to take any risk to overtake it. And so I waited a bit, and then as soon as I found the chance to overtake it without risk, as I said, I did it. And then I was able to gain to put some gap in between me and the following car. And we made a stop. The guys have been perfect as usual. And now David is in the car, and I trust him 100%. I'm sure he will bring back the car in first position. I'm ready for David for the last stint.
Right, very optimistic. All the best. Good job out there. So that was it. Here we're at the garage of Rinaldi Racing.
As much information there from Reno as you get an average engineering download, I think. Excellent stuff from Reno Mastronardi. A highly professional bronze rank driver, it is fair to say. Reno Mastronardi will be silver in the 22 season proper, but retains his bronze ranking here for the Asian Le Mans Series. That is, have been the regulations throughout this period where the calendar's been shoehorned into this period, but technically speaking and by regulation, this is the 2021-22 Asian Le Mans Series. That's why.
David Perel was just doing a fine job in avoiding the YC Panda car at turn 14. It seemed to want to make quite hard work of getting by him, and the YC Panda car didn't want to let him by for some reason, and then got alongside, and it was almost like he'd just seen him. But that's all part of multi-class racing and dealing with lap cars, is trying to make your way through and by the slower traffic.
I was going to say Eko Lau may be a little bit bamboozled, but that's a little bit too extended a Panda joke, to be honest with you. We're not going to go down that road. It's too early. 2 hours 38 minutes to go, and Ollie Milroy is pushing on. I've kept talking to him. He doesn't get a chance to get a word in edgeways on that one. But Ollie Milroy, I think, sniffs the opportunity to close this gap at the moment to David Perel. He is quicker this time around, or last time around rather, and is bringing that gap down 12.7 seconds. Ollie looking a bit racier than perhaps we've seen for the last couple of laps. So this will be part, I'm sure, of the strategy, looking after the tyres, looking after the car.
Certainly speaking to Ian Morgan at McLaren Motorsport, Ian was saying that they feel that the long run pace of the McLaren 720S is really one of their strengths, and that they feel that the race is going to come to them as they get deeper and deeper into it. So let's see if that plays out. But yeah, Ollie's very experienced in this car, very experienced with this team, and I believe he's done plenty of driving here as well. So he knows his situation, and
yeah, Ollie,
smart.
Ollie's been getting a lot of mileage as part of this programme. He's been looking after Brendan Reeb and his racing programme, and that has been a programme like few I've ever experienced. They seem to be racing every weekend. Bumped into one of the Optimum Motorsport truckies. This was just as we were recovering from the lockdown. This was towards the end of the 2020 season. We bumped into one of the guys at one of the service stations on the way back from Monza. 17 consecutive racing weekends in Europe they had that year.
So we're just seeing Alexander West in the Garage 59 car, and he's getting closed down by Chandler Hull in the BMW M4, and Rory Penton in the HRT Mercedes. There's a queue of cars that are going to be upon him very shortly. Yeah, it's great racing. This GT field is
8
Absolutely
GT3
brilliant.
cars back-to-back, including cars, I think, about to put a lap on some of their compatriots in GT3 machinery. Now, looking at that is the
Andrew Watson, the Optimum car, I believe.
42 car.
He's just making his way past, he's at the 35. BMW M4.
So yeah, he is beginning to put laps on some of the tail enders, and particularly some of the AM class entered cars. So Andrew, the hammer down.
Yeah, and I think that he'll be in for a stint or so, and then it'll be Joe Osborne into finishing that car.
It will.
Good to see how Joe goes. It's his first time here in the Asia Le Mans Series, I believe.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right.
Yeah, and Joe's a local lad to me. Lives in sort of next town over from me. Have the odd coffee with him. Great to see him. He's out here, I believe, with his family. So it's also Rachel's out here with him. So that's great.
Excellent stuff. I've had the pleasure to stand next to Joe and commentate on, I think it was his first TV commentary gig.
Yeah.
With a British GT race at Snetterton. He did a fine job with that. It's been picked up as a regular.
Only man in the paddock with a bigger nose than me.
No, that's not fair. I could name some. I won't, but I could. Nielsen Racing, minute 28 seconds now ahead, so about 30 seconds more of a gap, and we're looking at a lap lead for the Nielsen Racing crew. Graf Racing, High Class Racing, 1, 2, 3, those three. DCAR Engineering still pulling away a little from Inter Europol. ARC Bratislava beginning to recover some of that lost ground, but they've got a way to go yet before they can rejoin the
this is the race though, the GT here.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's just all bottling up a little bit behind Alexander West.
But he's keeping them behind.
He is. Chandler Hull, Rory Penttinen, Louise Perret. They're all squabbling for the bit of tarmac, which you'd love to see.
Well, Alex running third, by the way, in this class, lest we forget, and he's 19 seconds back from Ollie Milroy. Talked about his run earlier. Behind him, though, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars with under a second between them, then 1.2 seconds, then 1.3 seconds. That's the train that extends all the way down to Andrew Watson in that Optimum car, the orange car. There you go, in the back of that shot.
It's like Andrew Watson is just trying to grab onto the back of that train.
Yep.
And once he's hooked onto it, I'm sure he'll stay there and pile the pressure on.
It is fast and furious stuff.
It is great to see.
So
Alexander West, he's just edging away, isn't he, from Chandler Hull?
Yep.
It's like you're seeing this sort of like yo-yo up and down with the different strengths and weaknesses of the McLaren to the BMW M4, you know, to the Ferrari, to the Mercedes, and that's like we said at the start. You know, there's 7 different manufacturers in GT, and you've seen hardly anything between them. You know, in qualifying, you know, one of the closest conversations we've seen, and you know, it's great. It's going to make for great racing throughout the Asia Le Mans series.
Look, we have 4 races that are anything like this for, you know, as long as we've had this. We're 33 minutes away from halfway through this race.
Yeah.
Then I think there'll be plenty of value for money for anybody watching or trackside here. Further warnings, by the way, for track limits. We'll call those when it becomes something of a more threatening nature beyond a finger wag from race control. But it is still Rinaldi Racing that lead with David Perel. Ollie Milroy, gap holding at 12
13 seconds, isn't it? Yeah.
20 seconds further back, Alex West leading this train. Alex West in the Garage 59 McLaren ahead of Chandler Hull in the number 34 Volkenhorst BMW M4. Good run from that car, as we said so far. Louis Pret's been recovering back up this field in the 17 AF Corsa car. Ferrari that led the race. Rory Penttinen behind the number 6 Haupt Racing team. Rory, a driver in that yellow AMG, has raced well in the Asia Le Mans Series and LMP3 before. That was a very
car.
Cautious roll to a halt, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was almost like he didn't really know where his box was. And it was most probably, I think, focusing on what he was trying to get undone to then get out of the car as quickly as possible. But in doing that, he didn't really make it into the box properly.
I didn't recognise that as being Anders Fjordback's helmet. I'm sure Anders normally wears a helmet with his name picked out in blue.
Right.
I didn't recognise, unless that is Dennis Anderson getting back in.
It's Kevin Weeder.
So Kevin Weeder came in.
Yes.
but Dennis Anderson, I think it might have been getting back aboard the car. He started the race, so maybe they're keeping Anders for the night hours here. D-Car Engineering, by the way, close enough to claim or reclaim third place overall with Sebastian Alvarez. So the ebb and flow of this with Lance Herr to come could be quite interesting.
Yeah, of course, the 17 car has got by Chandler Hull in the BMW.
So it's a good stint here from Louis Pret. We said a little earlier that he's got some pace. He's another man, by the way, that we've seen in the Asian Le Mans Series in a prototype car, an MP3 previously. Has raced at Le Mans in a GTM Porsche as well.
Just watching the BMW come down into turn 1 that lap and the lap before as well, you could sort of see that the amount of brake dust was coming out, which is always a bit of a sign that it's just maybe running a little bit hot on the brakes.
I think that was Alfa Renard, by the way, taking position for Sam de Haan. Appears to be he wasn't ahead of the Oman Racing car, now is. So there are positional changes happening here.
The Optimum car's right on the gearbox.
It's closed. So he's now with Sam.
Yeah.
Sam de Haan protects the inside line.
The quality street car.
That car, that team, by the way, we see Sam as well in the European Le Mans Series with TF Sport, making a move from GT3 racing here to GTE racing in Europe. So the GT class in the European Series still features GTE spec machinery. A fabulous class that you spent year after year in, Ollie, and different beasts.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Brilliant racing. Great cars. One to be part of. And now this new GT3 era. And like we're seeing here this weekend, 7 manufacturers, and you saw extremely strong run of GT class runners at Daytona with the new GTD Pro class there that Corvette Racing have entered into, and I think that's really going to go from strength to strength. IMSA is in a great spot.
It is, and with GT3 racing coming worldwide in just a couple of years' time as the GTE class starts to make its wind down. Last year for the Pro class in the WC this coming season, and then one more year after that for the AM class. If we can look forward to this kind of racing, I don't think anybody's going to be complaining.
No.
Just a quick word, by the way, about the lead car in GT3, David Perel. Is now getting a warning he must respect track limits at turn 9, turn 12 and turn 16. So unless he's got a bingo card, there's not many wins to come here for him. He's going to have to be careful, because any kind of penalty would be not good with that gap under 12 seconds now to Ollie Milroy. A drive-through penalty would lose him the lead.
So all of those corners all lead on to big straights, so it's all exit curbs that he's taking a little bit too much road. Just dropping those out inside tyres just that little bit too far off and over the white line.
So genuinely, what's going on in David Perel's mind? Is it they won't notice this? Is it
He's trying to tell himself that, yes.
Or is he just getting to the stage where the grip is going away?
It's both. It's both, that he is trying to just keep up that same lap time. He's feeling the pressure from Ollie Milroy. So if Ollie Milroy's engineers are on the radio to him just saying, look, just keep the pressure up, he's about to buckle.
It's exactly the same warning, by the way, to Yifei Ye. He's a little further back down the order than this battle, but battling his way back. That CD Sports Ligier, by the way, that's in the middle of this pack, is for position overall. That is the car that actually had the spin at the very start of the race.
There goes Matt Bell through to put another lap on those guys, and he's in some...
And he's just actually been through, we've not seen this, but he's been through the pits.
Yeah, he has.
And he's emerged from the pits still with 30 seconds to the good.
That's a great battle between the Oman Racing and the Optimum boys. Andrew Watson's trying to line him up. It looks like he might just... Nope.
Up there.
Not quite done the
this is
undercut.
Good stuff.
Yeah, brilliant. Looks like the Optimum car has got that little bit, that McLaren 720S has got that little bit more traction, but the Aston has got plenty of grunt.
And still, a great drive, by the way, from Alexander West. He is holding off this train, but he's now got Louis Pret behind him. And I suspect that might be an altogether more serious proposition.
I think that's one of the things that McLaren and with this 720S they've really worked on, is just trying to get it just so it's a nice wide window to work with and to drive with, and you know the pros and the AMs are really finding it nice to drive, and that's really what you want, particularly in this multi-class racing GT3 spec. GT racing here at Dubai Autodrome.
So Matt Bell has cleared that traffic now. and will continue his attack. Graf Racing car, by the way, is now on pit lane from second position, so Matt Bill retains the lead and will now pull away to the tune of a pit stop for Graf Racing.
Yeah, he's going to be a lap up in the sack.
It's been punishing pace, hasn't it, from Matt? 27 car still making its way up this ladder of GT3 cars.
Yeah.
That must have been a moment, mustn't it, coming onto the back straight thinking, I've got to overtake how many of these?
Yeah, exactly.
But he's managing it. It's up into the 14th position now. It is Antoine Lecan, who's been quite a star in Europe in LMP3 racing. So look forward to seeing what he can do with a better run at this.
I think Alexander West may have had some contact, or that car's had some contact. I think the right rear bodywork is just flapping slightly. Yeah, just slightly.
I didn't mean that Alexander West was a bit deranged, by the way. I meant the bodywork, just in case his lawyers are listening.
Nicely clarified there, Graham.
Yeah, subtle, as always. There's the 39 car.
Sledgehammer.
And receiving its replacement Michelin's. They'll be on the radio to the driver. So is Eric Trouet staying in again?
Yeah, there's something.
Well,
Whether they're talking, they were talking between the crew chief and the car controller.
It looked to me, just as we left that shot, he might have had a bit of a stall there.
Yeah.
But that's a big dive bomb there for the 91 car. That is Alfred Renault making progress and getting by the Haupt Racing car and through to fancies Andrew Watson, doesn't he?
He's on it. He's hustling, really hustling, getting it done.
He was at the back of this group, wasn't he? He's managed to get by one of them, but only one, the Oman Racing Team car. But does look as if he's prepared to be pretty racy here.
Yeah, making forward progress.
It is Sebastian Page, by the way, aboard the Graf Racing car, so there was a driver change out of our sight, and it was indeed Dennis Anderson who climbed back aboard the high-class racing car.
Another excellent shot all coming up the front of this big long straight to turn 10. The CDC car getting in the mix as well. There's a lot of brake dust coming out of that M4 front rotors. Doesn't bode well for later in the race. Maybe they're running quite a soft pad on it.
The YC Panda car about to be
swallowed up,
given a right good kicking here in this. It's who's aboard that car? I think it's Edgar Lau. That car's still running well.
Yeah,
it had some problems earlier in the week. Some very long faces at the YC Panda.
They haven't really looked that racy though, have they? Not with neither Audi has.
Well, no, I think the Attempto car has been right up there with Finlay Hutchinson aboard. We had that car in a significant battle for quite a while.
You're saying I'm wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Because if I'm rightly, Finlay was hanging on in there with the two battling McLarens earlier in the race. So, and that Attempto car, by the way, has done a lot of mileage in the Gulf this year. A good run at the 24-hour race here earlier this year. On different tyres, of course. We're on Michelin's.
Yeah. So Ollie Milroy has been chipping away at that lead, and he's now got it down to about 8-9 seconds.
Louis Pret's passed Alexander West.
Has he?
He has.
We're now seeing Andrew Watson making some progress around the outside of the YC Panda. What is it? Kung Fu Panda. YC Panda, Audi. Oh no, he hasn't. He's got balked and blocked. He's got out there on the marbles, maybe.
We've got the high-class racing car to deal with in his rear-view mirrors now as well, so he's got to be careful. He chooses the moment to get by the Audi.
D-Station 77 car is being warned for track limits as well at turn 12 and turn 16. I think this is going to be a bit of a trend here now.
It's getting quite busy, isn't it, all of a sudden?
Yeah. It seems like there's an awful lot of cars in a very small bit of racetrack. But great racing.
Troubles, by the way, for the number 44 car that seems to have had, I think, quite a long pit, 2 minutes 24 seconds on pit lane. John Corbett now aboard the 44. That's now way down the field in 26th place overall. Still holds, of course, 4th, but the final LMP2 car running in this class.
The Herbert car and the Garage 59 car, Alexander West, is still battling away. He's done a fine job.
Yeah. But it's Louis Pret and Alfred Renault are the two making the progress here.
The AF Course 17 car of Louis Perret is right there, though. They've been fast all race,
Yep.
good all weekend. And, you know, this is the first race for Garage 59 with the 720S. So they're just finding their way after a season with the Aston Martin. So they'll be happy with their progress and what they're managing to achieve and gathering all this data. I think Optimum's just going to be able to get Andrew Watson just lining up a run on the Herbert car coming off of turn 16.
He's made great progress, hasn't he, all of a sudden?
Yeah, Watson has.
So he's passed 3 of this trail of cars since he joined the back. He was the last addition to this trail of cars. He's gone past the Hout Racing number 6 car, Rory Penton, and Sam de Haan's Oman Racing car sits behind Anne Chandler Hull in the Volkenhorst BMW. And all of a sudden, the 2-3 cars that have got the real pace here in terms of battling it out. Quite right, there is a flapping part of the bodywork there at the right rear of the number 88 McLaren. It is Alfred Renauer is looking urgently now to get by Alexander West, because he's got his mirrors full of Andrew Watson and is looking to make the move. They're the 2 racy ones. It's been a great defensive drive, I have to tell you, from Alexander West.
Yeah, it just looked like the way he was coming off of that turn 7, the way that the car checked, just as he got on the throttle. Yeah, it was just like the TC really caught it abruptly.
Yep.
And it's those big cuts in torque that really halt your drive off the corner.
I'll tell you what, though, that McLaren has got some giddy up, hasn't it, really? It really has got good traction, because even when, and you're quite right, it looks as if he didn't have the ideal line into and through the corner, he's still able to retain that position on the traction out of the corner. And we know Porsches lack nothing for traction.
No, absolutely. But Alexander's using quite a lot of racetrack, and he might be getting a phone call in a minute just to be careful on his track limits. Andrew Watson just lining up the Herbert car, just see if he can dive up the inside into 14.
A tricky moment, isn't it? He's got to show so much patience, look for the opportunity, look to put the pressure on. Alfred Renauer ahead, though, very, very experienced. And
Alexander's maybe just a little bit early on the brakes in a couple of spots, which is just keeping them bottled up. Might give the Herbert car a chance down into turn 1, or maybe Andrew's going to get a run on him here.
Yeah, Louis Pret, by the way, just to get a look at his progress, is 5 seconds up the road from this now.
Andrew's got to deal with Alfred Renauer in the 91 car, who's no.
There we go, on the inside, Herbert's car is going to make it through. So finally, Renauer gets the opportunity to get by the battling Alexander West in the 88 car. Next up, it's going to be just how long and if Andrew Watson can do likewise. This makes it all the more difficult. Equal machinery.
Yeah. I'm sure that there's a few sharp intakes of breath from the McLaren boys down in those garages. Just keep it clean. Still 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing to go here.
Won't we get the parts sale?
Yes. It's pretty.
It is a fantastic looking car, the 720S.
It is lovely.
Watch this car on its debut. Where we're going to be going next weekend at Yas Marina, the Golf 12 Hours on launch. Ben Barnicoat on an absolute star in that car. Have to say, turned up there not knowing what we were going to see with the McLaren, but they so nearly won the race. Had it not been for one of those irritating, teeny-weeny part problems.
Yeah.
But there was nothing wrong whatsoever with the pace the car was showing. And great to see sales success coming the way of the organisation from Woking.
Andrew just needs to line up Alexander, just coming off of this turn 12 down into 13, 14. Alexander's very early on the brakes into 14.
They've got
here we go.
LMP2 traffic coming as well. That was side by side. Is he going to tough this one through?
Yeah, he's going to get that done.
I don't think he is.
Wow.
Oh, runs wide. He's going to get the cut back.
No,
but there's traffic again. Well done, Alexander West.
Nice bit of driving there.
Wasn't
by
it
both
just
of them.
clean, fair,
absolutely.
firm? Andrew Watson will be frustrated, though. This time,
I think he's going to get the run on him.
I think he is.
Yeah, because Alexander can't keep it tight enough coming through, because he was so tight on the way in, and he'll get it done on the way down into turn 1.
Great stuff.
It is.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, it's
thoroughly.
fantastic. Andrew just used his bit of experience there and just looking at the switchbacks and just working and working and working through all the corners to get it done. And he's finally got it done into turn 1. Yeah, nicely done.
Garage 59 will be, I think, well pleased with the performance of the
absolutely. They won't be disappointed
team
by
partner
that. Yeah.
and owner, Alex West. Excellent stuff. And I think they'll be pleased too with their introduction into the McLaren fold.
They know the potential's there, and they're just looking to untap it. It's just going to take them another race or so before they can really get there and challenge the Inception Optimum boys running at the front.
Just while we're watching the melee of GT3s, Matt Bell's progress is significant.
It's a lap.
10 seconds a lap quicker than the Graf racing car in the hands of Sebastien Page, and it is a lap.
I think Alexander is going to have a problem losing that rear bodywork shortly.
Yeah.
It just keeps kicking out, and it's kicking out further and further each lap.
It's not a million miles, it's 15-20 minutes away from the fueling window.
Yeah, that might be part of his problem.
It could be.
Yeah, upsetting the aero balance a little.
Another multi-class pack here, and that's been part, by the way, of the problem for Sebastien Page. Goes now to pass the
Yeah, if you're
McLaren.
a little bit tentative in the traffic at this sort of time, you can hemorrhage lap time. And that's, you know, when you're trying to get past and through a gaggle of GT cars. And now he's got the problem of that he's been in that gaggle for a lap or so, and the heat in the tyres would have ebbed away, and he's now just going to build it all back up. The car will be moving around on the brakes, it'll be moving around into the corner, it'll be, you know, getting vibration, and maybe chunks of rubber will be flying off the tyres, and you're coming down into turn one, and all those things will be maybe a bit alien.
Yeah. A very different discipline, as I'm sure you can explain to our watching and listening audience, between racing an extremis, a GT car, and a prototype. A very high downforce car. Choices available in a prototype in terms of line.
Yes, you can.
Somewhat more.
Yeah, you really can pick your line. I mean, you can't go too far off because you end up picking up a lot of pickup or a lot of excess rubber or dirt or sand here. That's a problem. But you can certainly place the car in lots of different places than you can with a GT. GT it's a heavier car, and you just end up migrating across the track and not being able to control the car. You don't have the ability to carve the corner as well. So that is the challenge that you have in a GT, that you've got to use that little bit of extra road.
Yeah.
And you know, P-car drivers sometimes do forget that, and you can't always avoid running into someone because your car is just going that way.
That's what Ollie Gavin has told race directors down through his entire career.
I think I've had that chat with Eduardo maybe once or twice.
I went in there once, your name was on the chair, so...
My own seat. Well, Matt's not messing around. I mean, he's still getting on with it, and he did take a lunge up the inside of turn 6 there, which I was a little surprised about, because contact, time in the pit box, you don't want that.
Well, it's going to be about command and control, isn't it? Command of this race and control of the pace for Matt Bell. But make no mistake, he wants to win this race for Rodrigo Salas, but he also wants to put a marker down to say, you know, that brand new era of racing that's coming, don't forget my phone number. Why would he not want to take this opportunity? I've zero doubt there is a plan from Nielsen Racing. I've zero doubt, Matt being the pro that he is sticking to that plan. And it seems to me as if that plan, at the moment, has got the words "go very fast" on it. I think they're looking to put down a real marker here.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Matt has got the bit between his teeth. He's certainly got the car in the window, and he is pressing on, taking no prisoners with it. You know, and you know, winning by 1, 2, 3 laps, who knows? But you know, as long as they keep clean, make as few mistakes as possible, no contact, don't spend any extra time in the pit lane.
Yeah.
And this race is theirs for the taking.
And you know, there's potentially one of the teams very, very much in contention for one of the biggest prizes in motorsport. And one of the biggest prizes in motorsport comes via the Asian Le Mans Series, and each of our 3 classes is an opportunity to go and race at the Le Mans 24 Hours, the biggest endurance race, and some, and I would agree with them, would say the biggest motor race on the planet.
Yep.
And why would you not want to emphatically put a big underline on your bid for that one? And good luck to him at the moment. Start to see this light is fading and fading fast as we get towards the halfway mark in this race. The The number panels on the side of the car beginning to glow rather brightly to my eyes. There you go.
Yep.
Someone's had a big lock up ahead, and that is one of the other LMP3 cars. The Nielsen Racing lead by a lap. Matt Bell from Sebastian Page from the Graf Racing number 39 car. Third overall is Sebastian Alvarez in the DKR Engineering car.
Who we're actually watching right now. He's just making his way down to turn 13, 14.
Getting close, though, to the point where that car will need to take its second pit stop. They're going to be just, I'd have thought, the next 4 or 5 minutes. By the way, the car is in front of it, and that's another lock-up. I don't think it was the Conrad car, though. I think it might have been the car that's ahead of that. Could we get a chance here to see the little Ginetta, the 21 car, running pretty well. We've had, by the look of it, a bit of a delay somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
But this is Gabriele Rindoni, a late addition to this effort.
The reason why France is not driving, I believe.
Indeed, and Gabriele raced here in the 24-hour race just last month in a Porsche Cup car. That's a very different beast indeed. This is the LMP3 leader, about to be overtaken with another lap on by the overall race leader. So there's an opportunity to see the difference in pace between the two prototype.
Matt had to get out of that.
Didn't he just?
He was looking to go all the way around the outside, and that looked very risky.
Didn't it just? I think discretion the better part of valour here. The P3 car did not seem coming at all.
Sebastian Alvarez is not spending much time looking in the mirrors.
But Matt should know what it's all about. He's been a P3 driver for several seasons. He's won races in LMP3 cars both sides of the Atlantic.
Yep.
He was the IMSA Prototype Challenge champion, wasn't he, a couple of years ago?
Yes, he was.
With, I think the name of his co-driver was. He raced here with us last year as part of the Racing Team India efforts.
Sorry, I can't help you there, Graham.
I'll get to that.
As we're watching the 55 car come down through, still leading in GT, and that's David Perel. He's the lead, or that gap that he had over Ollie Milroy is still continue to come down, and he is just a little bit on the ragged edge there with the track limits. We'll see how he comes off of turn 9 here. But David is, I think, feeling the pressure now from Ollie. I think it's down to about 5 seconds, the gap.
Yeah, he's been just chipping away at that, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah, and I think that reflects also where that car is. The Inception car has been very, very fast here all weekend.
Naveen Rao, and I apologise, Naveen, if you're listening. I should have remembered that. We've had a couple of very worthwhile chats around your programmes. Naveen Rao won the 2020 IMSA Prototype Challenge Championship with Matt Bell. And Matt, I've been telling me that Matt, during lockdown, moved out there.
Right.
And one of these race resorts moved onto the property and ended up being quite the feature for the guys that have properties there. So you've not seen these racing ranches, it's with a proper racetrack. All the facilities, the maintenance facilities, the garaging facilities for either your very hot race car, road car, or your race car. And Matt Bell becoming quite the hot property in coaching all the way through.
Sure he did.
And it had done him no harm at all to get the racing laps.
And we're still watching the Rinaldi Racing effort there with David Perel behind the wheel, and he was very, very wide at turn 15, and it wouldn't surprise me if he gets a little bit of a reminder from race director that he can't be doing that. He's definitely seeing a bit of an advantage.
27 car, this is the car delayed right at the start of the race and is about to get back into the top 10 overall in the hands of Antoine Lucas. And his next target after the Inception racing car is his teammate Michael Jensen.
Yeah.
So he's only, what, 4.5 seconds behind the other CD Sport car at this point. This, by the way, is the battle for 10th position overall, with the lead car in GT3 now sitting 8th overall, albeit there is a pit stop cycle to come through here.
Yeah. We'll be seeing the GT cars a little way off, most probably another 10 minutes or so before the GT cars come to the box.
I think so.
Yeah.
Remember, some of these GT3 cars slightly off kilter with the regular. Oh, there's a bit of a wiggle there for the 2070s. He made the pass. Oh, that was a little bit unnecessary. Looking to take his line, but didn't really have the room to do it there, did he?
Because Ollie was still there. So again, that's one of the things you see in multi-class racing. When you've got past someone, you've literally gone out of vision, then that's it, you buy them, but you're not.
If we had an in-car audio there, you'd have probably have heard, ladies and gentlemen, what a polite Englishman says in extremis. I can tell you that's more or less what the rest of us Englishmen say as well. And it probably wouldn't have been broadcastable. But Ollie Milroy, that will have cost him a bit of time, and he'll be irritated by that because he was making great progress, and I think it has cost him just a little bit of time there.
Yeah, but I think that Ollie has to look at the whole stint overall and know that he's managed to pull the car up and get it closer to the P1, and he'll be able to hand it over to Ben Barnicoat in a very, very strong spot.
He's in a rich vein of form as well, Ben Barnicoat. That, by the way, was the number 3 car backing out of this battle coming down the pit lane. So the 27 CD Sport car has made the pass on its team car, is up into 9th position now by dint of Michael Jensen pitting the number 3.
And we're still seeing this great battle between Alfred Ranauer and Andrew Watson in the Optimum car.
They are beginning to make progress towards Louis Pret here.
Yeah.
6 seconds, 6.5 seconds back, Alfred Ranauer from Louis Pret.
At one point they were all together, but I think the traffic got the better of these two. I think they struggled to get by. Was it the Herberth car? No, the Oman racing car for a while, but then they'll be making. I'm sure that they'll close back up again.
I think we're going to see quite a mix of P3 and GT cars on pit lane over the next few minutes here.
Yeah, yeah.
Number 3 CD Sport car, as we said, is on pit road. Also on pit road is the better place of the 2 Volkenhorst cars, the Pro Class car, if you like. That car pitting from 8th in the GT3 order.
Victor Gomez just getting a warning about his track limits again. That's turn 9, turn 12, turn 16. All of those spots where you're coming out to a long straight and it's all exit curbs.
50.
Here we come into turn 10. This looks like.
Is it the cut back here?
Yes. The McLaren is very good off of there. Whether he can just get it done. No, not quite.
It's another great battle, though, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Very different cars. They have their strengths in very different places, but again, he's looking for the run around the outside.
Off of here should be good.
Another P2 car to deal with, though.
I think he's going to maybe get it done here. Oh, that's Matt.
The leader.
That's Matt Bell.
I thought it was the 39 car, but it's not. It's the leading car, and he has got it done. So he's almost used the P car as a pick, hasn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
He's restricted the options for the Herberth car. That was fortunate, but he's earned it. That has been a battling drive from Andrew Watson. Great stint from him.
Yes, it is. And he's just lining the cars up. He keeps working away, corner after corner after corner. Inside, outside, outside, inside. Really working on his line and just executing on the overtake. Nicely done into 14.
So we'll keep an eye on that gap between Louis Pret and Andrew Watson. 7.2 seconds, all but a bit of change over the line.
One of the Volkenhorst BMWs coming out of the pits there.
That's the 34 car, Nicky Katzberg. Nicky the Cat Katzberg aboard that one. We will make it stick.
Keep going. Just keep digging.
Yeah.
It's getting properly dark out there now, really relying on all those lights that they've got in front of these race cars. It's going to get tough. These last couple of hours are going to be really difficult for people to see.
27 CD Sport car, by the way, the latest car on pit lane. So both the CD Sport cars have now pitted. The 7 car has emerged just behind the Ginetta.
The 27 car, actually, just before it went in the box, it looked like the light panel was flashing on and off.
Okay.
So I think they might be looking to get that fixed as well.
So it does give us a kind of neat and tidy timing screen for the first time in a while, with the lead 6 cars in GT line astern from 8th position overall to 13th. It's the Rinaldi racing car, whose next target, by the way, is the sister car in LMP3. Inception Racing, so Rinaldi Racing's Ferrari takes that position, by the way, because the LMP3 car's just pitted. Inception Racing McLaren, Hans Volley Milroy, is 5.5 seconds back and closing. The 17 AF Corsa, the blue car with Louis Pretz aboard, that car a further 27 seconds back, with then the Optimum McLaren in the hands of Andrew Watson. We've seen that car making progress as the Dynamic team get ready for the number 12 car. Not seen much of this car in this race. How are they running? They're a little further down, 26th position, 15th in GT.
Yep.
Giorgio Roda aboard that car, and that looks to me like
driver change. Yeah,
that is that Ben Barker folding himself into the car.
Yeah,
Ben, if anything, taller than you, Ollie, I think.
Yes, I think he is.
I mean, properly freakishly tall.
You're just very short.
No, normal.
Normally short. Anyway, Ben's getting installed in the car. Giorgio Roda just helping him out with all of that.
The car goes on the jacks.
Certainly got the right sides changing. I'm sure they'll do the lefts as well. Just running around with that single air gun. Looking away.
So it is indeed a mix of GT3 and LMP3 stops. In comes the 13 car from second place in LMP3. The Endurapol car, we saw that car just briefly running in front of camera. 22 Rinaldi is on pit lane, as we said. The 95 TF Sport car pits with Henrik Chavs. He is 9th in GT3 as he pits the car. Dynamic we can see, and the second Vulcan horse car in the hands of Jörg Breuer, running 4th in GT Am. That car ahead of the YC Panda Audi. That car is in and out of the pits, and it is Mario van Berlen who brings that car back out. There is, like a thief in the night, a Conrad Ginetta. Numbers brightly on the side.
Thank goodness.
Yep, that's the important bit.
Yes. It's going to be tough to see.
It's going to be very tough to see.
I did see the high-class racing car coming down into turn sort of 3, 4, 5, and he had a big lift, big flames out of the exhaust, and the overrun. It was it looked like he was searching for the line down into sort of 5, 6, 7 region, and it is very, very dark down there at the bottom part of the track.
Pink, orange skies as the sun goes down here in the UAE. We're into the second half of this race. We're going to go back and have a look at hour 2 here at the 4 Hours of Dubai. So Inception Racing, Brendan Arib, a great run in the number 7 McLaren. We've seen some great runs throughout the season so far from this team. Louis Pretz now aboard the number 17 APM Monaco AF Corsa car, having led the race, lost that with a delay in the pits. 26 G-Drive Racing car has been in 3rd position throughout this session in the LMP3 class. The 57 Castle Racing car pushing on. The 55 Rinaldi Ferrari taking advantage of a delay in the pits for the 17 to make good its escape. The shot here of the 26 car. 13 car, the Inter-Europol competition Ligier, 2nd in LMP3. And not able to hang on to the charge at the front from the number 2 D-Car Engineering car, which holds a mighty advantage, and still with Laurence Herr to come. Nemo is on it. 49 High-Class Racing Orica, hanging on in there, 3rd position. 39 car losing the lead during this second hour to this car. Matt Bell is absolutely charging. It's a lap lead in inside an hour for the Englishman aboard the number 4 Nielsen Racing Team car. Their season debut, their brand new Orica. But does trouble loom for the Nielsen Racing Team. 2 more hours to go at the 4 Hours of Dubai.
Just seeing that the team manager for the car 4 is immediately to race control. That's not exactly what you want to see from Nielsen Racing.
I suspect that is the pit lane penalty that they've been working for a little wee while.
Yeah.
So
Duquesne on the DKR car on pit road.
That's from third, and this is the second stop for the race leading team in LMP3. They've got a big lead now. Also, by the way, on pit road, the second place car, G-Drive Racing, which means the Inter-Europol car is somewhat out of sequence with these two, and it might be a better sequence because they stopped at around the hour.
Right.
The other car's going a little deeper.
G-Drive car just going through the shot there, just finished its stop. Just working on the back of the car, they're just going up in the air, and it's tyre change. Just looking to get the driver change done. Door shut, that's good.
Sebastian Alvarez, did they change drivers there? Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah,
I just see the driver just disappearing out. So this must be Lawrence Herr.
Yeah.
For his first crack at this.
Yeah, I believe he'd be in to finish, won't he? In the last couple of hours.
I should have guessed he probably will be.
Yeah, in the darkest hours. Had a little bit of a problem there on the left rear. Wasn't super smooth. This is timed, so no massive pressure. Just waiting for the time to tick down so they can release out of the pit box. Starting the motor. It's been given some signals, but it's I think there's something going on, and there's a lot of urgency there. And they've got they can't touch the car if the car's running. They can't work on the car if the car's running. They seem to have a problem to fire it up. Now getting the door open. There might be an electrical problem here. Not entirely sure what this is, but see the car controller down on his knees, and it looks like taking the engine cover off, and this is going to derail DKR's evening here.
Just at the moment when they were looking to put a pretty solid punctuation mark on this race.
Just checking all the connections and some of the ECU boxes in the back there. Is it
was he just
controller of some sort? Maybe he was stuck in gear. Maybe it was, well, I don't know, but it looks like they're a lot more confident now.
No panic. There is urgency.
Panic. Yeah, and it is still the mechanic next to the window, the driver's window. He was still looking rather concerned and panicked there. So
this is going to cost them, and it is going to mean that we're going to have to see the pace of Lawrence Herr.
Yeah, we are.
The number 13 car, that is the second place car in the order.
It's a little bit of an action replay from last year, isn't it? Because DKR were quick, many points.
But not reliable.
Yeah.
Guillaume Murat de Oliveira, another new name for Inter-Europol, pushing on here. And we'll have to call this as we see it when the DKR car finally emerges.
Yeah, really relying on those lights that are on the front of the LMP3 cars, and that's actually one of the challenges actually with LMP3 here, because these cars weren't always really designed with running at night, were they?
They weren't.
P2 definitely, GT for sure, but P3, it's not really something that was ultimately designed for.
And ladies and gentlemen, this ain't Daytona. No. There's significantly less light here.
This is going to be a real challenge for all of these boys in P3 machinery.
Now, we said that it gets dark very quickly here. You've seen how quickly it gets very dark indeed. That is the Rinaldi car.
55 car.
That's the 55 car from the lead in GT3, and 5th position overall at this stage of the race. That's remarkable.
Yeah, they'll be strapping David Rigon into that to go to the end, I take it.
Great to see David back in.
Yeah, excellent.
After a very nasty shunt, not of his making, at Spa 24 Hours. It's taken quite some time to recover.
Really horrible crash. They had some problems earlier on in the week, but it looked like that was just a little blip, and they've got over that, and they've been running at the front ever since, which is great to see. Coming down into turn 1 here, I think it's one of the Garage 59 cars. The 88 is Alexander West.
It will be still Alexander. I don't think that car has stopped, has it? No, it's Martin Kirchhoff, so they have just been announced.
Okay.
So Alexander West's stint, well, it's kept the car in the top 10.
Yeah, I think it's still got that little bit of bodywork damage on the right rear, but can't be doing them much harm, otherwise they would have looked at it during the stop.
The problem, I think, with where that is where do you fasten it to?
Yeah, and it's most probably not doing that much.
It's probably a feature, sir. They probably will do that.
I don't know if it's a feature, but the problem comes if it decides to dislodge itself anymore, and then it just rips a whole chunk more off.
It is not Lawrence Herr at the wheel yet. So Lawrence will be just doing a final hour. That's probably the driver time options they have available to them.
Yes, it must be.
But Matteo De Barbo, who did an extremely good job in the first stint aboard the car. We'll wait and see how this pans out as they finish this lap, but I think he may have lost the lead.
It's going to be close.
They're going to need to show pace. They've lost most of, if not all, the advantage that had been carved out. DKR Engineering.
Yeah, it's an 88 car, Garage 59 car continues on his way. Marvin Kirchhoffer.
Good news, by the way, for Optimum Motorsport. They're going very long on this fuel stop.
Yeah.
So they are at the moment 5th overall, but they do owe us a stop.
But that was the feature right from the very start. Nick Moss went really long in his first stop, didn't he?
He did.
When others were bailing out.
So DKR Engineering,
slightly off sequence.
I think, have retained the lead. Yes, they have. And just looking at where the gap is, an Optimum pit the 42 car now. What is the gap back to the Inter-Europol car?
So there's Joe Osborne running to the car there. And Andrew Watson jumping out. Joe getting himself in. Andrew helping. Good to see. But lucky old Joe. It looked like the mechanic gave him a tear off, which is a thin sheet that goes across that covers the windshield. These tiny, very thin pieces of vinyl that see through that they can tear off, and it cleans the windscreen perfectly.
It's basically like HD at this point.
Absolutely. Nothing quite like going out at night in a race with having a tear off taken off the windscreen. It's beautiful.
You can't see Ollie Gowen's face right now, but there's some happy memories of tear-offs, I can tell you right now.
My crew chief in Corvette Racing always used to tell me before the pit stop whether he's going to give me one or not.
There you go. 25 seconds is the lead gap now for DKR Engineering, so they burned, what was it? I think that's nearly 2 minutes. They burned a lot of time. It's a 3 minutes 41 pit stop for DKR Engineering.
But they are still in the lead.
It's they burned 1 minute and 43 seconds in the pits on their lead.
There was some rather frantic looks, or body language, as the mechanics were like frantically trying to find the fix. Bodywork off, bodywork on. You know how that is. 35 BMW M4 into turn 1 and through.
Not for the lead, but this race has swung pretty dramatically back in the favour of CD Sport.
Right.
Now running 3rd and 4th, and they are more or less on the kind of schedule they need to complete this race. I don't think they need a splash. It's going to be pretty tight, but I don't think they do.
It'd be interesting to see if CD Sport and the 27 car actually has any more issues with that light panel on the left side door, because if they do, they'll be having to pit for that to get that fixed.
They will. It is one of the regulations that the reason for that, if you're not a regular watcher of endurance racing, is so that the trackside marshals can see which car may be in trouble or may have committed an offence from both sides of the car. That's why you've got those light panels on the side of the car, so we can see that is the 35 BMW.
And those lights on the front of the BMW M4 really lighting the way. That's, the 35 car is...
nothing wrong with that light panel.
No, definitely not. Behind there's Mario von Bohlen, that machine.
So let's call it, as we see it overall at the moment, as the number 8 car back out on the track with Tony Wells.
It's after a lengthy pit stop, isn't it?
It is a lengthy pit stop. So it's shown us 25 minutes, but I think that was probably an hour and 25 minutes. But Nielsen Racing, not that one, but the number 4 car leads the race in the hands of Matt Bell. That car, I think, now has a 2-lap advantage. That's a pretty extraordinary run from Matt over Sebastien Page in the number 39 Graf Racing car. High Class Racing's number 49 sits 3rd. Dennis Anderson aboard that car. He's about a minute back again from this. See the 77 car getting stuck in, the D-Station Racing car. That's your 1, 2, 3 in LMP2. Then you get to the first car in LMP3, and that was the car we saw with the delay on pit lane, but retains the lead. And Mathieu de Barbeau, it is, that is at the wheel of the number 2 DKR Duquesne. you've then got John Corbett in the ARC Bratislava car between the number 2 car and the second place car in LMP3 into Europol competition. The number 13 car, the Hans of Guillaume Murat de Oliveira, 22 seconds, 23 seconds the gap. That gap is coming down for the lead in LMP3. Then we get to Edouard Cope in the number 3 CD Sports Ligier, ahead of its team car, the 27 Ligier, 3rd and 4th. 7.5 seconds between those two. Cope beginning to close in on the Inter-Europol car as well. So every chance we're going to see battles for podium positions in LMP3 amongst that group, with the Rinaldi racing car of Leonard Weiss also within 8 seconds of the back of the second Mercedes Sport cars. So the battle here is on. The looming factor is one Mr. Laurent Heur. They've still got in their pocket.
Yeah, yeah.
As the Nielsen racing car, by the way, in and out. So that will be the explanation as to why it was a 2-lap lead. I think he stretched the envelope there a little.
ARC Bratislava has just got itself back into P4. John Corbett behind the wheel. So they are, now it's nice and neat and tidy on the timing screens.
Yep.
1 to 4 is the P2, and then 1 for the next 5 positions is all P3.
Matt Bellett is back out into the fray, so we'll have to wait a while before we see Ben Hanley aboard the car.
Yeah, I think Ben Hanley's got the night shift, definitely the night shift. It's going to be the toughest point. Coming out the pit lane after being under the lights, and then having to deal with certainly coming through turns 5, 6, 7, where it's really dark. That's tough, really hard. And we are just picking up the 35 BMW, just coming off down into turn 9. So as we're winding our way through the track here, so
we are
lights ablaze,
trying to pick cars out of this darkness, and it is very tough. But we have got a lead battle for GT3 underway right now, because Ben Barnicoat is aboard the Inception racing car, and he's right with
David
Rigon for the Rinaldi racing crew. So 55 and 7.
Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, they're 2 names you want, don't you, in the fray?
Yep.
You saw the quick view there of the back end, the number 17 car, which, by the way, is the 3rd place car with Vincent Abriel at the wheel, and he's going quickly.
And there was the 49 car. You saw the mechanic just take one of those tear-offs off.
Yep.
That's what I was talking about earlier on, and that just gives you such a clean view out the windscreen.
How long does that last?
Around here it should be pretty good, but it really does depend if you're following a car that's throwing out oil, water, dirt, any muck, and the sand here will just stick to it like glue.
Fantastic stuff. We picked out the lead battle. That's the 39 car, by the way. That has got a light panel not working, so that will require a change. There is our leader. That is Davide Rigon in the number 55 car. See, that's lit at the side. The P2 car between him and Ben Barnicoat. So well done, cameraman, picking that one out. Not easy. And Davide will be doing all he can not to be delayed by that passing P2 car, because Ben Barnicoat will need absolutely no invitation whatsoever.
None whatsoever. And Ben's in a rich sort of vein of form. He's very strong in the Lexus at Daytona 24 Hours in the GTD Pro class.
I'm sure why the rain light is on the back of the SPS car.
Yeah, no. And
it's not raining.
Yeah, in these conditions, that is really bad. To have that light on,
dazzling,
very, very dazzling. It's really nasty for all drivers who are trying to follow it. So I think that just maybe needs a little bit of a chat with the team manager on that one. Yeah,
Ben Barnicoat within a second of the 55 car.
Yeah, so
super tough to pick out these cars and follow.
So we've got the 55 car.
And that's correct, by the way. Again, that's 3 times down. Car 39, the left-hand side.
Don't worry,
number light is not on. That will need to be fixed. Now, I think that'll allow them to go to the next stop. For that, you can see the problem, can't you? There, that is dazzling. And these, certainly on the P cars, there are 2 levels of intensity of those lights, the rain lights.
The rain lights, yes.
It's a 51 car, that I'm sure by now will be, it is indeed Alessandro Pierguidi. And guess what? Just on the fastest lap of that car's race. And he's working out to Klaus Bachler ahead.
He's quite a long way back though. He's almost a lap down.
He is. That's two bronze drivers, remember, he's driving with.
Yeah.
It's the 20 car. The least popular car with everybody else in the race right now, courtesy of that rain light.
Somebody needs to get on the radio.
Michael Grenier. Now, it's Michael Grenier. That is a Mercedes-AMG factory driver aboard that car. Named just yesterday. So I would hope he'd know where the button was.
You would have thought he would.
Unless the fault of the car.
Yeah.
In which case we should apologise immediately. Once we find out that is, I think, again, the 55 car. I'm just looking to pick up this. No, that's the 20.
Yeah. So
no, that's the 55 car.
Davide Rigon and Ben Barnico are now going to be dealing with that. Horrendous.
That looked to me to be a bit squirrely for the 22.
It was. He was well offline. He must have had a spin to the inside, I think, coming off of turn 12.
That was a Rinaldi Racing LMP3 car having a bit of a moment. Is this our battling GT3s? I think it probably is.
I think it is, yes.
The easiest way to pick it out is from the rear is the shape of the McLaren's rear lights. That's the 51. It is the next GT battle along is our battle for the lead.
Right there.
There they are, the
That's
55 and the number 7 car. And two dueling gentlemen here. As the red car ahead.
He's got the message. The Mercedes has got the message to turn off its brake light. Yeah.
So 55 and 7 battling away for the lead. Hour and 40, 100 minutes remain before we get to the end of the first half of the Asia Le Mans Series. 4 more hours to come tomorrow here in Dubai.
Are we starting an hour later tomorrow?
We are.
Deep joy.
That's the 96 car.
Is that the Attempto car?
That is the Attempto car. And that is Alex Arquette, the team owner of Attempto Racing, aboard his car. I'd like to presume it's his car.
I would have thought it would be.
He's working the gap to Michael Grenier ahead. Who, by the way, the car that had the rain lights on, that car is leading the GTM battle. And you're trying to work a gap himself to Alessandro Pierguidi. Good luck with that, Michael.
Yeah. Davide Rigon and Ben Barnico still just, it's like they're just slowly fencing away with one another, not really engaging. Ben will pounce if there's a little mistake from Davide. But it's just, there's still plenty of time to go here.
Well, the two clues as to which is the McLaren is the shape of the lights at the back and the green light in the middle of the top of the windscreen. But it looks to me like Ben is beginning to look for a way by rapidly.
In these sort of conditions, when you're being followed so closely by a car like the McLaren, you know, it's taking all your concentration to almost like remove that car from behind you and just focus what's forward. So Davide Rigon is going to have his hands full and just keeping his focus, because the lights are so powerful on these GT3 cars now that it takes a real skill and real focus to stay always looking forward.
He goes up the inside and he makes the pass.
Big move.
It was a big move. Great disc, glowing red. And
made it stick.
He has indeed. And is he now going to be able to make good his escape? It's been a long time lead for Rinaldi Racing, but that has gone the way now of Inception Racing, the number 7 car. And a calling card put down there by Ben Barnicoat.
It was. Strong move. But it was just very clinical. He just absolutely, he hadn't even given a hint that he was looking to really pass. He hadn't looked anywhere else. It was just like, boom, done. Up the inside of turn 1.
There's going to be no quibbling here.
No.
And Graf Racing, by the way, on pit lane from 2nd. That's their 3rd pit stop of this race, and that will put Matt Bell back into a 2-lap lead in this race. And I think all of that lead has come
Yeah.
in Matt Bell's time aboard the car.
Yeah, so it's just being pinged for track limits at turn 16.
Yeah.
If you're the boss at Nielsen, you just be on the phone to Matt, just going, look, Matt,
Watch 16. Watch 16.
Yeah, just rein it in a little. Don't need to go crazy here. We've got this race completely under control. 2 laps up. Don't need any more track limit warnings.
So Barnicoat just edging away here a little. Doesn't want to give the opportunity for Davide Rigon to pull the same kind of move.
Exactly, and it's now the boots on the other foot, and so Ben's now got all these mirrors full of the bright headlights of the Ferrari 488.
Oh, that's why it was difficult for you.
Yeah. Oh, now I see. Yeah, but Davide will not be giving this up easily.
No, it seems to have got a little bit of a gap there, and the leader coming through, the overall leader coming through, will not make life easier for Davide Rigon. That's not where he wanted to.
I think Matt's going to go up the inside of Ben in there, so that just closes it up a little bit.
It does.
Oh, look at the speed he's carrying through.
Yeah.
So again, not that there's a real overtaking opportunity, but it just, again, closes the gap up, keeps those headlights on you, in your mirrors, on your rear view camera screen, whatever it is. It's hard to ignore. You have to focus.
Great battle to get to Davide Rigon. Great move to get by Davide Rigon, and now he's going to have to drive just as hard to try to get away from Davide Rigon. And not easy at all. Rigon,
Ferrari is very strong across those sort of slow speed, long hairpins. It looks like it's turning those corners very nicely. Maybe the McLaren's just got a little bit more poke off the corner, but it's very even. There's not much in it.
Yeah, in a field where these race cars, or the road cars on which these race cars are based in GT3, are so different. They're probably amongst the 2 most similar ones, the McLaren 720 and the Ferrari 488, rear-engined V8 turbocharged cars. This is the number 2 car leading LMP3, and it's still 25 seconds, so that gap pretty stable in LMP3. And the gap, the job now for Matteo De Barbo is not to let the 13 car any closer. They will want to use the time they've got remaining at the end of this race with Laurence Heur, absolutely their gun in this car, to its best advantage, and that will not be in defence, that will be an attack. So 1, 2, 3 in this race are 3 of the 4 LMP2 cars. We've then got a group of 4 LMP3 cars, D-Car Engineering, Inter-Europol competition, CD Sports number 3 car, and then the CD Sport number 27 car, before we get to the 4th of the LMP2s. That's the RC Bratislava Ligier, and then the Rinaldi Racing number 22, which we think had a bit of a spin out the darkness reasonably recently. That's the top 9. 10th overall is the first of this 22-car GT3 field, and that, as we saw just a little while ago, is Ben Barnicoat in the Inception Racing number 7 car, with his mirrors full of a very brightly lit, very bright red Ferrari of Davide Rigon. Once the hunted, now the hunter. Looking now at the 4th place car, Joe Osborne, who's closing in on Vincent Abril in a battle for 3rd in the GT3 class. And wouldn't that be some result for the Optimum Motorsport crew, bringing both those cars home? At the moment, the top 4, is there a better result still available?
There's every possibility. Certainly that McLaren is running extremely well, and Optimum and Inception have really got it right in the window. So you've got to think that Joe's going to be putting the pressure on Vincent very shortly.
Yeah, so their lap times last time through within a 10th of each other. It was in the it was Vincent Abril was the 10th quicker. The gap between the two, 2.4 seconds. Robert Renauer, by the way, is the next driver back, and we'll keep an eye on his form as to whether or not that's a gap that's gradually closing or otherwise. But, there is plenty of racing to go in what's just over 90 minutes remaining of this 4-hour race. It's the 4 car. Matt Bell completes another lap. His lap 77 in the books now. 152.0 for Matt, to give you an idea of the difference in pace here. For Sebastian Paget, a 158.4. Dennis Anderson at 156.3, but has a big gap to fill.
Yeah, and you know, Matt is just ticking off the laps and just keeping it clean. No risks.
Yeah.
22, that's CD Sport car.
No, that's the Rinaldi. That's the Rinaldi car. That's another car that looks over light panel out. It's on the right-hand side this time, unless that was the angle we were looking at the picture. These things generally are viewable with a wide spectrum, but wait and see that one. There's another one that gets a bit of a warning. Johnny Adam, the latest driver to get a warning for track limits. He's in the top 10 for TF Sport now and is working on a battle with Nicky Katzberg.
Yeah.
In the Welkenhurst BMW. Nicky also, by the way, very much in touch with Arjun Maini, another man with a Mercedes AMG contract in his pocket from this week.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little battle. Get all three of those together. It's very... 90 minutes to go. A 39 car.
So we move into the last hour and a half of this race in just a few seconds' time. That's the D-Car Engineering Garage, your old friend Kendi's squad.
Yep.
And,
a little bit of a scare at that last pit stop, but I think they've got things back under control.
And beginning to edge out again, by the way, to Barbeau. That's what got down to about 20 seconds, edging back up into 26, 27 seconds. It's 51 car of Alessandro Pierre Guidi. What a year he's had in 2021. The FIWC World Drivers' Champion, winning the IGTC title at Kyalami, which was from last season. It's a race that was delayed and is the 2021 title. Arguably, a title here would give him another major in 2021-22.
Yeah, it would be quite extraordinary.
It would, with the two bronze drivers aboard.
Really quite remarkable, but I think he's almost a lap down to the Rinaldi car and the Inception car. Ben Barnicoat still pressing on. He's managed to pull out a little bit of a lead. It's only maybe 1.5 seconds on Davide Rigon, but I think they are closing in slowly on Alessandro Pierre Guidi. So it's
they are, yeah.
And
there's the YC Panda car that's seems to be running reasonably slowly at the moment. Douglas Koo may be suffering with the darkness here.
I'd say it's tough going out there now.
Well, we've seen Douglas race in the dark at Sepang, but again, they're significantly more trackside lighting than we've got here.
Yeah.
As in, they have some.
Yeah.
But,
it's watching a battle here. Is this the Conrad car?
Just
fighting with one of the maybe CDC car.
This is the race leader. This is the 4 car.
Matt's going to be jumping out. Ben jumping in.
Yeah. So Ben Hanley.
Yeah. No tear off for Ben. They're just cleaning the shield. Just cleaning the windscreen.
It probably wasn't in the contract.
Maybe not. Ben's just, I don't know, it was Matt's giving the front of the car a bit of a look. Is he giving it a bit of a tap?
Doesn't look to be any damage that I can see.
No. Nice work, Matt.
Yeah, it was indeed.
Strong running.
He'll be very interested in his average lap times, I'm sure, from that stint.
Yeah.
He's going to be keen throughout this season to measure his progress against an established racer like Ben Hanley.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely certain of that too. And if that compares well, I'm pretty certain he'll tell me. And anybody else that will listen, to be honest with you. And why shouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So...
And there's the non-timed pit stop. So they are all pro lineup, or seen as a pro lineup, the UNAM car. So they do not have any limit on how long they have to be sat in the pit lane. So
that car will emerge from pit lane with, I think, just under a 2-lap lead, actually.
Yeah. They were taking their time over the right front. I think they were looking at that for some time. There was maybe the location, just getting the wheel on, or something else. Maybe they'd had a little bit of contact on that corner, and Matt had just radioed it in and said, look, just take your time and just have a look, just to check things over to make sure everything's okay, because they've got the race in the bag.
Car 72 reported on track without the headlights.
Whoa.
That's Nikita Alexandrov in the Campi Motorsport, the Finnish car.
Now that is a challenge. Getting around here with no lights on, headlights.
Let's hope it's just that he's pressed the wrong button. I bet he finds it quickly.
Yeah, because that's a new car to him.
Yes.
It's a new car to all of these guys, so finding a way is tough.
Well, he's just completed a lap. Reasonably quickly, in fairness. Although he's just lost a place.
Okay.
So I wonder if it's a trackside observer or one of the other drivers that's just passed him saying he's got no lights on.
Right.
I'm sure Ben Barnicoat would really quite rather that Davide Rigon didn't, but no such luck for...
The 72 car is now going to be shown the black and orange disc flag for headlights. So I think they're going to be back into the box to get those looked at.
So,
or at least find the switch.
I'm sure there's at least a couple of viewers out there saying, why can't you pick that up, that car on screen? That's because we can't see him.
Yeah.
There's,
the Weiss Panda car, I think, is just going slower and slower. His last lap was 2 minutes and 30.
So is that a vision problem? Is that a car problem? My guess is it's the former.
Yeah, it needs to be.
There is Ben Barnicoat, and he is pulling away now from Davide Rigon.
Yeah.
And doing so reasonably steadily. Ben Hanley out on track and will start his first flying lap now.
Yeah, that's just over the last couple of laps that Ben Barnicoat has just pulled that over David.
Yeah.
It was about 1.5 seconds. He's now jumped it out to 3. Maybe there was a bit of traffic that helped him there, but...
Now, the best thing in TV commentary, we discussed this last year, which you kind of stop yourself from saying over it because you just know there's no good way out of saying this. But this race has run full green. There's been no caution periods at all, which is pretty remarkable, bearing in mind the level of bonkers we've seen in GT3.
Yes, and also the fact that so many bronze drivers started the race.
Indeed.
You know, tricky conditions, you would have thought. Yeah,
by the way, well done to Nikita Alexandrov for making it back to the pits with no headlights. He has made it back to pit lane.
Remarkable.
So that's good. That means it's like your kids after a night out. He's home safe.
Indeed.
So we'll wait and see how that one emerges. Sean Tong, by the way, is now aboard the Ginetta Conrad car. That delay a little earlier on in the race. Car is running 7th in LMP3. And I'll be interested to see the lap times of that car post-race.
Yeah.
See how that car is comparing. And see what the variety of traditional tools that have been wielded towards it by both Franz Conrad and Ralf Juttner. Yes, that Ralf Juttner have made on that car, and I'll be equally interested to see how it compares to what we saw last year from the OC Bratislava car when that was absolutely brand new.
Yeah, that was tough though. That was a very tough sort of debut for them.
It was.
There was lots of issues and problems.
But that car, by the way, and it was that car, was used as one of the test cars for the Autosport Young Drivers Awards this year.
Okay.
The Ginetta LMP3.
Right.
Now in the hands of BBM Sport, the UK. Probably better known for...
That's missing a light panel.
It is.
Whichever car that is.
And I can't tell because there's no light panel.
Brilliant. Oh, we see the other side of it. No, we don't.
So a quick look if we do get a chance.
This is the Ben Hanley car. So there's a car just in front of Ben Hanley that's got the light panel out on the left side.
So Ben is lapping in 149s at the moment, but that's all he needs to do.
Yeah.
He'll be working, I'm sure, to pick up that second lap of advantage. Why? Well, because if they get a problem, it gives them an edge.
Yeah, when you've got some cars circulating out there with significant problems, or drivers who have got significant problems with vision.
Yeah, the YC Panda car's pitted now. The Crying Kempy car, by the way, is rejoined.
Yep. So they've obviously either found the switch or plugged something back in.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the car. This is the Ben Hanley car.
So it is the same car. It's the 39 car, isn't it, that doesn't have the light panel. We posted about early.
Graph Racing.
And this is the second lapping, and well done for picking this one up. Our guy's out there in the darkness, and through he goes, and he's gone.
Yeah.
It's that simple at this point. Sebastian Barge, I think, is struggling here.
Yeah, he's, again, just trying to keep it on the island and take no massive risks. It is very tough out there to see.
As we get deeper into this stint, be interested to look at the comparative lap times of our LMP3 leaders, because all of a sudden, Guillaume Murat de la Vera has done his fastest lap, the fastest lap of the race for the 13 car. It's still 29 seconds the gap. It's quicker than the last lap from De Barbo. Continue to make this kind of progress.
But I think, as Ollie Milroy, I think it was, on the grid was pointing out, that as the sun goes down and get into complete darkness, you know, the conditions do change.
Yes.
It can be that certain setups
don't work as well.
Yeah, don't work as well, or the car really comes to you. And all of a sudden, that car that was a real handful at the start is then just right there in the window, and you are able to click off the laps, run really good lap times, and all of a sudden you're marching back up the order, and you're really in the hunt.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep an eye on the sector times and lap times. He is just nibbling away. It's still, as I say, 29 seconds, but progress is beginning to be made. But is it quick enough? I think the answer is it isn't, because we do still have Lawrence Herr to come in the number 2 car.
And he's going to be a step up, isn't he, in performance?
The other thing to take into account, though, is we don't know what the issue was for the DKR car. But let's go down and have a quick chat with one of the men who's been driving very quickly this evening. Nadia is with Matt Bell.
Right out of the driver's seat of car number 4, we have Matt Bell here with us. He still hasn't caught his breath yet, but we're going to ask him a few questions, of course. So, Matt, tell us, how was your stint just now?
It was long. Yeah, I felt like I was in there forever. It's quite physical, this track, so I think I was in for pretty much a triple stint there. But yeah, car was feeling good. We're just keeping our head down, trying to edge our lead out. I think we came back in with a couple of laps lead, so handed it over to Ben, and hopefully he's going to bring it home, just fingers crossed.
Fantastic. Now we are going to see how Ben Hanley finishes it off here at the Asian Le Mans Series, of course. So back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, it was almost a triple stint from Matt Bell. He has the indecency to look not very tired after that, but cracking stuff from Matt, and effectively earning the team something like a 2-lap lead. Ben Hanley now has regained that 2-lap lead, just going by the 39 car of Sebastian Page just a few moments ago before we cut to Nadia on pit lane. But great stuff from the Geordie. This is the 95 car. Johnny Adam aboard that car, and he's closing in on Arjun Maini. This is a battle for 9th position in GT. Car that you can see ahead there, the car wide light bar on the rear of the Aston Martin lights up, but it's the AMG ahead from Hout Racing Team. Arjun Maini, the Indian driver, another man who has been with us previously here in the Asian Le Mans Series LMP2. He's aboard a GT3 car now. And Johnny Adam is working that gap, working it well. There are a number of cars in battles in that midfield. Marvin Kirchhofer, Nicky Katzberg, Arjun Maini, Johnny Adam, Klaus Bachler. They are the cars that are positioned from 7th down to 11th, as we see the Graf car pit now. So that 2-lap gap is going to extend further here. Driver change for Graf Racing. Page out of the car.
Another set of tyres going on.
And they're going to have to fix that light panel at this stop as well. So
Yeah,
the first thing they're going to do is kick it.
Would you say that? Is that what you'd do?
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hard. So that's why the technical official was over that side of the car, is to ensure that that was lit.
Right.
That's what the guy in the blue overalls that just stepped towards the pit garage was checking was happening.
So you think they got it done, or he's still on it? No, they're doing it now.
Yeah. So he's told them they've got to do it. Just noticed pit lane marshal. Pit lane marshal Alan Tanier. Keeping a weather eye on the progress on that repair. Keep an eye too on how long that car is going to remain on pit lane. And that could help the high-class racing effort, because Anders Fjordback is at the wheel of the 49 car now. He's going very quickly.
He is.
Just set the fastest third sector of the race.
He's just gone purple sector.
Yep, and Fjordback with a 150.130. And so 39 car is now out back onto the track. David Drew at the wheel. That was a 1 minute and 44 seconds. They didn't drop that much time there, did they?
No.
Because it's, of course, it's a time pit stop.
It is.
So
They did it inside that window.
Yeah, it's not going to help high class that much. The point at which they crossed the line last time, the gap was just over 3 minutes. So an attack here from Anders Fjordback could be interesting. And we didn't see Anders in qualifying. We did see David Drew. And David, we know, was pretty quick compared to Ben Hanley's qualifying pace. But Fjordback putting in another blue sector for that car, for the high-class racing car, chasing here. The lead gap, by the way, D-Car Engineering to the number 13 car. We didn't tell you to keep an eye on that. Down briefly to 27 seconds, just gone up again 28. So it's coming down, but not very quickly. It's another fastest lap of the race for the 49 car. That's a 1:49.680 now. 660 rather. That's just under a second slower than the fastest lap of the race, but quicker than the high-class car has gone thus far. And Fjordback is piling on.
Yep. And certainly these conditions on new tyres, you know, you're going to be really lighting up those Michelins and getting them working very well in these cooler conditions. That track temperature dropping, you know, really gets everything switched on nicely. And if you can keep them switched on and working well, then you know, you're going to be really sitting in the pound seats. It's very, very hard to do that. You know, if you have to just run wide, go offline, avoiding another car, you make just a small mistake with your line, earlier turn in, later, you know, coming off of the corner, or just running wide at all, that's going to pick up onto the tyre, and then you're going to struggle to get that off, building the energy back into it. It's running in the night is so much about rhythm and being able to really keep replaying that same rhythm again and again and again as you're working your way around this 16-turn track. And it's that muscle memory that you need in a vehicle that you know well, and you understand all of the little cues that it gives you, because you've really got all of your senses, all of the tentacles are out there trying to pick up on, okay, how am I going to read what's going on out there on the track? You know, whether it's something you're getting back through your backside, or through your hands on the wheel, or, you know, through your vision, or maybe it's a sound. It's a particular, you know, you're using all of your senses to operate as fast as you possibly can out there on track.
How much can a moment in traffic, or indeed a faster car approaching you with dazzling headlamps, throw you off that?
Oh, it can. It can be really brutal, and you know, that's certainly one of the things that, you know, as a driver, you need that experience, because, you know, the first time you get out there, for a lot of these guys, this might be the most aggressive that you've had to sort of be out there in these conditions. It's super hard to deal with those really bright, dazzling headlights. it's a tough ask. So gathering that experience, particularly someone like Karin and Kempe, the motorsport team, getting these young lads out there to experience this sort of stuff. This will be some of the hardest driving and racing they've ever competed in. Just trying to just click off the laps and hit the right lines and really execute those laps consistently. It's very, very hard to do. The likes of Ben Barnicoat and Davide Rigon will be pulling on all of their experience here. All of it.
Be finished at the end of this race.
Mentally, this is unbelievably taxing.
Fantastic stuff. David Drew, by the way, fastest lap of the race for the number 39 car. And we're going to go down to the pit lane to the Graf Racing team, where Nadia Nash is with Sebastian Paget.
Indeed, you are right, Graham. So we have Sebastian Paget here with us. He was in the car, but we are curious to know. We see on screen that they are driving in the darkness, and we can hardly make out the cars, right? But I want to know from the driver's point of view. So let's check in with Sebastian and see how it is driving in the dark. So Sebastian, how was your stint? And tell us about how was your drive out there without lights?
Yeah, I mean, driving in the dark is something quite special. For me, it was my first time making a race in the dark, and but as it goes on, you get accustomed to it. You get to find your new repair, which are not the same than in daylight, but you get accustomed to it. And
fantastic! Thank you so much. So that was it from Sebastian Paget in Graf Racing.
He had a smile on his face, though. He's enjoyed himself, I think. I think he's found it tough. I mean, I can't imagine how tough he's done so.
Yeah, he looked a little sweaty, like he'd been working quite hard. But yeah, I mean, first time in a race car in the dark around here. God, that's brutally tough. And he did really well to not get involved in a major incident.
Absolutely.
It's so hard out there to try and navigate your way around.
Yeah, don't try this at home.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, brilliant job. Well done.
Yes, indeed. And look forward to see you, Sebastian, for the rest of this season, and indeed in Europe with Graf Racing for the remainder of 2022. Ben Hanley it's a 3-lap lead at the moment now because of the latest stop from Graf Racing. The actual gap between Graf Racing and High Class Racing is 1 minute and 17 seconds, and that is coming down, but it needs to come down more quickly if there's going to be any chance for High Class Racing to get any further than third. DKR Engineering, they've managed to just edge out again to 29 seconds, so that edging back of that advantage has just been stopped and reversed just for the moment. John Corbett still sits behind the lead 2 cars in LMP3 in his Ligier for ARC Bratislava, and it is orders as they were for CD Sports 2 cars, the 3 and the 27, and then the 22 Rinaldi Racing car. But the gaps there not large. They're still pretty close, and any small mistake or incident is going to have an effect on potential podium finish. In GT3, Inception Racing's Ben Barnicoat is edging away, and it is edging away. It's 4.2 seconds now away from Davide Rigon after that stellar battle between the pair, after the pair of the factory drivers got aboard the car, albeit Ben Barnicoat no longer a factory McLaren driver, now a factory Lexus driver, amongst the other things that he does in motorsport. AF Corsa third, got a yellow flag out at turn 6, and that might be for the Ginetta, which is shown as being stopped out on track.
A Conrad Motorsport car, isn't it? Sean Tong behind the wheel.
Car 21 it is, stopped at turn 6. Now, in these conditions, this level of darkness, I wouldn't be remotely surprised if they need assistance to recover that car.
Yeah,
we've not seen it as to whether or not it's on track or off track. It is the start-finish straight where we've got plenty of light, but there certainly isn't out there where Sean Tong is in trouble. It's a double yellow at turn 6 at the moment to protect that scene.
Yes, it's black and teal, isn't it?
We just had a quick look at the car.
There it is.
There is some power, but
it's not easy to pick out, and is it facing the wrong way?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh no,
it's not.
sorry. Yeah.
It's not. It's not. There's the power in the cockpit. You can see blue lights, presumably from the dashboard there.
Yeah, it might be just auxiliary, and maybe he's trying to cycle it, or maybe he's He's working on the problem inside the car.
I'm sure it's not very pleasant out there. In
that
this.
would not be
He's
very
well
nice.
off the track, off the racing surface, but the problem is protecting that site for any kind of
He's not
recovery.
that far off the racing surface.
No, I'm sure it's very easy for me to say. I'm sure it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah,
But
he's
I'm
lost
trying
everything now. He's lost all power.
What I'm trying to work out is he in the barrier?
I don't think he's at the barrier, no. No, I don't think he is. I think he's just...
No,
he's,
you're
he's
right. Just cycled it, we've just seen the rear lights.
Just flick on.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can get it going. The lights have gone off, maybe the brake lights. Let's see if he's going to be able to get that moving.
Horrible moment
for... everything's gone off now.
At some point, if you can't get it rolling, that's again...
I'm sure the team are working the problem on the radio, talking him through. And he's not that familiar.
You've worked a problem with Franz Conrad. How calm is he going to be on the radio right now?
Franz, he has his moments. He understands cars inside out and how to fix problems. But it's, you know, sometimes in these situations, it's trying to keep cool. And Franz will be trying to get the information across to Sean Tong in as sort of basic and as straightforward a way. I think we're going to go full course.
I think we have gone full course yellow.
Yeah, I think we have.
Not showing time in scoring, but,
no, but certainly the way that a number of cars entered turn one, and also the rumble.
It's all gone quiet.
Of the pit lane speed limit, sort of.
So it looks to me like we have gone full course yellow. Full course yellow has been called with 65 minutes of this race remaining, so approaching the final hour. So that's just as we just watch these pictures, just go through where we are with each of these classes. It is the number 4 Nielsen racing car, the blue car with the red Nordic script all over it, leads the race by 3 laps now. That's an astonishing gap for Ben Hanley to hold over David Drew, whose gap to Anders Fjordbach in 3rd place, for the Graf Racing 39 in 2nd, with Anders Fjordbach in the 49 high-class racing car, 1 minute and 17 seconds back before we went to full course yellow. The LMP3 battle is DCAR Engineering lead the race. We are not yet in the fuel window to finish this race. And Matteo De Barbo held something like a 30-second lead over the Inter-Europol competition, but the 13 car has just pitted with Guillermo Muro de Oliveira, and I can't believe they're going to try and go to the end from here. I don't think they managed to do it. That car is going to be under tow, so we can now see the teal and black car on our screens here, and Sean Tong does not appear to have been able to get the Ginetta back underway. So the 2nd place car in LMP3 is on pit lane, as is the 4th place car in LMP2. You can see it there on the right-hand side of the screen, the bright yellow ARC Bratislava Ligier, brought in by Australian John Corbett. And then both of the CD Sport cars also on pit road at the moment, as just now is the race leader. So
Optimum also pitted. Joe
yes,
Osborne behind the wheel, and they've just left the box. I think that could be quite a smart move. They are the highest runner in GT to have pitted. And if this actually does...
They can, I think, get home from here.
Yeah, just about. And they might have stolen a march on everyone there.
Yep, they, I think, can get home here.
Marvin Kirchhoffer as well for Garage 59.
Well, in fact, that whole train,
yeah, all of them.
Katzberg,
It's like they were all following one another.
Johnny Adam, Klaus Bachler have all pitted the cars. Everything else will need another stop.
And this might have been actually just when the full course yellow came out, and it was just so happened that you know, that the Ben Barnicoat and David Rigon had just gone past the pit lane entry, and the others just cycled round and then were able to pit immediately. So they've now done it. They've got a lap on them in terms of pitting that little bit earlier. So if it does cycle through, that it's going to be a little bit of a march on them.
Well, see, look, as one of the McLarens comes under the start-finish gantry. That is one of the Garage 59 cars completing a lap. So we watch the number 22 car. This is the Rinaldi racing car.
Yeah.
That car running 5th in LMP3 and 9th overall, came in the hands of Leonard Weiss. It's one of the family that owns the Wochenspiegel Team Manschau, the Wochenspiegel newspaper. That is what Wochenspiegel is. WTM Racing. And attention in the cockpit. And that 22 car will be waiting for its time pit stop and then will go. I do think this is one of the nicest liveries we've got on LMP3 cars worldwide. It does really work.
It's lovely, isn't it? Does work well.
Ben Hanley, by the way, in and out. So 91 laps completed in the 3 hours or bar 2 minutes that we've had of this race so far. And the British team, British driver, looks well placed here. Graf Racing, David Drew, the 39 car, 2 laps back and not able to do anything on pace here. It's going to be about whether or not Nielsen Racing can finish this race with no problems. And there's been no sign of that so far. 49 car in 3rd position, Anders Fjordbach, the Danish driver, the Danish flag team, though they're based in Barcelona. Motorsport's very much an international industry nowadays. And they are on the same lap, I believe, as the 2nd place car. So any kind of problem for the 39 would potentially be a way in for high-class racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anders Fjordbach has been very quick in that car, hasn't he? He's been certainly the quickest guy. So, you know, let's wait and see. But certainly I see that the Inception team and Rinaldi in GT, Ben Barnicoat and David Rigon, they came into the pits for a quick stop.
So it's into the final hour in just 30 seconds time for this 4 hours of Dubai. Let's have a bit of a look back over the last 60 minutes. So hour 3, and the big feature here was a battle for the lead between the 55 Rinaldi Ferrari, punched down by Ben Barnicoat in the Inception Racing team, and it was a solid move, really solid move by the McLaren up the inside through turn 1 that took that lead. And since then, 10th by 10th by 10th, it's the McLaren man that's been pulling away in the lead of what's been a closely fought GT battle. The 7 car has been strong throughout this race meeting so far, and that doesn't look like changing any time soon. It's now going to be about a battle for survival in the darkness. LMP3 and the 13 car from Inter-Europol competition look set to perhaps take advantage of a delay on the pit lane for the long-time leader and still leading D-Car Engineering car. The car, by the way, has just been in and out of the pits, but the number 2 car has retained the advantage through this hour. In LMP2 and for the overall lead, 39 car with a light panel out has been losing ground to the number 4 Nielsen Racing team car after a triple stint from Matt Bell punished the opposition with just pace and pace and more pace. Ben Hanley now aboard that car for the run to the finish. The number 4 car currently holds a 2-lap lead in this 4-hour race. We're under full course yellow for a problem with the Conrad Ginetta as we go into the final hour of the race. Back to green.
Back racing again. See how this final hour unfolds. It's going to be, I think, that all of the GT cars are coming for their final pit stops. It's now going to be a case of the LMP3 cars seeing if they can get all the way to the end on this. Maybe there would be possibly another caution. Maybe I think they're going to need that with the P3 cars. But I think the GT cars are all set to get going. You're seeing a number of cars coming up this long back straight, weaving away, trying to get the heat in the tyres. Drivers just trying to get themselves going again after that full course yellow period. Heavy brake zone into turn 10. And working their way through, there's the leader, Ben Hanley. And again, it's a case of him just winding through this last hour and clicking off the laps, being smart, not risking the car, really picking his points to overtake people. It's going to be, drivers could be getting tired at this point. It's very difficult to see, picking out in the darkness here. So, you know, I'm sure that Nielsen crew will be reminding him, and just every other lap, just giving him a bit of a nudge, just to sort of keep thinking about it, make sure no risky moves, make sure that every move is, you know, a real high percentage that is going to come off. So, yeah, it's these difficult sort of few minutes getting everything going again, that's when stuff can go wrong. You know, maybe you've got new drivers in the car that he's having to pass. You know, whether you're looking at the GT battles or other LMP3 cars out there that he's having to get by. Everybody who's could be just getting themselves warmed up and going again. And that can be tough to navigate your way through all of that.
Just wondering how Ben Barnicoat has pulled out a 13-second lead here, as it was still a handful of seconds before we went into the caution, unless he was unlucky at the point at which that caution came out, because they matched each other in the pit stops to the second.
Yeah.
But 3 seconds has become 13 seconds, or 4 seconds has become 13 seconds. So somewhere, Davide Rigon has lost the better part of 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's strange how that's happened.
Unless the one thing I can think that would explain it is that perhaps the yellow flags came out at a point. It certainly shouldn't be 10 seconds though. That's a big chunk.
So they were just exactly the same time.
They were 1 minute 41. We can see that on the timing scoring screen. But somewhere Ben Barnicoat has made a bit of a break here, to the tune of, I think, about 9 seconds to the good. And they're both still lapping very quickly. I mean, evidenced by the fact Davide Rigon has just done the fastest lap of the 55 cars race, a 1:58.261, which, by the way, Barnicoat beat last time around by a couple of hundredths. And third place, by the way, Vincent Abriel is still under pressure and under increasing pressure. I think you just spotted this, haven't you, Ollie, by Joe Osborne.
Joe Osborne, yeah.
That's for the final podium position as we're into the last 55 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and I think
this is now a race to
changed
finish.
Tyres, and Joe's just done the fastest lap of the race for his car, 1:58.269. Just went personal best in the last 2 sectors. So Joe's really got the bit between his teeth now. He's pressing on, trying to see if he can make those new tyres. I believe they're new tyres. I didn't actually see them going on, but I would have thought so at the final stop. This is where it's the business end of the race, and he's going to want to make sure that he can drive home any advantage that he has, and see if he can get past that 17 AF Corsa car being driven by Vincent Abriel.
Defending champions, Herbeth Motorsport, the 91 car. That car running 5th, and you know, that's a big improvement on where we'd seen the 91 earlier in this race as they cycled through.
Porsche's not really been the force that it was here last year.
No, they dominated last year here, didn't they?
Yeah, they were unbeatable.
So this is the point at which we're going to start to see whether or not this cooling air, and there's this is indeed
the 17 and the 42. So this is Abriel and Osborne really going at it. Joe's really putting the pressure on. He's looking to make the cut back up the inside, so he's on the outside now into 12. Can he get the nice slingshot and really work on that traction that the McLaren's got off the corner? Not quite, but he's going to sit in the toe, then down to turn 14. He's lining him up, Joe. That pressure's going to build. It's going to build on the 17 car. Vincent is experienced, but Joe is going to really pile it on.
Monstrous on the brakes there.
Yeah, very good. Strong performance, and Vincent just hard on the power there. The rear of the Ferrari was squirming away. Just been trying to line him up as he comes through 16 off the corner. See if he can get a nice slingshot off the corner. Use all of the road on the way out. Nice toe down the straight. Joe's got a pretty decent exit there. See if he can make it stick going into turn 1.
It's not going to be a deja vu move, is it? Ferrari, a McLaren on a Ferrari again. He's looking at it. I don't think he quite had the room to do it. But we saw one mighty battle between a Ferrari and a McLaren in the last hour. Is this going to be the battle of this hour? Joe Osborne certainly looking racy and certainly showing him, I'm here. You've got to take me in, as the factor that's going to define your future prospects of a podium in the next 53 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think Joe's just got that little bit of advantage there, and he's able to take a slightly tighter line. He's able to put his car in spots that maybe Vincent isn't. So he's got to really look at making this stick in the next couple of laps.
Could be trouble here, by the way, for the second place car, because car 55 reported to the stewards for possible overtaking on a full course yellow. That's despite the fact that he lost 9 seconds.
Here we go. Is this Joe going to... No, he's not quite made it stick. But the Optimum car has got that blue light in the centre of the windscreen,
as opposed to green light in the Barnacote car, the
yeah.
Inception car. Both cars deal with the rather dawdling at the moment YC Panda car.
It's a bit of a mobile chicane, unfortunately.
Basha Mardini. Well, that shows me. Basha Mardini, by the way, is a local-based driver here, races here regularly in the Dubai 24 Hours, and he's struggling. So something is amiss with that car. It's not just a driver issue.
No.
Again, monstrous on the brakes through turn 14. What's he planning here? Is he just looking to just force an error?
I think he is. He's trying to pile the pressure on, and he's trying to pick his point. And he's got nearly enough to make it stick, but not quite. He's just got to make sure he really lines him up. Vincent is going to be pinged sooner or later for using too much track on the exit there.
Watch them through turn 1. I'll tell you of another car in trouble that I've just spotted that was in a... There we go. He's looking to do the same move here, isn't he?
He is.
I just wonder, have they been on the phone?
It's possible. It's possible.
It works.
Yeah.
Trouble, by the way, for the car that was running second in LMP3, the 13 Inter Europol car, that has dropped all the way down the order, has just come back out on the track after 14 minutes in the pit. So my apologies for not spotting that as we're watching other battles. The 13 car drops to 7th position in the class behind the Finnish, the Crying Kempi Motorsport Duquesne. And that puts up into 2nd place and 3rd place the 2 CD Sport cars. So CD Sport from nowhere, all of a sudden, in 2 podium positions.
As Joe just managed to do enough on this lap coming up into turn 10. It's a good spot if he can. He seemed to have just lost the pictures for a second. No, still 17 in front of 42. Joe's still trying to work his way past Vincent, and Vincent's experienced. He's not going to be mugged.
No,
so
no. It's this is going to be a cracking battle.
And Joe's going to have to work for this.
Vincent Abriel has served time as a Bentley factory driver. I think had time on the AMG roster as well.
Yeah. He's very experienced.
And he'll be alive to all these tricks. Again, exactly the same moves he did before. Looking, is he just going to change the approach and try to?
He's very strong. Joe is very strong through 14. He gets a really good run through 15, and I think this is about the closest he's been into 16. He's just got to make it stick coming off, and they should be giving Vincent a little bit of a warning. I think this is the best run he's had so far. Down into turn 1, can he make it stick? And we seem to have just lost the picture there.
Got notice from race control that there will be no further action on the overtaking from car 55.
Shows just
the position were reversed, so that there will be no penalty for car 55.
Okay.
And this Fjordback, by the way, has not given up the prospects of a 2nd place finish here. He's just put in the purple sector in sector 149 for the 49 car in his pursuit of David Drew, but still just under a minute 20 seconds back with 48 minutes left. He needs to be closing more quickly than he currently is. In fact, last time actually lost a 10th or 3 to the 2nd place car.
They're trading best laps, aren't they, at the moment?
They are.
David Drew and Andres Fordback. It's only a 10th in it.
Again, Joe Osborne looking just trying to get Vincent Abriel to make a minor error on the braking point and minor error at the turning in point. Anything to get the McLaren ahead and onto a podium position.
It's a very strong driving from the 17 car of Vincent Abriel. He is really sticking to his guns, you know, just being not distracted or put off his game by Joe. Joe's really piling the pressure on, but Vincent's he's handling it.
So this battle moves on, and it's been the story of this race, hasn't it? The stories of the race so far have been punishing pace from the car that is dominating at the front.
Excellent exit there from Joe. It looks like he's again really in the right spot. He's right in the toe. Is he going to make it stick now down into turn 1?
Goes to the outside this time. That's Abril forced into defence. But does this open the door? Don't think so. He's not gone.
Look like it.
Closer again.
It is. Joe's almost sort of pushing him along through this series of corners. It's great racing. Fantastic to see these two really going at it. Two marks really on the limit. The Ferrari and the McLaren. Joe just, that, again there, turn 9 coming out into turn 10. It looks like the McLaren's just got a little bit more mid-corner pace. Almost glued together, these two are. Joe again just sort of half-carring him, just trying to sort of see up the inside. Good traction off of turn 10, lining up through 11 into 12. If he can get a run off of here, off of 12 down into 14, I think that's where Ben got past Davide Rigon.
Well, the next opportunity is going to be if traffic intervenes. They're catching 2 cars ahead by the look of things. And that might be where Joe Osborne gets his opportunity to drop back a little off the back of Vincent Abril for the moment. Turn 14, not quite as close this time. A little bit of a breather.
Yeah, it's hard when you're running that close for that long. You start to really hurt your front tyres. And it might be that Joe just has to back off a little bit, give him a bit of a breather. Might be the front tyre temps are going up. They're sliding across the track.
I think that's the dynamic Porsche ahead, the number 12 car, which has had a quiet run here. Ben Barker's aboard the car at the moment. Yes. They are gradually closing on those. I think the other car was one of the 2 BMWs, but I'm perfectly prepared to be wrong on that one.
I think Vincent has repelled this current attack from Joe. Joe might be just sitting back, just regrouping, and then go again in a lap or so. Just got to keep it tight. Don't get too messy. Just be disciplined with your line and making sure you're really using all of the strengths of your own car. Try not to overdrive, which is very hard at this point. Sometimes, wanting to get past the car in front of you, you end up just overreaching a little bit too much and oversliding the car, causing yourself more problems.
Potential problems, by the way, for the Oman Racing squad as we get a gaggle of GT cars on the back straight, and a pit stop for the Oman Racing 69 reported to the stewards. That could be trouble for the car that's currently in 8th position in GT. 66 car again, the YC Panda car, Basha Mardini. Car is really struggling, isn't it? It has its woes earlier in the week of electrical or electronics nature. It's the 3 car goes through.
Second in LMP3. They had a couple of little incidents at the start, didn't they? But running pretty well since then. But no, doesn't seem to be a patch on the DKR.
No, and Lawrence Hurd, by the way, is at the wheel of that car since the full course yellow. And well, is driving pretty conservatively at the moment, Lawrence. He doesn't have to push.
No,
at this stage.
And I'm sure Kenny's had quite a long chat with him and to sort of say, just, you know what you need to do here. Maybe I don't need to tell you. But just in case I do, here it is.
It's almost like you've heard that speech.
More than once.
Team manager 39 to immediately to race control. Now, what could that be? Did they fix the light panel?
Yeah, maybe it's a bit more than a problem than they thought, or maybe it's something else completely. Who knows? Let's see. Joe Osborne is still piling the pressure on Vincent Abril, 0.4 of a second. Still can't quite make his way by him. But really strong professional driving here from both of them. Not putting a wheel wrong.
Well, with a field like this, mixed field, lots of new drivers in new cars and unfamiliar circumstances and surroundings, it's a black and white flag to Vincent Abril. That must be for track limits.
I think it's the repeated track limits, either at 15, exit at 15 and 16. That's the only one I can see that he was doing regularly.
Yeah, I'd say we've had remarkably little drama other than of the legitimate racing sort, and
Sure.
that's been a pleasure to watch for 3 hours and 20 minutes around this Dubai Autodrome. Remember, we've got another 4 hours of this tomorrow to look forward to.
Yeah. Optimum need to be telling Joe that Vincent has been given that black and white flag.
So now, if Joe hasn't had warnings, now's the time to put him into even more pressure.
Yeah, so Joe's just got to keep doing what he's been doing, just to keep piling the pressure on, and, you know, Vincent may crack.
Yeah.
Or he may get a penalty.
Yeah.
So you might just sort of breathe it a little bit, or just get onto the throttle that little bit later, coming onto the front straight, and Joe will be able to pull by him on the brakes into turn 1. Just needs that another little bit, half a car length.
It's basically the motorsport version of just asking the same question over and over and over again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until someone cracks.
Yeah.
Up the inside there from the number 3 car. That's just a lap on the Herbeth Motorsport car. That is our second place car, by the way, in LMP3. Edward Cope spent the season last year in Europe with United Autosports at LMP3. Steve Paulette a further 16 seconds back in what is emerging as quite a good night here for CD Sports. They'll take that, I'm sure.
Yep. No doubt.
So we've got a couple of potential dramas here, haven't we? With Vincent Abril having to watch his P's and Q's and lines.
Yeah.
And the 39 squad, which has 1 minute and 20 seconds to play. A drive-through here wouldn't be an utter disaster.
Joe is also being warned about his track limits at turn 6, turn 9 and turn 12, so
that evens it out somewhat.
Yeah, he hasn't got the black and white flag
he's
yet,
not.
So he's got a couple more up his sleeve, maybe.
There's the professional race driver, Oliver Gavin, everyone.
Come on, Joe.
But what we want to see is a good, fair battle, and we've seen plenty of that.
Oh, it's been mega for that.
The
really
GT3
great.
field, I have to say, I think the driving's been spectacular and exemplary. And by the way, that includes the gentleman drivers too. You know, we talked about the defensive drive from Alexander West earlier, under huge, concerted and very deep pressure.
Yeah, we haven't seen much contact, have we?
We really haven't.
Yeah, which has been fantastic.
This is the point at which, by the way, I should tell you as a commentator, that I say that on air and then get verbally battered by half the paddock when I next see them. Yes.
Sorry.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
But just watch for the orderly queue at the parts truck and we'll find out what kind of race it's been. But, still, groups of GT cars hammering away here.
And Ben Hanley trying to pick his way through as he comes through 15 into 16. Picking out the headlights, picking out the number boards. And Ben's just...
That's the 8 car, way down after that long stop.
Well, they've had a
Nielsen
rough
Racing.
race,
They have a terrible race, haven't they?
Dear, oh dear.
They will at least have picked up a place with the bad news for Conrad Motorsports.
Yeah, Sean Tom got stuck out there, didn't he, in the Conrad Motorsport car.
And they're in no position, I'm afraid, to attack either. The next car ahead of them in their class, which is what matters for them, is, I think, 3 laps ahead.
Yeah, the Karine and Kempe car. And, you know, those boys, they've just been circulating, just getting the data, the experience, making sure that they can gather as much as they possibly can.
Absolutely.
So that they can take that away for tomorrow night and then on towards Yas Marina. And you really learn from it.
So, yet again, Anders Fjordbach with a purple first sector. He's been hammering away at it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's managed to really string it all together, though.
He's not managed to make too much of an impact on the task in hand.
He can do the odd quick sector, really quick sector, but then he makes a mistake or something. He just can't quite string it together for the next sector.
The first time I spotted Anders Fjordbach, it was here at Dubai, in the Dubai 24 Hours, and he was knocking on the door of a potential Audi seat in GT.
Right.
And Mighty in a GT3 car Established high-class racing and has been building his customer base with that operation.
Kind of, again, what it says to me with that high-class racing car is that it is a little bit edgy to drive. And when he can get it just inside that window, that it's very quick. It's a really fast car, but it's very easy to either underdrive it or overdrive it. So that's maybe one of the things he's battling with somewhat.
Still got that piece of bodywork at the back of that
Garage 59 car, yeah. Is that Marvin Kirchhoffer?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And he's sitting, where is he now? In 6th position.
And he's just been warned about track limits for turn 6, turn 12, turn 16.
He's under pressure, as he has been throughout his entire stint from Nicky the Cat Katzberg.
Joe's just dropped off the back of Vincent a little bit in that battle for 3rd place in GT. We're just seeing here on the timing screens, it's now out to, well, it's just about a second. So it's not that couple of tenths that it was where Joe was just glued to his gearbox.
So Rinaldi Racing, 4th, the worst position in motorsport, other than DNF, and that car just doing the fastest lap of its race in the hands of Hendrik Steele, but it's nearly 30 seconds back from Steve Paulette in the 27 CD Sport car. CD Sports, I was chatting to a couple of guys of the team here, it could be their only LMP3 effort this year.
Really?
We've got pit stops for the 22, that is the 4th place car I've just described, and the 91 reported to stewards. So that's the Herbeth Motorsport car, the defending champions of last year, running 5th in GT3. And where is Robert Renard? 11 seconds back from 4th place. He's not putting Joe Osborne under any immediate pressure here, but a drive-through for that would certainly help.
Yeah.
Marvin Kirchhoffer and Nicky Katzberg, who is right with the Garage 59 car now.
Just going back to that battle, GT. Oh, who have we got in the pits here?
That's the 39 car. This will be the finals pit stop for the 39 car. David Drew will go to the end, I'm sure. Now, why were they called to the stewards?
We can get that. So it's still maybe the light panel issue, but maybe need to see the other side of the car here, because we know the one on the...
Unfortunately, we can't get a camera on that side.
No.
But...
light panel on the fueling side.
And now
they are coming out.
It is the panel, so...
On the driver's side.
This is going to be a critical moment as to how quickly they can do that.
You see this, there was the ACO marshal.
They're fixing a torch onto the side of the car, is what they're doing.
Wow.
They are gaffer taping a torch, 2 torches to the side of the car. That is what they're doing. This is very Grand Am. Wow. Now,
I don't think I've ever seen that before. And are they going to stay? Were they given the sort of wiggle check there by the marshal?
They've got to hope that stays on for 2 reasons. 1, the debris.
Yeah.
And 2, they'll be forced to pit again. Now, what has that cost them in time?
Anders Fjordback is going to be...
Now, we'll see. So it should be around a 1:40 pit stop for a regular pit stop for that car. Anders Fjordback will be lit up here.
He will.
And that's a 1:42, so it didn't cost them any time at all. 2 seconds.
Wow.
With that time pit stop.
So Ben Barnicoat in the lead in GT, McLaren 720S. And he's comfortable. It's not in the bag, but it's he's got a decent lead over David Rigon.
Yeah, it is quite comfortable now, isn't it? So what that is, 14 seconds. He's actually pulled a little bit more out on this.
I mean, he has been the class act in that car all weekend. And
but good performances by all 3 drivers in that car. And I think that's the thing. It's the depth of ability that's been shown today. Error-free.
Yep.
Defensive and attacking driving from all 3 drivers. There you go.
Brendan kept his head during that first stint, didn't do anything crazy, just kept it nice and clean. And handed it over exactly, you know, as he started. He handed it over to Ollie in that state.
Yeah, he let the hares that wanted to run, stuck with that pack. And Ollie Milroy, a very tidy stint for him. And then Ben Barnicoat, they basically...
He's the closer.
Well, yeah, lit a firework, threw it in his trousers, and off he went.
I've never, ever heard that before.
You just have.
Just now got this mental
High-class
image.
racing, by the way, took second place, but now are pitting, so the gap is basically a pit stop.
Ah, right. Okay.
So,
Anders Fjordback staying on board. So work through the pit stop here. Still on the fuel. Are they going to go for tyres? Yes, they are.
here's a question. If that 39 car finishes like that, does it fail scrutineering?
That's a good question. I suppose you just got to illuminate the lights, haven't you?
Yeah. It would depend on what the technical regulations actually say.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a tricky one.
Uh,
Just going to go left sides.
And I guess the other thing is it running to the minimum weight? Because if so, 2 torches.
I suppose. Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I mean, I have to say, it is not the first time I've seen that done, or the second or the third. I've never seen it done to an LMP car.
No. I'm not sure. Can we get a shot of it? Whether the torches are still on board?
Oh, I'm sure they're all over that. I'm absolutely certain of that. I mean, I said it was a little bit grandam. I didn't mean that to be anyway derogatory, other than the fact that I have seen back in the late 90s, I think, cars at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona when we used to have the tube frame cars.
Yeah.
And you used to lose the entire front bodywork, literally with 2 torches, gaffer taped to the top of the engine, and that was the only lights they had at the front of the car.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding either.
I can definitely say it never happened while I was driving any
No,
of
no,
those
it was
cars.
a little. It was, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. A little before your time.
There was motorsport before I started
There was.
Really?
It was all fields out there, and black and white.
Chariots.
Dear me. Well, we're talking 90s, definitely.
Wow. Okay.
And I think that more than once.
Okay. We're back to the racing. Coming down into turn 10, I think it's one of the BMWs, the Walkenhorst cars, and there's, is that Ben Barnicoat there? I think it is Ben.
So
Leader of
after
GT.
those pit stops, it's 3-time pit stop they've got to do, isn't it? It's not all of them. They can do a quicker pit stop.
Yeah.
So Anders Fjordback has picked up time on that last pit stop, because he did a 1:15, so it's picked up around 30 seconds. So it's under a minute, but we've got under half an hour left. It's not going to be done on pace.
No. They need a mistake from the car in front.
Yeah, these are words you've probably never heard in commentary before. The race is going to be decided between these 2 cars as to whether or not the torch falls off. But you did 2 of them if they're allowed to do it. Good luck to them, is the straight answer.
Yep, definitely.
So all those jokes we go, you know, what do you need as the basic toolkit for motorsport? A hammer, a screwdriver, and a roll of gaffer tape, and a torch.
2 torches.
2 torches.
2 torches. It's DKR car going into turn 1. We've got Lawrence Hall on board.
He has driven a very mature race here.
Yeah, he has. Well, he's again. I think Kendi most probably had that little chat with him, as in to say, "Do I need to talk to you about what we need to do here?" And I think that's most probably enough.
I think Kendi's probably told him he's got his Instagram password and he could do all sorts of damage when he's out there. So, but Lawrence, I have to say, from where he was 3 years ago,
right,
the level of maturity you now see with him, I think it's an extraordinary transformation. Not only is he quick, but he's got it. He understands what the game in hand is now. 3 cars now, by the way, with pit stops reported to the stewards. That's the 20, which is the GT AM leading car, the SPS Performance, Automotive Performance AMG, the 69, which is the Oman racing car, Charlie Eastwood, at the wheel at the moment, and the 91 car, which is the 5th place car, Herbert Motorsports. So, not cars in podium positions, other than the GT-AM podium, but significant positions in the battles. Worth marking here, by the way, that is a decent lap time from Jesse Samanotio in the Karin and Kempe car, 1:57.588. So whatever lessons are they've been teaching themselves, they're winning. So 39 car in the darkness. And that's the 49 car. Was it? No, it's the 4 car, apologies. It's about to lose another lap to Ben Hanley, but Ben must have been in for his final stop. So they're going to be 4 laps down at the end of this race. If that's the case, that is a lap an hour.
Yeah, it is. Which kind of goes with the pace that Matt was driving.
Yeah. And it's characterised by Rodrigo Salas, one mistake. Other than that, I thought a stellar opening to his LMP2 career.
Yeah.
Matt Bell beat the living daylights out of it for a solid 3 stints.
Yeah, he had like one way.
Yeah.
It's like, what? There was only one switch on the dash for him, or one switch on the steering wheel, and it was like all out.
Lit.
Yes. I'm going.
Watch this. And team manager car 20, by the way, to immediately report to the stewards. That's not usually a good thing.
No. Eduardo's usually got the special spot for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Remove the coffee and the biscuits.
Yeah. So are we back on the battle?
We are.
This
is the battle for 3rd.
Yeah.
And there is a gap.
Yeah, Vincent Abril and Joe Osborne, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the CD Sport cars involved
He's just got in between there, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Not done Joe any favours there, unfortunately.
Joe Osborne across the line, 1.2 seconds, the gap.
I think it's gone out a bit further than that.
I think it has, but it's then a matter of just how well, how quickly, how error-free Vincent Abril can be, as whichever of the 2 CD Sport cars should hopefully see that we get a longer shot. We can't, because it's gone behind a bank.
We do coming on to the long back straight, and it looks like it's Vincent in the foreground, and he's got a P3 car behind him pulling out, just making the move. I think the next car back is Joe. Got the blue light in the centre of the windscreen there. And this might let Joe just steal back a little bit of lap time with a slow exit for the P3 car.
It is confirmed, by the way, drive-through penalty car 91 for a pit stop infringement. There may be more of that to come. So 91 is going to cost them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're in reasonably close contention with Nicky Katzberg. Could get, I think, will get by here.
It's likely.
As will Marvin Kirchhoffer, as will Charlie Eastwood. But that's another car sitting, waiting to see whether or not a penalty comes. So this could cost them dear. It's going to be multiple positions that's going to be lost by the championship defending car. So that's a significant player. This is Joe Osborne. What's he got left in this last 20 minutes of the race?
I'm not sure if he's got anything left in those front tyres, because he's sat so close behind Vincent Abril in that Ferrari that he would have likely burnt off the tyres on the front axle. So he's, if he's got something left, he really needs to start delivering it now. But might be a bit harder. They've battled so hard, the 2 of them, and hopefully Joe's got something left in the tank.
Quick question, and we got a stop-and-go penalty, by the way, for car 96 for 8 seconds for driving time infringement.
Oh,
that's a stinger, isn't it?
Yeah, somebody's dropped the ball there, team manager or an engineer, unfortunately.
That's the attempt at a racing car. Now, they're not in a significant position in class 14th, but it's going to cost them multiple positions, that one. Quick question from one of our viewers, who asks, how, as a driver ahead in a battle, do you determine what car is following you in this situation? Is that simply what you get from the team over the radio?
Okay, so you're asking about, knowing who it is behind you?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll be asking the team, and you might be able to pick it out, actually, from just the shape of the headlights. the look of the car. If it gets particularly close, you can maybe even see the badge on the front of it, depending on how good your rear view camera is.
Well, you've had that Corvette had the radar system,
yes,
didn't they?
Corvette developed the radar system with Bosch, and that was something that we developed in the C6R and then the C7R, and it was developed by Bosch, and then they sold it on to all the other manufacturers. And,
and that must have pleased you.
Yeah, well, somewhat, but you know, it was just nice to see. It's a safety. It was actually Gary Pratt came up with the idea. He was, when we went to GT2 and we were competing at Le Mans, and we were being passed by the very, very quick Peugeots and Audis. He was concerned about how we were going to navigate our way through that traffic and deal with it, and he wanted a better system for us to see out the back of the car, and so that's how the idea started, and then it developed into the rear view camera and the Bosch system, and now it's worked off the radar and the vision, and I mean, there's an awful lot of technology in there, but now all of these teams have got it, and it's now one of the steps forward in safety, that being able to see properly behind you, not only in the daytime but also at night. With it being also a radar system, you get dots and you get indications on where people are.
Yellow flag, turn 9. It's the LMP3 leader. It's Lawrence Herr.
No way.
It's Lawrence Herr has stopped somewhere at turn 9 by the look of it. CD Sport lead the race. 3 from 27 from 22. It's a full course yellow, which is going to come out with 20 minutes of the race to go, and the lead car from the start of this race in LMP3.
Is it
and there
on the
it
right
is.
side?
It's on the side of the road. Well, well, well. Who saw that coming? I most certainly did not.
They were cruising, absolutely cruising.
It's a full course yellow for the recovery, by the look of things, of that number 3 car. So was he driving conservatively, or was he driving around a problem?
Yeah, maybe he was just driving around a little bit of a
Remember,
problem.
that's the car that had the rear deck off.
Yeah, they did, and it might have been it could have been a shifting problem, it could have been an electrical problem, it could have been a misfire, and it's finally caught up with them. And so, that's really rough luck with DKR. I mean, they had a lot of really strong performances last year, but they was plagued with unreliability, and now it seems like it's bitten them again. 4 car in the pit lane for its final stop.
Takes its splash.
Yeah.
44 car in as well, and we'll see, I'm sure, anybody else that was on the edge towards this race take the opportunity to do so as well.
They're under no pressure, are they?
Not at all.
Just easing
4
it out of the
laps
pit
to
box.
the good before that stop, and this will help them to maintain that 4-lap lead.
So, getting back to the GT battle, and Vincent Abriel and Joe Osborne, who's this going to suit more? Just cooling the tyres off slightly. Who's going to be able to take advantage of that possibility of getting the tyres back up to temp, and that racing, trying to keep the tyres clean? Are they a little bit tight on fuel?
Well, we should see the car here in the headlamps of the recovery vehicle briefly. Are we going to? Just too far away.
Yeah.
That's bitter luck for them, isn't it?
Oh, that's,
really horrible luck after just a dominant performance. I'm sure Kendi will tell us later whether or not the option of were they just covering a problem,
or whether it just popped out of nowhere. Oh, the Optimum car's on pit lane.
Has. Yeah, so Joe Osborne has pitted from 3rd.
Yeah.
Is that because the pit in is quicker?
It's possible, yeah. Did he just drive straight through?
I don't know. It did seem to be reasonably quick on pit lane. Just looking at what he's gone through, and no, that was a 1-4. No, it's a 21. It was a drive-through. He's driven through the pit lane.
You know what? He might have actually
done that to
gain the place. He can't do that. Gain the place in the pit lane. He's gone through the pits and he's got out.
He's 4 seconds quicker on that lap.
Because it's shorter. It's a shorter route.
There's the number 2 car being recovered to the infield.
Everybody's going the same speed.
Either
that's someone really, really smart down at Optimum.
Garage 59, Marvin Kirchhoffer. Are they following, or do they need the fuel? But he has gained a place. Well, now.
I don't really know what to say.
We've not. Well, here's the first thing: we have not seen a penalty called for the 42 car, so we are not aware of So we're not aware of a reason why he would get a drive-through.
Yeah.
And Garage 59 have just done exactly the same thing. 20 seconds on pit road for Marvin Kirchhofer, and so has Kessel Racing. I've never seen anything quite like that.
No, but if it's...
And Arjun Miney. So 4 cars have now gone down the pit lane, not stopped at their pit stall, and carried on through with no penalty having been waived. Hello, guys in the grandstand. I don't know why you're wearing sunglasses, sir. Vincent April is back ahead.
Maybe it is slightly quicker coming to the timing line, but then by the time you get back to the next timing loop, the end of sector 1, it reverses, possibly back to green.
Back to green. 15.5 minutes remain of what's been a very pacey 4 hours of Dubai. The first 4 hours of Dubai. We have another tomorrow. Number 4 car on its out lap, completed now, Ben Hanley, and 114 laps completed. And as a mark of the level of dominance from this effort, 3 laps to the good over the number 39 car of David Drew. It's been a bad run from the Graf Racing team. They just have not had the depth of pace available that Nielsen Racing have displayed. High Class Racing, with Anders Fjord back at the wheel, are reasonably distant third at this point. And Neil Muston, by the way, has dragged the ARC Bratislava car back up into 4th place overall. So we've got probably the most orderly timing screen we've seen for a while. Top 4 cars are the 4 LMP2s. The next 4 cars, 4 of 9 starters in LMP3, are the LMP3 battle. Number 3, CD Sport Ligier, in the hands of Edward Carpe, is leading at this point. Steve Palette, a 1-2 for CD Sport, the team with no deal beyond the Asian Le Mans Series. That's astonishing, is first and second. Rinaldi Racing onto the podium at the moment, with G-Drive Racing, the car run by Graf for G-Drive, 4th. Gaps there are not going to be closed on pace by the look of things, although the G-Drive car is catching the Rinaldi car. Inception Racing lead, and lead reasonably comfortably from the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. So Inception Racing McLaren in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. At this stage, you have to assume nobody therefore needs fuel, because they would have taken it then. Rinaldi Racing in the hands of David Irigon, running second, with Vincent Abril a distant third, and Joe Osborne, after that extraordinary move, seemingly taking the position by running through pit lane rather than continuing on the full course yellow.
Yeah, it did seem... it looked like it was going to be a great move, but then I don't know whether somebody's had a word with them and told them to give the position back.
Full course yellow speed?
What is full course yellow speed? 80 Ks.
And what's the speed down pit lane?
Oh, well, it's 60 Ks.
I can't understand. It can't be that much of a difference, unless it was simply a bit of a timing glitch. But we've had 4 cars do it. In fact, 5 cars do it. Because the attempt to racing one is actually a drive-through penalty.
Right.
Actually, that's a stop-go, because that was the 8 seconds, wasn't it? The 32 seconds on pit road. So that's what that was, the 8-second stop and go. So 7 from 55 from 17 from 42 are the cars that have been in the fights for the podium positions here. So the battle that is left here for on track in the last 12 minutes is going to be for the final podium position in GT. That is between the 17 AF Corsa car of Vincent Abriel and Joe Osborne, who's been on the attack for about the last hour, I would suggest.
It has. It's been intense, and Joe has nearly got it done a couple of times, but Vincent's had just enough ammo just to beat him off. But it's going to be pressurised these last 10 minutes. You know, the mental strain on Vincent is going to be right up there.
Yeah,
it's going to be pretty intense. And Joe as well, you know, it's really mentally taxing driving around here in the dark and dealing with other cars coming by you, multi-class racing, all of the stuff that we've talked about. And you know, Joe's being flashed by a P car coming up behind him. It's going to go all the way around the outside of him. That's the high-class racing car, I think it is.
So didn't delay him too badly. What's it going to do to the man ahead? I should say, by the way, I'm not sure if you mentioned this one while I was checking something else here, but I'll mention it, which was the penalty that was pushed the way of the 91 Herbeth car was cancelled. So there will be no penalty for Robert Renaud. That means that he's kept his 5th position in GT and holds a 10-second gap to Nicky the Cat Katzberg.
Keep hammering that. Yeah. Keep going with it.
I'm sure there'll be a range of merchandise along soon.
I'm sure.
They're popular on the internet, Cats. It's an opportunity for Nicky.
Vincent winding his way down into sort of turns 5 and 6. Joe just got on a bit of apex curb there, and the car was bouncing and moving on the front axle. Wasn't the cleanest run through there, but the two of the lines have got more ragged from these two as the grip levels dropped off. They're getting a little bit tired in the car. They're searching for those last little bits, and the car just drifts and moves a little bit more, and particularly in a GT car, the extra weight really does put the strain on those Michelin tyres.
We have got another battle for podium position, and it's going to be the G-Drive racing car that is sprinting to the rear of the Rinaldi Racing 22, and I think is going to get that position. Xavier Oliveras on Hendrik Steele, the 22 being caught by the 26 for the final podium position in LMP3. And that possible, of course, because of the problem for DKR Engineering that stopped that car. Now,
this is Nielsen.
This is disastrous for DKR Engineering in their championship hopes, because you've got to cross the line, haven't you?
Yeah, you do.
So they are not going to finish at all.
Yeah, that removes them. It really does.
Which helps Nielsen Racing and their hopes just a little more.
Well, one of the two favourites coming into this.
Inter Europol will rue their problem earlier in this race.
We're just coming out to the pit straight here. Joe's not quite close enough. He just needs to get that little bit closer. Maybe he has burnt the front tyres off of that McLaren 720S. I mean, it's been intense, this battle, the last hour of racing and running, and it's just, he just doesn't quite have that same amount of rotation that he did at the start of the stint. He's pushing hard, but I'm not sure he's going to have quite enough now. So, okay, I think we're trying to pick up the LMP3 battle here.
That, I think, is our 22 car, and the next car in, that's the 26. So between the two GT cars going onto the gantry, you can see the orange car following. That is the battle for the final podium position. Well done picking that
car,
up. So I think Hendrik Steele has now got the hurry up, because that looked a bit of a lunge to get by the GT car. He knows he's being caught here.
Gap's under 3 seconds, isn't it?
But 2 cars now between them and only 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
There you go. Either side of those 2 GT cars are the battling LMP3 cars. So there is no on-track battle for LMP2. That battle is won, subject to no further drama in the LMP2 race by Nielsen Racing. Inception Racing look to have got it in the bag for the overall in GT3, but Vincent Abriel certainly cannot relax. It's under a second to Joe Osborne, and then in LMP3, And this is the 26. Is that the 26 car? It is the 26 trying to deal with the traffic. It's not helping him, is it, at all?
No, it's not. It's not.
This could be the saving of the podium for the Rinaldi car. He still hasn't managed to do it.
This is exactly what happens. You've got two drivers locked in a bit of a battle, and you're trying to navigate your way through them, and they're just so focused on their own deal that they don't. And you don't have a car that's got lots of performance on the straight to get by.
He still hasn't managed to
No,
get
he
by
hasn't,
either.
and he's going to get pushed out.
That's what it's the Garage 59, the Oman car, isn't it? That's
Yeah, it
Charlie
is.
Eastwood.
And Charlie is battling. He's trying to get that spot off of the Garage 59 car. So Charlie's not making it easy. Again, multi-class racing. Here we are.
I have a feeling the
Coming
69
down to
car
the-
might be sitting on a potential penalty here, but the 26 car needs to get by the McLaren quickly, or there's not going to be time to do this, and it has cost him a significant chunk of time. That what was a second is now 3.3.
And we can see that maybe Joe Osborne has kept some powder dry to take it to Vincent Abril, because he was 3/10. He's now half a second behind. That's going to be intense for this last 6 minutes. Can he make it stick? Can he get it done? David Rigon in the 55 car is being warned for track limits on the exit of turn 16. But just needs to...
He's fairly safe
Yeah,
in
he
second,
is.
isn't he? He's not under pressure from Vincent Abril. So the key battles now are for the remaining podium positions in GT3 and in LMP3. And I think we saw that battle, or rather the difficulties for the G-Drive racing car. It is a matter now, as Hendrick still got pace left in that car, when Laveras manages to get into clear air. And it just took him too long. 5.5 minutes to go until the checkered flag. Remember, there might be another lap beyond that. So our battling pair in GT are coming to the end of the lap now.
Here they go.
There they are.
Yeah. Has Joe got enough of a run on him coming down into turn 1? I don't know, it's going to be close. It has been closer, but is he just going to give it a big lunge up the inside?
Oh no, it's just shining in the lights.
Yeah. Is he saving it for the last lap,
I
maybe?
think he is.
God. This is a great battle. This is what we came to see.
It is indeed. It promised well, didn't it, just from the cast list. But the action certainly hasn't been lacking.
No.
And, whether it was the battle between 6, 7, 8 cars in a pack,
brilliant,
or repeated battles between matched pairs, if you like.
Just like we're watching now.
Absolutely.
These two, really evenly matched, just duking it out, slugging it out between the two of them.
Just have to imagine Joe Osborne here quietly loading his shotgun as he comes round down the back straight here past
All he needs to do is get his nose ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So brake dust there from the Ferrari.
He's just looking for any opportunity, isn't he?
Joe drifting the car through turn 11, I think that was, into 12. Can Joe get the run off of here? He's using every inch of racetrack. This has been quite the battle. Great to watch.
3.5 minutes left. At the inside, nowhere through there, but all of a sudden, that was much deeper into the corner from the Ferrari. Is his grip beginning to go away?
Yeah, and Joe's just piling the pressure on it. Can he make it stick through here? He just needs to wind the speed through the centre, get on the throttle nice and early, really use that grunt from the McLaren. And that looks
That
good,
was good.
really
That was
good.
very good.
Excellent stuff, Joe.
Oh. Now it's going to get interesting.
It
Has to
really
defend
is.
to the pit wall, goes to the outside this time. Who's going to get to the corner? Who's going to get to the apex? There's not contact, but it's close. Is the cutback available here? It's not quite. That was very aggressive defence from Vincent Abril.
It looks like Joe's going to... no, not quite.
2.5 minutes to go.
Great racing. It was an aggressive move there from Vincent. Harsh but fair, just about.
Just about.
Yeah, it was one move. Joe had to go to the outside there into turn 1.
Abril has been excellent in defence.
He really has. I mean, he's had Joe in his mirrors for over an hour now, and that is really tough. If Joe can just get a great run off of here.
He's got a great run off there.
Yeah.
He's got a great run.
Is he going to be able to make it stick up the inside? Is he going to defend? I'm sure he's quite close enough. No. Is he going to be able to work it, much like some others have with McLaren against Ferrari, and just switching it backwards and forwards, but it doesn't look like Joe's quite strong enough through these section of 10, 11, 12. Got into maybe a little bit deep there. Okay, it's well, Joe had his chance. Not sure.
Car 96, by the way, has been reported to the stewards for not respecting a stop and go penalty. So 96 is the attempt to racing car. They didn't stop for long enough.
Right.
By the look of that, they did stop, but not for long enough.
Right.
So they're going to get, I would imagine, a fairly hefty penalty for that.
Error on the stopwatch.
Yep. So into the final minute of this enthralling start to the Asian Le Mans Series, as we watch these cars cross the line. And we're going to get one more lap, I think, because Ben Hanley is in the final sector. So we're about to come through to start the final lap. I'm sure we'll stick with Ben for that, and quite right that we should do so. So the number 4 car, Rodrigo Sales, a fine start to LMP2 with Nielsen Racing. One minor error, but an impressive recovery from that to bang in really impressive lap times, hand over the car in good order to Matt Bell, who went into Conan the Destroyer mode, not with contact, but with pace. And then Ben Hanley, to complete the picture, did a great job here.
Yeah, Ben has been
working that final lap.
He's been super strong all weekend, and Matt did a brilliant job in that car in the middle of the race. He really was knocking out some great lap times, and Ben's just bringing it home, just closing it out, no mistakes. And the team have done a really solid job. Now 4 laps to the good over the Graf Racing car in second place. Anders Fjordback in the 49 high-class racing car. He's in third in LMP2. He's some 47 seconds behind David Drew. So
a couple of cars pitting right at the end here. The 95 TF Sport car, Johnny Adam, and the SBS car, and the 22 Rinaldi car has pitted, which puts G-Drive into a podium position.
Well, they were going that short on the fuel, maybe. It was. Yeah. We're hoping for more laps under caution, or
now I'm just
under yellow.
We call this a final lap. Is the checkered flag ready, or is this time plus 1 lap? The number 4 car from Nielsen Racing, unchallenged really in the latter part of this race. It is 1 more lap. It is that oddness of time plus 1 lap.
So Joe's going to get another crack at trying to get past Vincent.
Wow.
Let's see. It's still about half a second in it. Those two have been glued together for the last hour and a bit. Amazing.
So Rinaldi, unfortunately, appeared to have called that one wrong.
Are we going to get any others that have just made that calculation just a little bit?
The 95
on the wrong side of it.
TF Sport car, that was a run through pit lane, so that might have been a penalty. And the SBS car, 21 seconds as well. So there's been 2 drive-throughs plus 21 seconds and a 40-second on pit lane from the Rinaldi car, which just cost that car a podium finish.
Yeah.
So CD Sport, G-Drive Racing on their debut in LMP3 with Graf look like bringing home a podium finish.
Excellent work.
Inception Racing look like winners here. There's a car running very slowly there indeed. Very slowly indeed.
Almost out of fuel, it looked like.
Now, what car's that? We'll keep an eye on as to what was going on with that car, but we're going to keep an eye on this car after an amazing run. congratulations to Nielsen Racing, to all three drivers. You can fight what they bring to the fight, and they've done that, and done that with aplomb. It's going to be tough for the other three starters in LMP2 to do anything about this, I feel, in the Asia Le Mans Series. As Ben Hanley brings home the number 4 Nielsen Racing car to win the opening 4 hours of Dubai and round 1 of the 2022 Asian Le Mans Series.
And just in front of them, you saw the 42 car and the 17 battling it out, going down into turn 1. They're going to do one more lap.
One more lap. Second place has come home for Graf Racing, 4 laps down at the end of those 4 hours. Second place also home, by the way, for the CD Sport 27. There is the 26 car and will be on the podium. So we'll wait for the leading car in LMP3. That's still going to complete its lap. GT race winners still on their final lap. But it looks very good indeed for Inception Racing. What's going to happen with the Optimum McLaren, the battle with AF Corsa? I'm not sure he's got quite enough. Here comes the number 7 car. Great start to the race from Brendan Arib. Ollie Milroy backed it up beautifully, and Ben Barnicoat applied the final touches.
Real textbook stuff there from Inception.
Absolutely fantastic.
Really
a big
great
race win for that team as well, against a very high quality field. Third place in LMP2 has come home, the number 49 high class car. We'll wait for the CD Sport car to come home. Second place, Rinaldi Racing come home in the GT class. Davide Rigon 13 seconds behind in the final analysis. We wait for the final, the LMP3 race winner. Here it comes. It's Edra Carpe in the CD Sport number 3. Crosses the line now to take the LMP3 win. What seemed an unfeasible result for that team. Trouble on the very first lap. GTM, by the way, I think has just gone the way it has from SPS Automotive Performance. Miguel Grenier crosses the line. Kessel Racing will take second with Axel Jeffries, a race winner in the Asian Le Mans Series last year with a different team.
And we just saw Vincent Abril just go over the line just in front of Joe Osborne. Vincent took that final spot on the podium in GT. Really great battle there.
Wasn't it just? So the final podium position in GT then claimed by the number 17 AF Corsa car. Vincent Abril brings the car home after a great battle. And the final position, podium position, by the way, goes to the number 99 car in GT Am. Third place in GT Am. Remember that car that started a lap down from pit lane.
Yeah.
So a good start for the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series in the darkness here at Dubai Autodrome. The number 4 car coming now down towards the podium and will take up its position, as is now traditional in ASIO's rules racing, with the lead cars lined up under the podium, or the winning cars lined up under the podium. There will be tales, there will be stories, there will be excuses.
There'll be lots of those.
Yes, indeed. There will be explanations. There will be all sorts of fun and games following this one, as there always is after an endurance race.
Yeah, lots of if, buts and maybes. But these boys, Ben Hanley and the crew, they're at Nielsen Racing, have done a phenomenal job today, really executed. Yes, maybe the competition isn't that fierce, but they still had to execute on the race. Ben looks thrilled with his victory.
Well, after the half spin from Rodrigo Sales, not one single error that I saw.
Yeah, no, that would have got the hearts racing a little in that garage. Just wondering if they're going to get collected by someone, or there was going to be some underlying problem there or a bit of damage, but fortunately not. And he also kept his head.
He did.
He got himself back going again.
Within a lap, he was putting in purple sectors.
Yeah, which is great to see.
Absolutely. That will give him, I'm sure, a great deal of.
And sometimes you need those sorts of things to happen.
Yeah.
You can really learn from those moments, and it's great to sort of see him pull himself together and really crack on and get the victory with these boys. They are going to be tough to beat this year in the Asia Le Mans Series. Ben Hanley, Matt Bell and Rodrigo Sales are going to be a real force to be reckoned with throughout, and we'll have to see what's coming when we get to Yas Marina and United. I believe are coming with a car.
Yes, they are.
They'll be strong there.
It's young Josh Pearson, who can't be here for a unique reason. which is he's not old enough yet.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
So he turns 16 in 2 days' time, at which point he can have the relevant license and will race at Yas Marina with United Autosports. They've been testing in Abu Dhabi. Photographers are ready, as are the team members of the successful cars lining up here.
CD Sport coming in.
That's an unbelievable result for them, and cars that seem to absolutely have this in the bag. Well, I think DCAR Engineering were one of the stops on my trip down pit lane to find out what on earth happened there.
Yep, absolutely.
But the more I think about it, the more I think that the portent of doom was that the deck coming off the rear of the car, and it wasn't a conservative run, it was a run around a problem.
Yeah.
But
CD Sport have done a great job.
This is the biggest result in this team's history.
Fantastic.
Make no mistake about it.
Great to see.
And lest we forget, well, actually, it's not the first overall win in international sports car racing for Nielsen Racing. They've had wins in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, but it's certainly their first win in LMP2, in their first season run with an LMP2. They've raced at Le Mans as a one-off. But, the winning prototypes there. We wait now for the arrival of the Inception Racing McLaren. Another great run. Nick Adcock there on the left-hand side with the silver hair. A multiple South African endurance race champion.
Yep.
Nick, British, but lives in South Africa. And there is the number 7 car, a mark on it.
Those boys have done a great job.
There's Ollie Milroy.
Ollie Milroy.
Yep.
Ben Barnicoat just getting himself unstrapped inside the McLaren.
Excellent stuff. Been a long time coming, that result for them, and yeah, they're very pleased with that. Good friends, this pair.
Yeah, they are, and it's you know, it's a great result for them in a really strongly contested GT class, and yeah, they're textbook race for the Inception boys.
Absolutely,
really great to see.
And all three drivers did a great job with it, but mark this moment, Ben Barnicoat, remember that name, you're going to be hearing a lot of him in the years to come. Has a part to play in the near future, and I suspect the long-term future of GT and sports car racing.
Yeah, he's certainly in the shop window at the moment. I mean, Lexus have got him at the minute, but I'm not sure he's going to stay there for very long. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But we'll see. Ben's going to be in demand, really is. He's certainly a talent in the GT.
Great stuff. I enjoyed that thoroughly, and GT in particular doled out the thrills of the entertainment, didn't it?
Yeah.
But some impressive pace in every class in that race. It's going to be interesting to see just exactly how some of the teams that perhaps didn't get where they were expected to be, in particular in LMP3, might respond to today. This is the overall result. Nielsen Racing take the race win overall in their number 4 Oreca, 4 laps ahead of the number 39 car, which, lest we forget, by the way, wins LMP2 AM. The other 3 cars all in the LMP2 AM results. Third place and completing the overall podium, High Class Racing in their 49 Oreca, then the number 44 Ligier of ARC Bratislava, 6 laps back from the leader after a troubled run for that car. CD Sport, well, a 1-2, a barely believable 1-2 for the team, the number 3 car from the number 27 Ligier, and it's an all Ligier podium with the last-minute dramas for Rinaldi Racing needing to pit and putting the number 26 car onto the podium. In GT, the win going to Inception Racing, the number 7 McLaren. Ben Barnicoat bringing that car home ahead of the Rinaldi Racing 55 Ferrari. Great battle between Ben Barnicoat and Davide Rigon to decide that. And the final place on the podium for GT going to the 17 AF Corsa car after Vincent Abril fought off a very spirited attack from Joe Osborne. The final podium positions will be claimed in GT AM. It's the 20th position overall, the win in GT AM for SBS Automotive Performance. Newly minted Mercedes-AMG factory driver Michael Grenier takes that win ahead of the Castle Racing 57 car, the Ferrari brought home by locally based Zimbabwean racer Axel Jeffries. And the Third place in GTE Am claimed by Herbeth Motorsport, the car that started from pit lane, and Jörg Fingerschütz brings that car home to a podium position in GT Am.
3 winning cars there in the pit lane, all lined up with their crews.
Still all shiny.
Yes.
It's not. There's several races where we've not been able to say that, and just perfect weather here today.
Yes, it has been, and they've all and the bodywork's all still intact. Doesn't look like they've really had much contact. It's been actually a relatively contact-free race, which is for as technical and twisty and tight and as little as the track is lit here. I'm really surprised, and it's a testament to the drivers, actually, to being able to get through with such little contact.
Well, both full course cautions were the 2 cars that actually stopped out on track, both LMP3 cars, as it turned out. The Ginetta stopped to bring out a first full course yellow, and then the second was for the race ending issue for the then dominant number 2 D-Car Engineering car. So remarkably free of contact, this race.
Absolutely.
What's the betting we'll not be able to say that by the end of this season? A picture perfect shot here of the Dubai Autodrome, with the lights twinkle in the background, the Dubai skyline, and teams and followers gather underneath the podium. And it's worthy winners in each of those classes. I can't help but feeling sorry for D-Car Engineering. It's a rotten way to lose a race, but equally, CD Sport battled and battled hard through that race and deserved that win. Number 3 car brought home Michael Jensen, I think started, Nick Adcock and Edward Kaupe, the winners.
Okay, so we're a really action-packed race there, you know, with plenty of ups and downs, mainly in the LMP3 class. But you know, a strong run from Nielsen, Ben Hanley bringing the car home for that victory. But it was, you know, when you look in the GT class, Ben Barneycoat and Inception had a really fantastic run throughout, real textbook. So it's really great to see that happen. And I think we're going to be going to the highlights now of the race that we've just been watching. So we're looking forward to, and Graham will be talking you through those.
Well, the start of the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series season at Dubai Autodrome, with the number 4 Nielsen Racing Oreca making its debut here in the UAE and jetting away into a convincing lead. A great early move from the number 42 McLaren. That car would play a part later. Contact with the number 77 Aston Martin put the number 48 Salassane by Cox Racing car out early on. As we got in towards sunset, there was fantastic racing between a number of battling groups of GT3 cars in this record GT3 entry. Number 55, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, looked pretty dominant at one part of this race, but was chased down by the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren as Ben Barneycoat got his second wind aboard the 720S. That battle was decided with a fantastic move from Barneycoat in the final turn. LMP2 very start of the race, whilst looking comfortable in the lead, a half spin from Rodrigo Sales cost him the lead and second place, but he kept his head down and pushed on. The 13 car looked set for a podium position, but faltered, as did the number 2, dominant almost throughout this race until problems at a pit stop that might well have caused the issue that finally stopped Lawrence Hur, the car failing to finish. It would be CD Sport that would come home with not just a win, but a 1-2 in a season where the team have told us they're struggling for a deal for the rest of the year. Number 4, though, the hands of Matt Bell punishing pace to seal the deal, and it would be Ben Hanley's experienced hands that would bring home the car to what for this team will be a famous win under the lights and the gantry. In the darkness, happy Nielsen Racing. That's Matt Bell there with big hugs around the Nordic script on the Oreca as Ben Hanley climbed out after a night's hard work well done. Nielsen Racing will go to tomorrow's race as the championship leaders after a faultless run under the not very many lights at Dubai Autodrome. Well, that's the race. There were the highlights. It's time now to celebrate the winners, and we're going to go down to the podium here at Dubai Autodrome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the podium presentation for the first race of the weekend for the Asian Le Mans Series. We'll start with the LMP2 category, and we'll bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position, please welcome High Class Racing, Anderson, Fjordbach, and Wieder. In second position from Graf Racing, please welcome Trullier and Paget. And to the top step of the podium in LMP2 from Nielsen Racing, please welcome Sales, Bell, and Hanley. And these are your winners for the LMP2 category. Thank you, gents. I think we've got a couple of pictures to be taken, and then we can move on to the next category. I think now you can, take your trophies and hold them up high for one picture before the end after a fantastic race of 4 hours. And then we can move on to the next category. Thank you, gentlemen.
So that was the LMP2 and the overall winners podium, and some happy faces on the podium there too. I think the Graf Racing crew that we'll be seeing throughout this season in Asia and also in Europe later feel they've made a good start to the LMP2 AM campaign, which is based in the Asian Le Mans Series in the UAE, and we'll be seeing them, we are told, later in the year when the European season starts. Very happy crew indeed, as well they might be at Nielsen Racing. Remember, we've still got 12 hours of racing to go in this season, 4 more tomorrow, with a race starting an hour later, 5:30 local time here. And just that for wherever you are in the world. Let's go down to the podium now for the next of the podium ceremonies here at the Dubai Autodrome.
And now we move on to the LMP3 category. And again, we bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position for G-Drive Racing, please welcome Rossello, Lovares, and Gutak. In second position, racing for CD Sport, please welcome Cresp, Duquin, and Palais. Got to move across, gents. No, the trophies are fine. They're the right ones. Oh, wait. Oh, they've been mixed up with the trophies. Oh, one's fallen over. Anyway, now we move on to the top of the podium in LMP3. Please welcome Jensen, Adcock, and Shohab. Now, gentlemen, if you could raise your trophies up high. Thank you so much.
So LMP3 and an astounding 1-2 from the Spanish team, CD Sport. After dramas for a couple of other major runners for both Inter-Europol, who did finish the race, and for the luckless DKR engineering squad. But the number 3 car from the 27, the 26, the G-Drive Racing effort with Graf Racing, the first, I think, the first ever G-Drive branded LMP3 effort. And again, that's another effort we'll see through this season and into Europe with a different team, in this case, Euro International. But they clearly delighted in what for them must have been a pretty unexpected finish to that race, getting onto the podium right at the very end with a last-minute splash from Rinaldi Racing. Let's go down now to the podium, again this time for GT3.
And now we move on to the GT category. And once again, we'll bring them out in reverse order. Racing for AF Corsa, please welcome Pretty, Abril, and Gunvald. In second position in GT for Racing for Rinaldi Racing, please welcome Mastronondo di Perel and Rigon. And to the top step of the podium in GT, please welcome Ibra, Milroy, and Barnicoat. And now if you could lift your trophies up high. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll move on now to the next podium presentation.
So that's the 3 major classes, if you like. The GT podium still to be awarded. You know, that went to SPS Automotive Performance. Michael Grenier bringing that car home. The 20 Mercedes AMG that he shares with Valentin Pierberg and Ian Loggy. A car that was struggling at the start of that race, but came through to take that class win. And they'll be delighted, I'm sure, with that. SPS long-time GT3 contenders in a range of races around the world. Have had a crack before at the Michelin Le Mans Cup. But they'll be very pleased indeed with their starting effort here. And if there was an issue for that car at the start of the race, and certainly Ian Loggy seemed to be struggling with it, might well see a stronger finish for that one. So I think we're about ready now. So we're going to go down back for the final podium for GTM.
And now we move on to the podium presentation for GTM. In third position, please welcome from Herbert Motorsport, Haring, Gerschitz and Siegfried. In second position for Kessel Racing, please welcome Zimian, Zolo and Jeffries. And to the top step of the podium in GTM, please welcome from SPS Automotive Performance, Pierberg, Loggy and Greiner. And if you could raise your trophies up in the air.
Well, that's it from, I thought, a pretty stellar, certainly the GT class is absolutely stellar. 4 Hours of Dubai, Saturday's race. But remember, there's 4 Hours of Dubai tomorrow as well. We're not done. So we got great, we had, I think, great racing up and down that GT field. Some really good performances in both of the LMP categories as well, Ollie. I certainly enjoyed it. And when we could pick those battles out of that gloom, they were pretty hard fought.
They were, you know, Nielsen really did have the run of things right there at the start, and once they got through the little issue with Rodrigo Sales, you know, once they got through that, they really did stamp their authority onto the race. You could see, you know, was particularly when Matt got in the car. I mean, he just absolutely started to tear it up, and he was some 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else, and you know, they quickly got a lap up, then 2 laps up, and then by the time he got out the car, you know, Ben Hanley just had to get in and just tick the laps off, tick the time off, and bring the car to the finish. And you know, really a great result for Nielsen Racing. Really dominant display.
And that, I think, is what they were looking for to stamp their authority on this championship. It was a 4-hour race that saw punishing pace, particularly, as I said, in GT3. That the kind of race you'd have relished been involved in back in the day?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the GT class was really really high level, you know, with whether that is the, you know, the teams that are running or the equipment that's out there, or if it's the drivers that are on board. You know, you could see that the discipline for running side by side, you know, nose to tail, all the way through those first few hours. And then even into the night, you could see even that last hour and 20 minutes or so, you know, it was, you could see Joe Osborne in the 42 car against the 17 of Vincent Abril. You could sort of see the two of them just nose to tail for almost the last hour and 20 minutes. It was pretty impressive to see the discipline from the two of them to operate on track in those taxing and difficult conditions with the Michelin tyres dropping off in performance, and you know, getting through traffic, dealing with the light, you know, everything about it, getting tired, you know, dealing with all that pressure is really tricky to do, but excellent performance by everybody out there.
Well, let's have a quick look back at the very start of that 4-hour race in Dubai. It was neat and tidy stuff at the head of the field between the LMP2s and most of the LMP3s. We know, though, there was a bit of dramas just out of our cameras as the cars came through turns 2 and turn 3. And we saw that as Rodrigo Sellers got the hammer down and did a great job of gapping that field. It was left to Eric Trullier to just try to hang on to the coattails of the number 4 car. He did a great job of that. Put enough pressure on that an error would be forced just 2 or 3 laps later. And in the background, as we came through the bottom end of this circuit, there were dramas for the GT field. But this sort of marked out the pattern that would follow. That is indeed the order in which you can see the dramas with John Miller getting out of the way of a bit of argy-bargy in the GT field around him. And that's the attempt to Audi rather outbraked itself was much the picture in the opening hour, and then the second hour, and then the third hour,
yeah.
and then the fourth hour of this race was a pretty orderly race in LMP2. LMP3, which had its real dramas, which tended to be more of the mechanical variety, and GT3 was just a dogfight all the way through, either as a pack or later, as we said, as match pairs. It was quite an astonishing GT race. Great to see competition in that depth here in the UAE and in the Asia Le Mans Series over the full 4 hours of this opening encounter. Let's hope we're going to see more of that, and I'm sure we are here. And what promises to happen as well, Ollie, when we get to Yas Marina next weekend, is it's going to be the same, but with different cars in dominating positions, as we saw last year with cars like the Aston Martins and the McLarens, which didn't feature here last year at the cutting edge, getting far more involved as we get under the lights in Abu Dhabi just a couple of hours down the road.
Absolutely. Will be great to see also be able to get under the lights there in Abu Dhabi and see a little bit more of the racing, because that's certainly the last couple of hours around the Dubai Autodrome were difficult, I think, for everyone really, trying to pick out all the action and make it all work, but we got through.
Yep, and been watching some of the comments coming in from viewers watching around the world. Thank you for staying with us for this one, and well done, by the way, to the broadcast crews for picking out the battles in very difficult, very, very dark conditions indeed. Particularly, we had a number of leading cars not featuring their light panels for a number of laps, but it was, for me, a spectacular race in GT, an impressive race of very limited contact elsewhere on a very busy, very difficult racetrack.
Very disciplined.
It was indeed, and for the most part, everybody that finished there with the results you saw on the 4 podiums we've just seen deserved absolutely to be there. As always in motorsport, though, Ollie, there's always people that deserve to be there that don't get there in the end.
Yeah.
They'll be coming back fighting. They don't have to wait a week or 2 weeks or 4 weeks. They can do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. DKR, I'm sure, will be one of those teams, because it's going to be a bit of pill to swallow tonight. You know, Kendi and the boys there, and Lawrence, who looked like they were absolutely in control of the LMP3 class, but it just got away from them. Looked like it was this problem that they had maybe arose at a pit stop with about an hour and a half to go, maybe. They had the rear deck off and they're looking at some stuff. There was lots of that fraught body language that you see from mechanics and car controllers when you know that it's not right, something's not right. And from then onwards, maybe Lawrence was managing an issue and a problem, and that we didn't really know about until the car stopped on the back straight, coming in between 9 and 10, and it pulled over and stopped in the darkness. We managed to pick it out of the darkness, and did cause a full course yellow, and which didn't really change the race too much, but for everyone else, but obviously it changed it an awful lot for Laurent Hoare and all the LMP3 runners, and gave CDC or CD Sport a fantastic opportunity to come through and take the victory and actually get a 1-2 in LMP3, so that's fantastic for them.
Indeed. So So that was it. That was the 4 hours of Dubai, and that was what they wrote with the results at the end of it. And to finish off this evening, we're going to be going down to talk to Nadia Nash, and she's got the GT winning racers from Inception Racing, Ben Bonico, Brendan Aribe, and Ollie Milroy, after a pretty faultless, very impressive display in the number 7 McLaren 720S GT3.
Yes, definitely all three guys are here. Brendan, Ben and Ollie with us, and they are the winners for a GT class. So congratulations, first of all. So you guys had a good time out there, I'm sure. Of course, Ben, we'd like to ask you, you brought the car home. How was it for you out there?
Yeah, it was great. The first stint was pretty intense for me. Came out the pits in second after Ollie and Brendan had done a great job in the beginning stage of the race. You know, I knew as soon as I came out the pits, Rigon was right there in front of me. So he was very quick at the start. I had to work very hard. Eventually got past him, and yeah, luckily the team gave me a good car today, and I was able to you know, get in front of him, pull a nice gap, and then yeah, the last hour was somewhat a little bit lonely, but yeah, managed to bring the car home for a win, and yeah, very proud of the team and my teammates.
Right. You're not lonely. You've got all your teammates with you. But of course, one more question. Now that you are, you know, first place for GT, tomorrow's race, does that give you some sort of confidence going into that race tomorrow?
For sure. You know, we were probably the fastest car out there today. Haven't looked at all the stats yet, but you know, we came across the line with quite a convincing win. So it fills us with plenty of confidence that the car's got the potential. Us guys have got the potential, and the team, we've got a good team behind us. So we're looking to do a copy and paste tomorrow. Got to start from third instead of first, but you know, that's okay. We can deal with that.
Yep. Fantastic. Love that optimism from the team. So that was it. Inception Racing at number 1 for GT class here today.
Well, thanks for that, Nadia. You can certainly see there from Ben and his reaction for being interviewed there that so they were very happy. They'll be very satisfied with their performance today, and it's pretty much they're looking to do, as Ben also said, that cut and paste into tomorrow. Yes, they are starting from P3, but I really think that they are going to be the force to be reckoned with, certainly here in Dubai. And I certainly see that the way that it went last year when we got to Yas Marina, that the McLaren was even more suited to that racetrack. So if they keep their nose clean and they just deliver again tomorrow, I think we might be looking at the red-hot favourites for the championship in the Asian Le Mans Series in the GT class. You know, they're a great driver lineup. They're well drilled. They've been here before, and they've run in this championship before, and they're really building on that. So they really laid the foundation last year, and they're really coming through to really lay down the gauntlet for all the other GT runners, which is a highly competitive class. You know, GT really is right up there, you know, with the amount of talent, the depth in teams, the 7 manufacturers, you know, everything out there, you know, really is great to see, you know, the fights, the battles. But, you know, today was Inception's day. So I think we're now going to go down back to Nadia for the GT-AM winners.
Yes, our winners for GT-AM. So congratulations, first of all. So Dubai 4 hours was good, treated you well, the circuit. So tell us about your experience today.
Well, Ian had a really good start, and he handed over the car to me. I made up some ground, and we were able to distance ourselves from the second person in class. I think I did a pretty good job, and handed over the car to Mick, and he did a fantastic job as well. Made up some more time, and yeah, the result is clear. We're here, and I'm very, very proud of the team, and all 3 of us. We've done a great job, and also mechanics. So yeah, fantastic. Yep. Great result.
It takes a whole team, doesn't it? And
of course.
It really worked out.
It's a team sport.
Exactly, right? So maybe I want to know the impact or the significance of this win for you guys throughout the season then.
So, well, of course, it's very motivating that we had such a good start. And I think there's some work which we have to do over the night to be competitive tomorrow. Also, our competition won't be sleeping. So I think they're going to make some progress as well, and we have to make sure we keep up with this. And I think we can go in with confidence into the next race. But a lot can happen. It's a 4-hour race. And yeah, let's hope we can perform as well tomorrow.
Right. Exactly. So all the best tomorrow. And of course, congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was it. SPS Automotive Performance. There we go.
Yeah, good performance there from Valentin Pierberg, from Ian Loggy and from Michael Grenier. And the SBS performance team are going to be looking to see what they can do to repeat in the same way that Inception Racing were, Ollie.
Absolutely, yeah. It didn't look like they were going to have such an easy run of things at the start. Ian looked like he was battling a little bit with car balance, and he was at the start. They're just dropping back a little, but hung in there. He didn't make any mistakes. He didn't put any damage on the car. Didn't get too spun out about the situation, but he handed the car over to his teammates in the way that he should, and they delivered the rest of the package and delivered the victory in GTM. So,
and there's depth there. There's 5 cars running here in that class, and I think we may even have a 6th to come when we get to the Abu Dhabi race next weekend. Abu Dhabi races next weekend, but they look rightly pleased with their day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, they're quite right. Well, metaphorically right. The competition won't be sleeping. I hope they are, because it's a long day tomorrow. But we've heard from the GTM guys. We're going to be moving down to talk with Nadia to CD Sports winning crew very shortly. It's Edouard Carapace, Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock are the winning crew from the number 3 car. A fabulous thing from the Spanish team with the number 3 Ligier.
LMP3 winners for today, car number 3 from CD Sport. Congratulations, gentlemen. That was a great performance out there. So how was it? How was 4 hours of Dubai, the race one for you?
Yeah, well, it was obviously day into night. I started in the daylight. Michael went into the dusk, and Edouard did the double stint in the night. Bit of a war of attrition out there, but look, we've come in for a fantastic win. We're so delighted. CD Sport worked so hard. They've got a 1-2 today. Yeah. It means so much to them. And it means so much to us. Michael, my great friend, it's his first ever podium and win at this level. And we're completely walking on air, but it's all about this man who brought it home for us. So, yeah, we're completely stoked.
Yep. Now we saw at the maybe later half of the hours, some turn of events. So when that happened, what went through your minds and how was it for you, for the team?
Oh, absolutely. We lost nearly all of yesterday's running into a technical problem.
Right.
So we had our technical problem yesterday. Other people had it today. So sometimes it's just the roll of the dice. We've all been there when we've got a hand on the trophy and it hasn't worked out for us. Today it's unlucky for someone else, but look, we'll take the win. Thank you very much.
Yep. So all the best for the race tomorrow and a good job today. That was it for your LMP3 winners for today.
Yeah, it was very well spoken there from Nick Adcock, and you'll have detected the slight lilt of South African in his accent. Spends a lot of his time down there. He's a multiple South African endurance race champion, and great to see him paying tribute not only to Edouard Carapace, who brought the car home, but also to Michael, not Nickel, Michael Jensen. That pair have raced together for the last couple of seasons in Europe. And isn't it great when somebody gets their first international win?
Absolutely fantastic. Great to see, and they were really operating as a great team there. Great. It's great to see that sort of thing there. There's a real common bond between all 3 of them. They've all worked hard in the car, and obviously the team CD Sport have worked extremely hard. To get a 1-2 here today is fantastic for them. Yeah, tough luck on the other runners in LMP3, but you've got to finish first. First you have to finish.
You do, and it's pretty clear as well from Nick Adcock's words there. What he's willing is that the little Spanish team that could and did today with a 1-2 finish, that this might open up a possibility for them to catch the attention of somebody to bring forward the deal they're looking for, to continue in that vein for the rest of 2022, not just in Asia, but back home in Europe as well.
Absolutely, and I think we're not too far away from speaking to the overall winners of the race, the Nielsen Racing crew. I think they're getting themselves lined up for an interview very, very shortly. Be great to hear some thoughts from them to see exactly how their race unfolded, and we're going to be going down to speak to them very, very shortly. I think
we are. But it was Ben Hanley brought the number 4 car home after that attacking triple stint from Matt Bell and Rodrigo Salas kicking it off in the number 4 car. Let's go down to talk to Nadia, who's got the 3 boys with her right now.
Yes, here are your winners for LMP2, car number 4, Nielsen Racing. Somehow we keep seeing the 3 of you guys, Matt, Rodrigo and Ben, but I guess they're doing something right, of course. So great win today. How is the team feeling, you guys, the drivers and the whole bunch?
Oh, I think overall the team's feeling great. I mean, this is Nielsen's
I guess not first foray into LMP2. They've done a bit, but first, I believe, full season in LMP2, and so the program came together rather quickly, and the goal was to try to really pull a great team together. Not only, of course, drivers, but also crew, mechanics, engineering, everything, because that's really what it takes to be competitive at this level. And so I think everyone's quite pleased with the first outing. Always things to improve upon across the board, but I think it was a very good showing for the first time out, and I think we're quite pleased with that.
Exactly. I mean, it wasn't even really a close one. You guys were 2, 3, 4 laps ahead of the other teams. How did you guys do it? What was the secret here?
I don't know that there's too much of a secret there. I think it was really just these guys driving and drive times. So the car was obviously set up quite well. Once again, a few little things to work on, but I don't know if you guys have anything else to add.
No, again, like you said, it's the first race, so it's all about the team getting into the procedures and the pit stops and everyone getting comfortable in their roles. So it was great for that, and yeah, the performance was pretty decent. Like we've said, there's a lot of areas to work on, so we'll do that, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be here again.
Yeah, I guess if you guys just keep doing what you guys did today, and you guys are already starting in pole, so we'll see tomorrow. But congratulations, that was a great win. So there you have it, your P2 and overall winners for today. 4 hours of Dubai Race 1, car number 4 from Nielsen Racing.
Well, thank you very much, Nadia. It's great to hear from Matt, Ben and Rodrigo. And that's it from us, I think. And really enjoyed that. It's great to be back in the booth with you, Graham. And looking forward to another 4 hours tomorrow.
Well, it's a reunion of the Asian Le Mans Series family here in Dubai. Thanks very much to Oliver Gavin. Thanks very much to the TV production crew. That was not an easy race to pick up, people. It's been a fantastic start to what is going to be this rapid-fire season, with 3 more 4-hour races to come. 1 tomorrow, then again next weekend on consecutive days at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi, at the other end of the United Arab Emirates. He's been Oliver Gavin. I've been Graham Goodwin. You go back to see Nadia Nash to say goodnight, and how great it is to have Nadia back with us after a year away.
Thank you so much, Oliver Gavin and Graham Goodwin. I guess you've said all I could say, because all that's important now is that you tune in tomorrow for race 2. Because if race 1 was any benchmark or any sign of what's to come for the whole season, it was spectacular. It was exciting. It was full of drama. So tomorrow we are going live at 5 p.m. here local time. Make sure you stick around for more endurance racing action, because that's all we can promise you. For now, the Asian Le Mans Series is signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow.